Hello all my dear followers, welcome to a new fanfic for the channel. Welcome to the third season of What If Naruto was trained by TOBIRAMA and fell in love with INO. Just remember to hit the like and subscribe buttons. Now I'll leave you with the fanfic.
South of Takigakure, 26 hours later. Despite her overeager attitude and newfound sense of excitement, Fu would quickly fall asleep about an hour or so into the run back. Given how it was nearly midnight when the platoon left Takigakure, it wasn't surprising that the girl was tired and also needed to recover from the beating she took from Kuratsuchi. Many members of the route platoon were noticeably tired as well since their pace was roughly 75% of what it was on their way to Taki. Nobody complained though, and nobody showed any weakness in their movements. The 2-day straight marathon with a large battle in between wasn't enough to wear them out completely, and it spoke volumes about how competent these route umbu really were. Almost nobody spoke as they simply kept a rhythmed pace and ran in silence. For Yamanaka or Kuma, had long since dropped his telepathic link with everyone, which left everyone to their own thoughts and made things almost eerily quiet. The only sounds that could be heard was the light running, calm breathing, and whatever else was in nature. The Jinchuriki Fu had been the only person to even actively try talking on the run back during her brief periods of being awake. Naruto simply told her to rest though, and that they would talk more when the platoon was safely back in the land of fire. Fu would occasionally drift in and out of consciousness during this time, but she spent the majority of the trip asleep. The fact that Naruto had to carry her the whole way while keeping pace with everyone else certainly wasn't overlooked by the others. Yamato even offered to give him a break halfway through the journey, but Naruto refused. Naruto's mind had been racing over constant scenarios about Team 10 involving the mysterious Guren woman, and he couldn't help but feel concerned about getting there as soon as possible. His mind was also weighed down on how he was going to assimilate Fu into Konoha. Where was she going to live? How would her status as a genin play a factor into the village? Would she have to wait until next year's graduation to join another team, or were there other genin in the village she could team up with? Would they get along? How was Danzo going to keep the Sandaime Hokage from learning about everything? What would happen if he did? The questions kept coming, and Naruto passed most of the time just thinking about solutions. Being a proud student of Tobirama Senju, he always believed in having fail-safe solutions for every scenario he could and didn't want to leave things to chance. He also didn't like the idea of letting Danzo Shimura dictate how Fu's life would be in Konoha. He did this for her, and for Konoha, not for Root. I suppose she could live with me for the time being. I don't have any other residence in my apartment, and it would make it easier to watch her. Still, I don't know if a girl would feel comfortable living with me in my crummy apartment. Maybe I can use my money to get us somewhere new to live. That's a good idea. The old man Hokage gives me barely enough for living expenses, but I could do odd jobs or have Root finance me. Although that would raise a lot of questions. Maybe I could get an apartment next door. Pretty much the entire building I live in is abandoned since nobody wants to live near the demon fox kid, Naruto thought. After many more thoughts along that line circulated through Naruto's mind, he and the platoon finally got back to the land of fire. After crossing the border and getting within a few kilometers of Great Tree Crossing, Kurokes would stop and allow the Umbu platoon to take a brief rest. They ended up stopping near a forested area with a cave and would all settle in after a few minutes as everyone began to stretch, eat, drink, and wander off to do nature's calling. All of the Umbu members would face away when eating or drinking though and lift up their masks to do it. They did it in a way where nobody ever showed their face to anyone else. It left Naruto deeply curious about whether everyone in this platoon actually knew each other's real identities. Considering he unmasked most of these people, it was likely that they did. However, they took concealing their identities super seriously while in uniform and on mission. It made sense though. A group like this could never be too careful in making sure they stayed anonymous just in case an enemy were to either infiltrate their ranks or have some kind of scrying ability to spy from afar. After sitting down and doing the same thing as them, Naruto drank an entire canteen of water without lifting his mask up the whole way. Fu was still fast asleep, and he leaned her against the cave wall next to him as he sat there took a breather. He could feel his body covered in sweat, both fresh and dried. What was interesting was nobody had any kind of odor. It was likely this had something to do with their uniforms to make them harder to detect. There was an ambient silence during the few minutes of respite before Kurokaze waved her hand and signaled for everyone to form up. As if they had done it 1,000 times, everyone in the platoon immediately formed a semicircle around her and took a knee as her raven mask looked over their ranks. Finally, the captain spoke in a quiet tone, "Sound off." One by one each member spoke their Umbu name. This was likely a deterrent against any kind of infiltrator pretending to be one of them, and it was also to confirm that everyone was there and legit. Naruto saw that the sound off went in order from Strike Team 1 down to 4, and he called his name Itama at the end of Strike Team 2's sound off. Once everyone finished, Kurokaze nodded, "Good, all 21 members of the platoon are accounted for. Does anyone have lingering injuries that need to be addressed?" Nobody made a sound as the captain looked over them again. She then continued in her same monotone voice, "Part 1 of the mission was a decisive success. The target was acquired, the enemy forces were routed without killing political leaders, and the fealty of our allies was established with ease. The results speak for themselves, 0 casualties and no detrimental injuries either. Things went perfectly, and our boss will be greatly pleased. I don't normally make a habit of praising people for doing their jobs, but you all performed above expectations. You especially, Itama. It should be acknowledged that I consider you a true member of the platoon now. Your overwhelming contributions to the mission's success will not be overlooked. Merit, composure, and loyalty mean everything here. You clearly possess all of them." All of the Umbu members turned their masked heads over towards Naruto, who was kneeling next to Anko and Yamato near the middle of the semicircle. He briefly looked left and right and saw all of them staring. It was impossible to gauge their reactions or infer their thoughts though due to the masks. If he had to guess, Naruto assumed they were probably surprised by Kurokaze's open admission of her approval of him. He barely knew anything about this woman or these people, but it was obvious that they respected her and that it was a big deal for her to talk like this. Kurokaze then continued, "Your respect of the chain of command, your execution of the traitor, your intervention against the enemy's leaders, and your decision to threaten the enemy with war after taking a hostage were all notable feats in this operation. Their morale was crippled, and we have successfully intimidated them by delivering a decisive show of strength that they will not soon forget. It's no secret to anyone here that you are extremely powerful, Itama, but you are also intelligent and politically competent. It is good to see that you embody the proper mindset and disposition to handle the nature of this work. You are assertive, fearless, and a proper killer. Despite your age, I believe you possess all the necessary traits to handle a position of leadership. In addition to your noble pedigree as well, I see no reason why you shouldn't be a leader here. I will be recommending you for a promotion when we return. You're everything our leader hoped you would be and more. A promotion? To what?" Naruto asked calmly as he ignored everyone's silent staring. "That is up to the boss to decide, but I imagine he intended it from the start. I just believed it was worth announcing to the platoon that I approve of it, and I also approve of you being a member of our organization now. For too long our village has suffered in decline. Its incompetent leaders have driven away countless great shinobi and allowed other nations to take advantage of our mercy and weakness. The boss did not exaggerate his words to you, Itama. We will need your strength to weather the coming storm. If becoming the leader of our village one day is truly your wish, then you have already left a good impression on me. At least I know you're willing to get your hands dirty like the rest of us now," she answered simply. Naruto did not respond as he soaked in the strange silence afterward. He was not expecting Kurokaze to actually praise him, let alone recommend a promotion or voice her approval. This was clearly not normal for Root, and he couldn't help but wonder if it was some tactic of theirs to make him feel more loyal to them. It sounded especially strange since Kurokaze's voice lacked any strong emotion. In fact, Anko or Kasaka was pretty much the only Root member that seemed halfway normal to Naruto. While it was true that he pretty much carried them in the operation, Naruto did not think that their pride would allow for them to acknowledge that so easily. Regular shinobi or even normal Umbu might have had too much pride to follow someone like him. These Root Umbu guys did not have much in the way of ego or personality though. They were cold, logical, pragmatic, and aloof. They saw competency, results, and stoicism in him. Given his clan pedigree and power as well, some of them might even have considered him a potential prince of some kind that was worthy of following if he proved himself capable. Tobirama's teachings and words circulated through Naruto's mind as he thought about what this could mean down the road. It might have been possible to secure the loyalty of the Root Umbu and usurp Danzo's position if he could win them all over and prove that he was worthier of following than Konoha's other leaders. It would certainly take time, years most likely, but the possibility seemed feasible now. In fact, it would probably be necessary. While he didn't have any plans of leading a coup anytime soon, Naruto did like having an open path to use that option if he had to one day. By that logic, it was probably in his best interest to really win these Root Umbu over. Killing them would be a waste. This would be one of his failsafe plans against Danzo. Nobody spoke, but Naruto could almost sense how these people were reacting beneath their masks. They likely saw him as one of them now and had a bit more trust. The fact that Naruto killed people was undoubtedly a major factor in this impression as well. These people were indoctrinated killers with die-hard loyalty to Konoha and a willingness to get their hands dirty. Seeing Naruto get his hands dirty alongside them was undeniably impactful. It would take a lot longer to get any real trust from these Root Umbu, but at the very least Naruto was glad to see progress. Now that we've addressed the success of Part 1 in the mission, I will give a short briefing about Part 2. As you all know, Itama needs to return to his other team and encounter the target with them so that they can return to the village with her. The purpose of this is to cover up our involvement. Division 2 will be tasked with intercepting all spies and messages to our village leaders and ensuring the Kage, Daimyo, and village council does not learn of our attack against the enemy village's forces. Naturally, it won't stay a secret indefinitely, but it is vital in ensuring our political leaders do not suspect our organization of anything for the next few years. Given their lack of spine, they would undo our work and make concessions that would be of no benefit to our nation. Our boss has made it expressly clear that we are responsible for projecting strength since our political leaders are too weak or incompetent to do it themselves, Kurokaze explained. Everyone stared quietly as Kurokaze paused briefly and looked over the platoon again. She then continued, Part 1 was more difficult, but do not take Part 2 any less seriously. A recent complication has made the mission more challenging. Before leaving our village, Itama identified that the suspicious client his other team was hired to escort is a possible shinobi. After doing an investigation, Kasaka was able to confirm the identity of this jewel merchant named Guren. I will now have her step in to brief you on this threat. Enko then stood up and walked in front of the semicircle. She looked around at everyone, but her gaze eventually just rested on Naruto's fox mask as she spoke up. The woman that hired Konoha for an escort was indeed a shinobi, and a very powerful one too. Her ability to infiltrate the village and bypass security checkpoints is a matter of major concern. Fortunately, Division 2 is already working on a countermeasure to improve security. As for the infiltrator herself, Guren is a very dangerous and mentally unstable person. I recognized her as a disciple of Orochimaru, the traitor Sannin. Our latest intel suggests that she's a higher-up in Otogekyure's chain of command as well. In addition to that, she possesses a very unique Kekii Genkai that allows her to manifest crystal ninjutsu. Her threat level is S rank. I believe that she came to our village for two reasons. The first was to test out some kind of chakra suppression ability that allowed her to slip through security. The second was to hire a team from our village to go with her to Kyuzugakyure. Given how strong she is, the only logical reason for doing that would be so that her escort could take the fall for something she plans on accomplishing there. The leader ordered me to keep this information confidential until after we cleared Part 1 of the mission. To guarantee the success of Part 2, the entire platoon will need to be on standby and shadow Itama's other team. Guren is not to be taken lightly. A crystal Kekii Genkai, she's S-rank threat level 2. Damn, that will be a problem, Naruto thought seriously. Kurokaze nodded at Enko before speaking again. Given the danger your other team will be in Itama, we will be keeping the target in our custody until after Guren is dealt with. After a brief pause, one of the other Umbu spoke up. It was INO. Itama is more than capable of soloing this enemy mean. Talk about a vote of confidence. He hasn't even spoken to me yet, Naruto thought, surprised as he looked at the Strike Team 3 leader. The dog-masked man then glanced his way and spoke again. I share Kuroke's impression of Itama's competency. I believe he can handle it himself. We would risk exposure if anyone were to notice us shadowing them. It is doubly vital that Sarutobi does not spot us either. Anko crossed her arms and shook her head. Even if he can, that's not the point, INO. We have no idea what Guren plans to do in Kyuzugakure and should not leave things solely in the hands of the kid. Your point is valid, Kasaka, but INO is also correct. Itama will have to shoulder the largest burden in Part 2 of the operation. We will be shadowing him, but intervention should be a last resort. Kuroke's chimed in again. Naruto then lifted his hand up to catch everyone's attention and spoke, I can take care of it myself. I think the platoon would better serve to handle whatever threat is waiting for us in Kyuzugakure. Based on Kasaka's theory about the end goal of Guren's mission there, it's likely that Guren hopes Kusa will wipe out our team while she goes after her real goal. You'd be more helpful to us if you killed any Kusa nin that came after my other team. Kuroke's nodded, so long as you can handle Guren yourself, I see no problem with following those parameters in Part 2. Anko or Kasaka then shook her head. It might be a good idea for Itama to explain the situation to the girl before he leaves. She might not react well if she wakes up and he's gone. There shouldn't be a need for that, Kasaka, the girl has been awake the past few minutes. Obviously, she heard everything, Kuma announced stoically. Everyone's masked heads then turned towards the Jinchuriki fool who was seemingly still sleeping against the cave wall. We know you're awake, girl, don't bother pretending otherwise. It's good you know the plan now. It will save us time, Kuroke stated. Fu then opened her eyes and looked over the creepy masked platoon a bit warily. She frowned as she stood up and voiced her thoughts, so you guys are trying to make some elaborate cover-up for me to immigrate into your village and keep your leaders from learning about your involvement in Taki? Does that mean your threat to go to war with IWA was a bluff? Kuroke's nodded, you understand the situation better than expected. That is correct, and after we return to our village, your status as a Jinchuriki will be kept confidential from the general public. Itama, make sure she understands the importance of being discreet and cooperative before you go. Naruto nodded as he stood up and walked over towards Fu. She seemed a bit uncertain but calmed down as he placed a hand on her shoulder and sighed. Nobody noticed, but he marked her with a seal while doing this. I'll explain this more to you later, Fu, but it's important that you stay with my platoon and listen to them while I'm away. I'm actually on a double mission right now and have to get back to my other team. You're going to join up with us on the way back from Kyuzugakure, but for now you have to stay with them and shadow us. Don't worry, I won't be far away. All of this will make more sense later, just trust me, Naruto assured her. Yamato then walked up and nodded, I'll explain more to her, Itama, and keep her safe. We'll tell her what to do as well. You need to get back soon before the sun rises. Thanks, Kino, Naruto nodded before walking towards the cave exit. Fu seemed to trust Naruto's assurance as she nodded, but it was clear that she had a strange anxiety about her fellow Jinchuriki not being close. As Naruto reached the exit to the cave, he glanced at Kuroke's. Before I go, Captain, how do you want me to deal with Guren? Execution, capture, or evasion? It would be detrimental if she were to escape, and it would be a waste to kill someone with valuable information on Orochimaru and Otogekure. Incapacitate her if possible so that we can pick her up for interrogation and take her back at HQ, don't risk revealing your powers to her though. Full-fledged combat against her will endanger the primary mission. Stealth is the highest priority, so only attempt capture if the opportunity presents itself. We cannot be seen or detected by your sensei either, so if he is close, we won't be able to help you. We'll only intervene if your life is in danger. The safest option would be to find out what she's after and retreat with your other team, Kuroke suggested. Understood, Captain. Naruto nodded before taking his leave. After he left, Kuroke's then addressed the platoon again, everyone has 5 minutes to reform for departure. Strike teams 2 and 3, you're responsible for safeguarding the target and should remain further back. Strike Team 1 will be performing primary overwatch on Itama's group and I'd like Strike Team 4 to scout ahead to Kusagakure. Absolute stealth is necessary. Kill anyone who sees you, civilian or otherwise. Great Tree Crossing. After splitting off from the Division 1 Umbu route platoon, Naruto made a quick detour to change back into his other clothes and reseal his Umbu gear. After finishing that, Naruto checked in on his wood clone which had been oddly quiet the entire first part of the double mission. It was currently at the inn room that he was sharing with Asuma-sensei and had been asleep. The clone would sneak out of the room after being contacted by Naruto and slipped outside a bit north of the small town. Along the way, it mentally gave Naruto a brief summary of what had all happened since his departure 2 days ago. Apparently, things had been rather calm and uneventful as the clone spent most of its time hanging out with Guren partaking in local leisure of the small town. The whole first day was incredibly uneventful as Guren dragged it around to shop at local stores or other caravans. INO and Hinata had been shadowing it and Guren most of that day. Guren had apparently attempted to invite the wood clone Naruto to go to the hot springs with her, but it managed to get out of doing that when Asuma came back and had a meeting with Team 10. The Jonin had informed his team that while there was a sign of a huge battle around the workers clearing the road into grass country, the leftover remnants of AIM and Kusa armaments and headbands also implied that they had been the ones battling. However, the Jonin noted how suspicious it was that so many bodies were absent and how there was no obvious trail left behind by any of them. The man was obviously concerned about it and informed his team that they would have to be on high alert when the roads were clear. INO and Hinata were particularly distressed about this, but they fortunately withheld Naruto's concerns about Guren unbelievably. This implied that they trusted Naruto more than he thought they did. The whole second day however, Asuma asked Naruto and INO to go scout around on different roads looking for peculiar clues while he and Hinata stayed back with Guren at Great Tree Crossing. INO was extremely grateful for this since she was growing increasingly worried about Guren's interest in Naruto. Even Asuma himself likely thought it was a good idea to give Naruto a break from their clingy client. While the clone was with INO scouting around, the blonde girl would berate him constantly about Guren and how they should inform Asuma-sensei soon about her being a shinobi. The wood clone told her that they would the next morning. As the duo were out scouting though, the wood clone and INO did have an unexpected run-in with someone. They encountered a Kusagakure Chunin who was in fire country by himself. The wood clone and INO would sneak up on the foreign nin and ask him what he was doing in the land of fire, and to their surprise the other nin would inform them that he was sent to investigate a massacre that happened at Kusa's border and asked if they knew anything about it. The wood clone knew what Naruto already suspected. Root massacred Kusa and AIM forces and planted a huge fake battle scene there on the destroyed path to delay all trade caravans across the border. The clone would inform the Kusa nin that their sensei identified dead AIM nin at the scene of the battlefield and also inform him that they were on an escort mission to take a merchant caravan to Kusagakure before getting delayed. To the wood clone's horror though, INO would actually warn the Chunin that Team 10 suspected their client was a shinobi and that her wanting a Konoha escort to Kusa was suspicious. That was the only troublesome thing that had occurred in the real Naruto's absence the past 2 days. The clone was able to salvage the situation by telling the Kusa Chunin that they believed Guren was leading them into an ambush and asked if Kusagakure was expecting a shipment of jewels. The Kusa Chunin seemed shocked by this information but was grateful for the heads up about it. He let them know that he'd pass it along to his chain of command and make sure his leaders were aware of Konoha's cooperation in his investigation. He also assured them that Kusa would keep eyes on their client when she reached their village. After reaching its location, the real Naruto would dispel his clone under the cover of some trees before returning to Great Tree Crossing Town. Finally back and up to date on the situation, Naruto would casually arrive to the edge of the town as he thought about how to handle the operation now. I didn't expect INO to tell Kusagakure about Guren. That could potentially complicate things further, but it might not be a problem if I use the situation to our advantage. Kusa is less likely to attack us now since we informed them that Guren was suspicious, and we cooperated with their investigation. If what Kasaka said was true, then Guren intended for Team 10 to take the fall for whatever she's planning on doing in Kusa. This could spare us some trouble. The only problem though is I'll have a much harder time capturing Guren or fighting her if Kusa nin are helping us. Damn it INO, why did you have to tell them, the boy thought. Naruto then took cover again around some trees before making a shadow clone and handing it one of his special kunai. He told it to stay there and wait for him before teleporting back to Fu's location. Within a second, Naruto found himself further away in the forest surrounded by strike teams 2 and 3. They all looked a bit spooked by his reappearance there, but kept their composure as the blonde spoke up, change of plans. I just found out that my teammate INO warned Akusa Chunin about Guren. They're going to be closely watching us now and you guys won't be able to get close without killing them. Let Kurokaze know that I'm going to teleport Guren back here when we get a chance later and we can take her down for capture out of anyone's range. Whoa, how did you get back here? Fu exclaimed a bit louder than anyone liked. Anko quickly covered her mouth before nodding, thanks for the update, Itama. Kuma, go inform the other strike teams. How did you teleport? Fu asked in a whisper after wrestling Anko's hand off her mouth. Naruto then looked at her calmly, like I said, Fu, just trust me and listen to the platoon. I won't be far away. She then stared with relief and awe at him as she nodded, sure thing. I feel a lot better knowing you can come back like this. By the way, that armor is sick. I love your headband too. Her comment was received with silence, but it was likely that several of the Umbu members had some kind of opinion about it since Naruto's orange armor had the Senju clan symbols on its pauldrons and the Uzumaki symbol on its front. The Genin's horned headband was also surprising to some of them that hadn't seen him in this outfit yet. Where did you get armor like that? Anko couldn't help but ask as she stared in disbelief. Naruto didn't respond and quickly teleported back to his shadow clone which was holding one of his marked kunai still. After returning to it, he dispelled the clone again and put his kunai away before walking out of the cover of the forest and back towards the outskirts of the great tree crossing town. Not too long after getting close, Naruto saw Asuma leaning against a tree in front of his path, with the town in view behind him. His Jonin sensei was smoking a cigarette and spoke without looking up, having trouble sleeping, Naruto? It's kind of late for a patrol, don't you think? Or maybe early, some would say. I just needed some air, Asuma-sensei, he replied with a sigh. The Jonin nodded as he turned to look at the Genin walking up to him. I get the feeling you're on edge right now. I think I know you well enough by now to tell when you're stressed out, which isn't often. Hinata mentioned that she was worried about you and that she was relieved when I sent you and INO out the other day away from Guren-san. Is that all she said, sensei? Naruto asked. The bearded man nodded. Yeah, that's all she said out loud, but she didn't need to say anything else for me to figure out what was going on. I can tell that you kids are already aware of what I picked up on too. That our client is suspicious. I'm not going to ask why you didn't voice your concerns to me. It's clear you don't trust me. Come on, let's go talk for a bit, Naruto. The Genin sighed as he followed his sensei to a more remote location further away. He made sure to check if they were alone, and Naruto didn't sense anyone nearby as they went further into the forest and out of sight from the town. Asuma then leaned against another tree and took a heavy puff of his cigarette again before looking at Naruto grimly. I've been meaning to have a serious talk with you about everything lately. Maybe now's not the best time, but I can tell you don't trust me. Given the dangers we're in with this mission, I can't have us walking into an ambush with that kind of thing looming over our team. I meant what I said before, I am glad to be your sensei. You're a proper prodigy and you did a really good job earning the trust of your teammates and training them. Their stronger loyalty to you over me speaks volumes about how competent you already are as a leader. I am not here to chastise you for keeping me in the dark. I just want to know what your thoughts are on our client. I know you're putting on a crazy act for Guren-san. I was actually going to tell you about it soon. I held off because I didn't want our mission to get cancelled. Going along with this was a great way to gather information, sensei, and I knew it would give our team valuable hands-on experience. That woman not a civilian. She snuck into the village past our security and was able to conceal her chakra. I felt like we'd lose an opportunity to find out who she is and why she did it if I called her out. That fake love act was meant to lower her guard and make her see me as a love-struck kid, and not a potential threat. If I had to guess, she has some kind of motive in Kusa and she hired us to take the fall for it. INO and I informed Akusa Chunin about her yesterday on our patrol. They'll be on standby to apprehend her as well if she tries anything, Naruto explained. Asuma nodded, that all makes sense to me, and I approve of your logic and initiative. Instead of us walking into an ambush, Guren-san will instead. Even so, it's dangerous to share information with other villages lightly. You never know who's an imposter these days. Still, you think and act like an Umbu does. It's crazy considering you're still a genin. Ino's father, Inoichi, is a friend of mine and he thinks you'll be a jonin in 2 years. He also mentioned to me that you're a prodigal sensory type, which explains why you were able to notice something off with our client's chakra. I had no idea you were a sensory ninja prior to him telling me. You're definitely someone I can rely on. I just want you to know that you can rely on me as well. I am your sensei after all. We're in this together. If you were suspicious of our client too, why didn't you intervene or pass this information to the Hokage to call things off? Naruto asked. Doing that would have only created a larger rift between you and me. I want you to know that the only reason I've been so passive on this mission is because I didn't want to step on your toes and interfere with whatever it is that you were planning. It's kind of strange to say, but I see you as more of a younger peer than an actual underling. You're clearly way beyond genin level and I feel like I can trust you to do things most senseis can't. I assume you're probably wary of me because of the complicated relationship you have with my father. It would have served no purpose for me to hold you back like he does. For what it's worth, I don't agree with the way he's handled you, Naruto. Asuma explained. Naruto stared at him blankly and did not respond for a moment. Asuma was looking at him curiously and saw that Naruto was covered in dried sweat. The boy's stoic reaction to his words also implied that Naruto was far too composed for a kid his age. It was almost uncanny and some of it was still a residual coldness that Naruto hadn't shaken off since splitting off from the Umbu platoon. Against his better judgment, Naruto decided that he was going to voice his displeasure of the Hokage. Asuma's reaction would permanently determine whether Naruto could ever truly trust his sensei or not. You're right about that sensei, I don't like the way the Sandaime Hokage has neglected me. Given who my father was, I feel like it's pure negligence. I wonder how the Yondaime would feel if he knew Hiruzen Sarutobi let his only son rot in poverty without a guardian. I know Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki had money. Where did any of it go? Why did I have to live in a slum by myself? Why wouldn't your dad think I was worth mentoring or training considering who my parents were and what I am? I don't just see him as incompetent. I get the feeling he actually hates me. What was he even thinking, sensei? Let's allow the whole village to ostracize the demon fox kid and let him grow up resentful in isolation and poverty. That won't have any negative consequences. It's no wonder Konoha has so many missing men given how terrible its leadership is right now. The old man spoils his own grandson and yet he barely gives me enough money to live on in my crappy apartment. Instead of mentorship, he ordered Umbu to just stalk me everywhere and left me in isolation. I assumed I was put on your team so that you could watch me for him. The old man Hokage seems obsessed about watching over me, but he's never done much to help me. So yeah, we do have a complicated relationship. Naruto spat with spite in his voice. Asuma's reaction to his rant was beyond description. He seemed caught off guard by Naruto's words and everything the boy said. There was no justification he could even think of to say that would make any of Naruto's statements less true. In fact, he had never even given it this much thought before. Asuma knew that the Hokage was neglectful of Naruto and even the last Uchiha boy as well. He knew that Naruto did not trust Hiruzen, but this went way beyond anything he could have imagined. Naruto actually seemed to resent him a great deal, and he knew everything. The boy's awareness of being a Jinchuriki was shocking and it was the last thing Asuma expected him to mention. Plus, Asuma was in disbelief that Naruto was aware of who his parents were too. Asuma was among the few jonin in the village that actually knew Minato was the boy's father, but he couldn't believe that Naruto knew about it himself. The boy's point about where his inheritance went was also a grim reality that Asuma never considered. Given Naruto's full awareness and cold logic about the entire situation, Asuma couldn't even blame the boy for feeling spiteful about the Hokage. He was at a complete loss for words as he stared at the blonde genin's intense eyes. I know about the Kyuubi, sensei, INO does too. I felt like it was only right to tell her after she confronted me about her missed mind transfer and had questions. The only good things your father ever did for me was letting me study in the library and passing that law that forbade the younger generations from finding out that I'm a Jinchuriki. I was shocked when INO accepted me, nonetheless though. I took your advice to heart and decided to trust someone. I want to thank you for that. It's people like the Ichiraku ramen workers, INO, and Irika-sensei that I genuinely respect and appreciate as people. I may be a monster to most of Konoha, but I care about the village, and I don't want my father's death to have been in vain. I'm sorry for the rant, sensei. I don't want you to take my resentment against the Hokage as any towards you. I actually like you a lot, but I'm on the fence about trusting you. I didn't want you to report anything to the Hokage. The old man doesn't deserve to know my business when he doesn't even have the common decency or respect to tell me about my parents or the Kyuubi. He may think he's protecting me, but I don't need his protection. My former sensei taught me how to protect myself. Naruto sighed. Asuma put out his cigarette but before immediately pulling out another one and lighting it, damn, I didn't realize things were that bad, and I had no idea you were aware of everything. I won't deny the truth to any of it though, or your feelings on the matter. It's true, my dad really dropped the ball neglecting you all this time. For what's worth though, I get it. He did the same thing to me and I'm his son. Considering how much he spoils my nephew, Konohamaru, it seems ridiculous that he lets you live in a slum. I'll definitely make sure that's fixed when we get back. Don't bother sensei, I'd prefer it if you didn't even tell him any of this. Obviously, I can't force you to keep it between us, but I will never trust you if you snitch on me to the Hokage. There's no point in trying to get the old man's validation or help anymore. There's nothing he could do now that would change my opinion of him. I know he's your father and I know it's disrespectful of me to badmouth him to your face, but that's how I feel. He was once a great shinobi and a good person at heart, but he's done irreparable damage to me personally when he didn't have to. I wonder how my father would feel if he saw how yours handled me. Do you think Minato Namikaze would approve? Do you think he'd question me for relying on myself after the village he died to protect treated his own son like a monster? Do you think he'd approve of your disingenuous attempt to get my trust now? What have any of you guys ever done to deserve my trust? Naruto scoffed. Asuma frowned as he looked down at the ground. I won't even ask how you learned about the Kyuubi or your parents. That's probably none of my business. I will say this though, I knew Minato Namikaze. He was a great prodigy among shinobi. The legendary Yellow Flash. He was good-natured and everyone loved him. His students loved him most of all, and I see a lot of him in you. You're a real genius like he was. He would not approve of the way you've been treated, and I don't either. I know it may sound disingenuous considering I'm a Sarutobi, but I requested to be your sensei after expressing my concerns to the Sandame. Kakashi Hatake also requested to be your sensei as well. Nobody is more disgusted by the politics surrounding you than we are. I don't want you to think that I was ordered to be your sensei or that I'm just a mouthpiece for the Hokage here to report on you. I meant what I said. I'm glad you're my student and I am glad you took my advice about your teammates to heart. I'm not going to report this to the Hokage, Naruto. That is a conversation the two of you should have when you're ready. The last thing I'd want is to give you more of a reason not to trust me. I won't demand your trust without offering mine in exchange, so I'll trust you and keep things between us. You deserve that much at the very least. Really? You're not going to tell the Sandame I said any of this or that I know everything? Naruto asked surprised. The Jonin nodded, yeah, but I would like to be able to tell Kakashi about you knowing this stuff if you're okay with that. As I said, he and I were very vocal to the Hokage about wanting to mentor you. He shares my sentiments about this whole thing. Besides, the guy asks me about you every time we cross paths. I guess that's fine, but why would Kakashi Hatake request to be my sensei? What's his interest in me anyways? Naruto asked. Kakashi was one of Minato Namikaze's students and he's one of my closest friends. He looked up to him like a father after his died. He and I are some of the few people who knew your parents personally and that you're their son. The Yondaime-sama's death hit Kakashi pretty hard, and he's always been vocal about his disagreements with the Hokage's handling of you. You should know that he and I were both 14 when your father died and Kakashi actually asked the Hokage if he could adopt you. My dad told him no and said he was too young and had too much trauma to look after a Jinchuriki. I'll say it again, Naruto, I do not agree with the way my father has handled you. I requested to be your sensei to make up for his negligence. The Sandaime does not hate you, but I feel like he's been overburdened for a long time. My father has been through countless wars and came out of retirement after the Yondaime died. He's certainly not infallible and I can't justify his actions in recent years, but try to have some empathy for the burden he's under. I don't want you to hate him. I think he honestly believed that he was protecting you. He always looks guilty when you come up in conversation. I do understand his caution about telling you the truth though. If people were to find out that you were the Yondaime's son. Asuma trailed off. They'd do what? Try to kill me. That's another problem with the village right now, Asuma-sensei. Other villages are growing increasingly belligerent and bold. Take the attempted kidnapping of Hinata a few years back by Kyumo, and the Hokage allowing them to demand the death of a Hyuga member for killing the abductors. Why the hell would he make concessions to a village that came after a clan heir? That's beyond weak. It's insulting to all the shinobi that died for our village. It's insulting to the Senjus, the Uchihas, the Hyugas, and the Sarutobis. How do you think your grandfather, Sasuke Sarutobi, would react to it? Naruto shook his head. It doesn't even surprise me that you know about that too. You really are a genius kid. I know it's difficult to understand, but the Sandaime was trying to prevent another war, Naruto. That was a very sensitive matter that a lot of us disagreed with. I know for a fact my grandfather would not approve, but we can't afford another great shinobi war right now, Asuma replied grimly. Allowing other nations to bully and extort ours is not going to keep the peace. The only way to stop bullies is to stand up to them and put them in their place, otherwise they'll keep trying to get away with more audacious things. Konoha doesn't need to be balanced with the other great nations. We need to be stronger than them and become a deterrent against their aggression and warmongering. Peace can only be maintained through absolute strength, and considering how weak our village is right now, it would be the perfect time for an enemy to attack us. The Hokage is getting old, he has no successor lined up, and we've been declining since my dad died. I take this crap seriously, sensei, and I want to become Hokage so that I can fix this mess Konoha is in. This isn't just about me. It's about everything. Why wouldn't the old man kill Orochimaru? Where the hell was he during the Uchiha massacre? Why'd he let the other two Sannin just leave the village? Why doesn't he have a proper successor lined up? Naruto couldn't help but rant some more. Asuma sighed as he took a huge puff and looked up. I don't know Naruto, but you make a lot of good points. You almost sound like the elders talking about these things. You don't have to carry the weight of the world on your shoulders though. I don't have those answers for you, but all I can offer now is my support. If becoming Hokage and fixing Konoha is your dream, then I'll do my absolute best to help you achieve that. For what it's worth though, I'm glad that you care about these things and that you don't hate the village. Not many people could feel your sense of duty after having a childhood like yours. My father is lucky that you have such a passionate loyalty to Konoha. Naruto took a deep breath before sighing. I'm sorry, Asuma-sensei, I didn't mean to drop all of that on you so late at night. I guess I've been holding in these feelings for a while now. There is one potential answer I have that can explain my father's behavior, though. The reason my father is so passive and soft, as some would say, is because he doesn't wish to be like his father. It's not common knowledge even to our own clan, but Sasuke Sarutobi would be considered tyrannical and morally sadistic by today's standards. My father despises his father, but for the sake of our clan he is remembered as a hero, Asuma explained. How so, sensei? What did Sasuke Sarutobi do that was so bad? Naruto asked, surprised by this new insight. Asuma frowned. My father never told me exactly what he did, but he once mentioned to me once that his greatest fear in the world was to become like his father. I can't even imagine how bad it must have been for him to say that, considering how legendary and renowned Sasuke Sarutobi was. I guess I've been so focused on my own feelings that I never considered his. I appreciate you hearing me out, sensei. Sometimes it's good to vent and to hear another perspective. I don't hate the Hokage, but I hope one day he'll have some answers for me, Naruto sighed. I'm glad you were able to vent your frustrations to me, Naruto. I can't do much, but I will make an honest effort to be a good sensei for you. Thank you for trusting me. I swear I won't take that for granted. I owe it to the Yondaime-sama and to Kushina-san. They were really good people, and I think you're a good person too. A bit of an uptight hard ass, but you genuinely care about others. I know they'd be proud of you in spite everything. I certainly am, Asuma replied with an earnest smile. Naruto's mood finally lightened up as he nodded. Well, we should probably get back before anyone notices we're missing. Without a doubt. The roads are cleared finally, so we'll be departing in a few hours. You might want to get some sleep. You look beyond tired right now. Have you been out here training all night? Asuma chuckled. I suppose I am a bit tired, Naruto replied. The Jonin then started walking and was immediately followed by Naruto as the two made their way back to the town. About a minute into their walk back, Asuma broke the silence again as he turned his head towards the genin. I'm curious, who did train you? This former sensei of yours, I mean. I won't say his name, but he's dead now. He was a member of my clan though, Naruto answered vaguely. Asuma nodded. I'm guessing he probably told you a lot of this stuff, huh? I won't pry into it, but that guy clearly taught you some advanced skills. I saw you and the girls practicing Umbu tactics 2 weeks ago. Team 10 really is ahead of the curve thanks to you. After INO accepted the truth about me being a Jinchuriki, I decided to give them a chance. Besides, you were right, sensei, I can't become Hokage without allies. Not to mention, I severely underestimated those girls. I thought INO was a shallow airhead and Hinata was a weak-willed coward. I was wrong about them, and I'm glad I was, Naruto replied. His sensei smirked. Well, INO is a bit of an airhead, but they both really care about your opinions of them. I'm glad you trust them and I'm glad they trust you. By the way, does Hinata know about the Nine Tails too? Not yet, but I figured I'd tell her at some point. It took a lot longer to get her to open up to me, so I don't want to drop that kind of stuff on her until she's ready for it. If she doesn't take it well, then at least I can get her trained up before she distances herself, Naruto shrugged. I don't think Hinata take things as poorly as you think. That girl idolizes you more than anyone in her own family. If anything, I think she trusts you more than INO does, and that's saying something, haha. By the way, I meant to tell you this, but Hinata's father Hayashi Hyuga-san asked me about her change in personality recently. He was super impressed by how motivated she's become and how she never backs down from challenges anymore. Apparently, she's been gaining a lot more respect among her clan from training all the time and showing an unprecedented ambition and progress to surpass her cousin. As much as I wanted to take credit for that, I told him that was all you. Huh, if you could have seen the look on Hayashi-san's face, Naruto. Asuma grinned. You told Hinata's dad that I was responsible for her improvement. Naruto seemed surprised. What did he say about that? Asuma smirked. Well, I probably shouldn't speak for him, but he looked shocked. Believe it or not though, he did mention wanting to meet you at some point. Apparently, Hinata also told him his training was too easy compared to yours and demanded to learn more advanced Juken from him. You really are your father's son. You're already a good leader, and you're still just a kid. I'm seriously lucky to have you a student. It's like having a second Jonin around. You guys are gonna obliterate the competition in the Chunin exams and make me look good. I'm looking forward to it. Sadly, it won't be for a while though, Asuma noted. The Chunin exams? When are those going to happen? Naruto asked. The Jonin shrugged. Well, it's normally hosted twice a year, but a lot of the greater villages like to wait until they can host it before sending their premium teams in. Having a home field advantage is pretty significant. It's uncommon for greater villages to send a team to another greater village unless it's a veteran genin team that's retesting. Smaller villages usually send their people to every one of them, however, since they can't really host one themselves. The last one just happened at IWA a couple weeks ago, I think. We didn't send any of our people there though, since IWA is not very friendly to Konoha. We were supposed to get the next one in 6 months, but Danzo-sama and the elders cancelled ours for some reason not too long ago. A lot of the Jonin were mad about it, but it's done now. Why would we cancel the Chunin exams? Won't that make us look incompetent? Naruto asked, bewildered. Asuma shrugged, no idea, but knowing Danzo-sama, it was probably for some kind of security reason. I'm not sure if you've met him, but he's one of the village elders and a former teammate of my father. He runs a lot of the village intelligence and has a significant amount of political power in the village council. He somehow convinced the daimyo of the Land of Fire to allow our cancellation of the Chunin exams. Even the Sandaime has no idea why he would, since Danzo-sama is obsessed with Konoha's political standing. The Hokage did end up agreeing with the elders about it after a talk behind closed doors, but I wasn't privy to that conversation. I know why Danzo did it, because he doesn't want you being exposed to the world yet. Chunin exam finals often draw a lot of attention and are meant to show off national might. It wouldn't take IWA long to realize you were the person who embarrassed them at Takigakure if they saw you sweeping the floor with everyone in 6 months. Root can gain a lot more anonymous use out of you by keeping your power a secret. I have to hand it to that crippled old man, he's definitely smart. Kurama spoke in Naruto's head. Well, that sucks, so Konoha won't be participating in the Chunin exams for a while then, huh? Naruto frowned. Pretty much. If you kids want to take the Chunin exams anytime soon, we'll have to go take the exam in another village. That usually requires permission. But given the fact that you're a Jinchuriki and how many clan heirs are in your graduating class, I don't think the elders are willing to budge on giving any of the rookies permission to test in another village. Not to mention, testing in Kyumo or IWA is out of the question since they're our biggest rivals. Kiri is possible, but they've been unstable for a while and it's a long journey there. Suna is the only viable option other than Konoha. We won't be able to host the Chunin exams in our village for at least another 2.5 years. It'll go Suna in 6 months, then Kiri, then Kyumo, then IWA again, and back to us. We might send some of our older genin teams to Suna in 6 months, but all the village leaders think that this year's class is better off getting some experience and waiting until they're ready. 2.5 years. I'm 13.5, so I'll be 16 before I can even take a Chunin exam. That's lame, so much for me making Jonin in 2 years, Naruto sighed. Well, you'll probably make Jonin a few months after becoming a Chunin. It can come from the Hokage's recommendation or the Jonin Council voting on a Chunin. Considering how good you already are, I don't see anyone voting against your promotion. Plus, I'm sure the Hokage would definitely recommend you by then anyways. If he didn't, I'd say something. I wouldn't worry too much about promotions though. You kids have got a long career ahead of you. Besides, most people don't pass the first time because they're not ready. It'll give you more time to prepare. Not only that, but would you really want to go to Kiri, Kyumo, or IWA? They're pretty hostile to Leaf Shinobi. Our only real allies are Kyuzugakure, Tsunade, and Tanigakure. Even those alliances are shaky at best. Suna is the only greater village we get along with, mostly because we're both aligned against IWA. Kusa relies on us for protection against IWA in exchange for having a closer front to them. Tani has no choice because they're smack dab in the middle of 2 greater nations who get along, Asuma shrugged. The genin thought over the situation some more as a brief silence followed. Danzo was actually really smart to delay the Chunin exams in Konoha. Given our weakened state right now, the last thing we need is to give enemy villages an excuse to come spy on us or to find out about me. I mean, IWA would definitely send people to the Chunin exams here to investigate me if we were hosting it in 6 months. Plus, this is a good way to keep Iwa and Kyumo from communicating with our village leaders while Root and I do Black Ops for the time being. Hey Naruto, the friend who gave you that armor was your former sensei, right? I was wondering, why does it have Senju clan symbols on it? Asuma asked as they neared the town. Because the Uzumaki clan is closely blood-related to the Senju clan. I'm technically a Senju and an Uzumaki on my mom's side. Naruto answered. Asuma looked at him surprised, really? I had no idea the Uzumaki clan was closely related to the Senju clan. The first Hokage was married to an Uzumaki according to my former sensei, and the clans were closely blood-related even before that. Most of the branch families in the Senju clan dispersed and married into other clans in the village, so a lot of people in Konoha are part Senju several generations back. My line comes from the main family of the Senju clan though. I'd hate to use this phrasing, it means I'm a royal or an heir. My mom was a descendant of Mito Uzumaki who was the Shodame's wife. At least that's what I was told, Naruto noted. So you're related to 3 of the Hokages then? No way, if the elders found out about that, they'd be frothing at the mouth to make you a Hokage. Plus, if that's all true, then I guess that means you're a Senju clan heir and you're related to the legendary Tsunade. She is the Shodame's granddaughter. I had no idea Kushina Uzumaki was related to her. I wonder if my father knows about that. Asuma remarked with fascination. Naruto gave it some thought. I know Tsunade Senju and I have some blood ties, but I'm not exactly sure how closely related we really are. I've never met her, and I don't know anything about the lady. Do you know why Tsunade Senju left the village, sensei? I couldn't say for certain, Naruto. I don't know much about her or the Senju clan in general. I didn't even know their branch families intermarried with a lot of the other great clans in the village. I did know that Tsunade-sama was its last known main family descendant though. She's been through a lot of war and loss. She retired as a shinobi and abandoned the mantle of her clan after the last great shinobi war. That would make you the clan heir now, especially since you're male. That kind of pedigree is definitely something the elders and the daimyo would respect in a future Hokage candidate. Though currently their favorite candidate as a successor is Tsunade Senju or the sage Sannin, Jiraiya. One of them would be ideally suited to take over until you're old enough to wield the mantle yourself. In fact, the Sannin would probably be receptive to it if they knew they already had a potential successor lined up behind them. Jiraiya-sama trained your father, so he'd be willing to mentor you, I imagine. Tsunade-sama would also be receptive to a blood relative, I'm certain, Asuma responded. How can they be favored candidates if they're not even in the village anymore? Do you know where they even are? Naruto asked. I have no idea, but it would be a great boon to Konoha if one or both of them were to return. Tsunade-sama is the last known Senju heir other than yourself. She is seen as a princess by the nobility in the land of fire, and she's quite powerful and assertive. She would not tolerate international belligerency or corrupt internal politics if she was in charge of Konoha. I can't think of a better successor to my father than one of the Sannin and another Senju. She could take over until you're old enough to become Hokage. Tsunade-sama is also a legendary healer, and she's certainly got the resume to be a Hokage, but she lacks the will to fight anymore. Maybe you could talk her into coming back though. Knowing you're a legit Senju and Uzumaki as well could certainly make a difference in appealing to her. If you really want to help the village, that is probably the most impactful thing you can do until you're older, Asuma responded thoughtfully. The blonde looked at his bearded sensei doubtfully. I doubt I could convince her of anything, sensei, I don't even know that lady, and what the hell would I say to her? Oh hey, I'm your last blood relative, do you mind taking over the village and mentoring me? If she was willing to abandon her mantle as the clan heir, then why would she care about coming back? I'm nothing to her, even if we are related. Plus, nobody even knows where she is. There's no point in wishful thinking. I operate in the realm of reality. Unless one of those Sannin come back on their own, the only logical option as the Sandame's successor is me. I'll work hard in the coming years to prove to the village that I'm worthy of being the next Hokage. The Jonin then laughed, well, it's just wishful thinking on my part. Though if anyone could talk Tsunade-sama into coming back, I know you could. I mean, you've already proven that you're good at sweet-talking older women. Even shady ones. Remind me not to leave alone with Kurenai, haha. Kurenai-sensei. Is there something between you two? Naruto asked surprised. Asuma looked away. Go get some sleep, Naruto. I'm going to stay up. Alright, the genin nodded before heading back to their room. As Naruto departed, Asuma frowned and looked down at the ground and reflected over everything they talked about. His mind was weighing heavy over Naruto's thoughts on the village and the Hokage. He would have to make up for Hiruzen's mistakes in some way, but at least he finally made some headway with Naruto. The man lit up another cigarette as he continued staring blankly. He's a Senju heir too. Naruto really might be able to talk Tsunade-sama into returning to the village. I know Jiraiya-sama would listen to him, especially since he's gifted like his father. I should look into finding out where they are when we're done with this mission. Tsunade-sama especially, maybe having an actual family member as a guardian might soften the kid's heart a bit. He talks like Konoha is going to burn to the ground if he doesn't save it personally. Are things really that bad? How did a boy his age get so obsessed with duty? Whoever this former sensei of his was, they clearly placed an impossibly heavy burden on him. I can't even imagine how dangerous Naruto would be if someone like Danzo-sama found out about this and got his claws on that boy. Dad really needs to step in and start appealing to Naruto, or that could end up becoming a reality. Danzo-sama can't find out about this. The next morning, Naruto awoke in cold sweat to the sound of knocking on his door as he groggily opened his eyes and sat up. He was beyond tired and sore from his 2 straight days of running with a battle in between. The genin had only managed to get a few hours of sleep, but he really needed them. Slowly, he forced himself to get up and willed his weariness away as he answered the door. He was still in his clothes and armor from the night before and didn't even bother taking them off. Opening the door, Naruto saw INO and Hinata both standing there. Good, you're already dressed. I thought you were still asleep, INO remarked with a sigh of relief. We ready to leave, finally? He asked with a yawn as he walked back into his room to pick up his pack. INO narrowed her gaze when she saw the dark circles under Naruto's eyes. Anyone with a modicum of awareness could clearly see that he was sleep-deprived. The girl crossed her arms and glared at him seriously. Don't tell me you didn't sleep last night. I did for a few hours, Naruto replied as he walked outside and closed the door. INO and Hinata followed him down the hallway as they headed for the exit and out to where Guren's caravan was parked at. Hinata couldn't help but voice her concern as well. Naruto-kun, are you alright? Yeah, I'm fine, just a bit tired still, he responded distantly. INO shook her head. Well, I'm certain your girlfriend will cheer you up. Ah. I talked to Sensei last night about it. We'll be ready for them, Naruto stated vaguely without looking back. What a relief, Hinata exclaimed. About time, what did he say? INO asked seriously. Naruto shook his head. He said he was already onto them too and that we were right to gather information. We can talk about it later, but I have everything under control. If you say so. INO sighed. By the way, how much longer until we get to Kusagakure? By wagon? 2 days probably. If we were running, we could get there today. Guren might want to pick up the pace though since we were delayed here for almost 3 days, Naruto noted. As the trio continued onward, they soon arrived at the merchant caravan and saw Asuma already there. Guren was talking to one of her fellow merchants but immediately stopped when she saw Naruto and walked up to him. Ah, there's my adorable and gallant bodyguard. It's a shame you didn't want to come by the hot springs last night. I guess we'll have to try again when you're a bit older, the woman said almost playfully. From his peripheral vision, Naruto could see Asuma looking away, almost wincing at her comment. He was pretty subtle about it though. While he found it funny initially, Asuma was clearly concerned about Guren's bizarre interest in Naruto now. INO and Hinata did not have subtle reactions however and weren't even trying to hide them. Hinata looked uncomfortable and instead of having an embarrassed face, she was starting to look unhappy as she stared at Guren warily. INO on the other hand was radiating disgust and didn't even try to hide her glare. Guren ignored the two girls as spoke up again, let's get going everyone. We have a lot of ground to cover today. 2 days later, Kusagakure. The trip to Kusa had been mostly uneventful thankfully. Naruto was grateful for the stop after the first day so he could get a full night's rest finally. It left him recharged and ready for whatever strange occurrence they were bound to deal with in the grass village. Guren's antics continued as normal, but Naruto felt a lot less stressed about her now that the first part of the double mission was over, and he was back with his team. It was also reassuring to have an entire Umbu platoon shadowing Team 10 even if they weren't required or unlikely to intervene. Naruto also felt a lot better after his talk with Asuma-sensei and couldn't help but feel a weight lifted from his shoulders. The Jonin seemed more sincere than his father Hiruzen did, and Naruto was still amazed that Asuma promised not to report him to the Hokage. After finally getting to Kusagakure, everyone was quite intrigued by its layout and structure. The village was split into 2 villages practically with bridges connecting them over a massive valley gorge and a river. The western side of the village was covered with grassland and fields as far as the eye could see. This view was only interrupted by mountains and rocks which became more prominent the further northwest one looked. The eastern side, which Team 10 had entered from, was half covered by a massive bamboo forest and other dense native flora to the land of fire and the land of grass. What was interesting though, were the massive amounts of giant mushrooms in the gorge below the bridges. Some were also in the deeper forested areas outside of the village itself. Many of the buildings in Kusa seemed similar to Konoha's architecture, but it was far smaller and less grandiose. Even so, this place was built like a fortress. Some homes and locations were built into trees as well. What Naruto found most interesting about Kusagakure was how incredibly significant it was as a tactical and political location. It controlled the roads between the land of earth and the land of fire and seemed incredibly defensible. It made sense though given how often it had served as a middle ground between IWA and Konoha forces waging war. As the merchant caravan passed into the village, they were met with a large security detail of Jonin and Chunin. Similar to before, Guren and her fellow merchants were able to bypass security as civilians. The Kusanin seemed far more wary of the Konoha escort than Guren but also allowed them entry on the condition they accept an escort of shinobi to watch them. Even despite being allies on paper, the Kusanin did not seem very friendly or receptive to the Konoha nin. Their animosity made sense considering that they probably disliked IWA and Konoha, but were forced to be cordial to the latter to protect themselves from the former. Given the cultures of the 2 greater villages, being a pseudo-vassal to Konoha was the lesser evil compared to having IWA as a hegemon. The scars of that regime likely still lingered from the last great shinobi world war. INO and Hinata were both amazed by the foreign village and its shinobi, but both of them could see all of the Kusanin eyeing them up like hostiles. The foreign shinobi were especially focused on Asuma and Naruto though. They clearly saw Asuma as the biggest threat since he was a jonin, but Naruto's armor and the iconography on it were certainly attention grabbers. Nobody would wear orange armor like Naruto's unless they were audacious enough to believe in their own might. Alright, Guren-san, we finally made it here. Only had to take out a few bandits along the way. Where's your client at? Asuma asked as the Konoha nin dismounted from the caravan and walked alongside her. Gozu, Rinji, you 2 take the wagons to our client. He lives on the other side of the village near the western half I believe. As for my escort, do you guys mind coming with me to drop off my paperwork at the administration building? I'll give you your bonus there and we can finalize the mission. Guren spoke up as she looked back. Sure, let's go wrap things up, Asuma nodded casually. She's going to do something crazy and have us cover her escape I'll bet. Luckily the Kusa shinobi are aware of her too, Naruto thought. Afterwards, Team 10 watched as the caravan left on its own with Gozu and Rinji leading it. Several Kusa nin followed the caravan as it headed further into the village leaving Guren alone with her Konoha escort and several Kusa nin who stayed behind. The group then silently followed the woman as she headed for a prominent building in the center of the east side of the village. Right next to it was what looked to be a hospital. As they moved along, about a dozen new Kusa Jonin and Chunin also joined the others in following them. Ino and Naruto both noticed one of the Chunin was the same one they encountered the other day. He looked between Guren and Team 10 before locking eyes with Naruto specifically. The Chunin then nodded his head at the genin as he looked back at Guren dangerously. This was probably meant to signal that the Kusa Nin were on standby to deal with her and that they were acknowledging the Konoha Nin for reporting her. The closer they got to their destination though, the more eerie things seemed to get. Naruto couldn't help but notice that there was a large absence of people around. Upon getting to the prominent building, someone then ran up to Guren and spoke to her. Kimimaro and Kotoheim got the kid, boss, just like you ordered. Good work Henzaki. It was quite fortunate you guys were in the area as well. At least something good came out of the delay. Let them know I'm coming. I just need to wrap things up here, she nodded. Got it boss. See you back at HQ, the man nodded before leaping away. This whole exchange spooked Ino and Hinata as its tone was far more sinister than they had seen out of Guren yet. Asuma tensed up as he stopped in his tracks and looked at Naruto. He and the blonde boy exchanged serious expressions before looking forward again at Guren. The woman then slowly turned around with a smug look. Team 10 remained still, but all of them could tell that she was already onto them. This is not good. Asuma thought seriously. Guren then looked at Naruto who had ironclad composure as he met her gaze fearlessly. Ino and Hinata were both obviously on edge as well, and Asuma had his hand on a trench knife at his waist as he looked around at the Kusa Nin who were all smirking as well. I clearly underestimated you guys. It's a good thing I had my men infiltrate this village just in case. I never would have guessed if you didn't tell Kijiri that you were on to me. I knew this whole thing was suspicious the moment I saw that roadblock. I'm glad to see my paranoia wasn't unfounded. My instincts are never wrong, Guren chuckled as she looked over Team 10 with an almost wicked grin. They fell for it easier than I thought they would. You were right, Guren-sama, the Kusa Chunin spoke up. He had medium length, purple-white hair and a gas mask on the lower half of his face. This man was apparently named Kijiri. These aren't Kusa shinobi then? Where is everyone in this part of the village? Did we walk into a trap? I thought you said you had a plan, Naruto. Ino shrieked in fear. Hinata looked around fearfully as she dropped into a taijutsu stance. Asuma then drew both trench knives and lit them up with wind chakra as he looked around at the dozen or so shinobi that were clearly not actual Kusagakure shinobi. Fighting them would be a major problem because it would attract legitimate Kusa Nin to back them up. Plus, now there was no failsafe to reinforce the Konoha Nin or to vouch for the fact that they weren't tied to whatever it was Guren was here to do. Oh shit. Damn it Ino. Sensei was right, you never know who's an imposter these days. I'll have to do some serious work to get us out of this situation. Naruto thought seriously. Guren's gaze remained on Naruto as she spoke seriously. I could tell when I met you that you were special, Naruto-kun. I mean really, you almost had me fooled until Kijiri reported you and that little blonde slut friend of yours. It's a real shame, I genuinely do like you. Slut. What did you just call me you disgusting, perverted hag? Ino hissed at Guren. The woman had her arms crossed and almost seemed to revel in Ino's fury as she laughed at her. Does Konoha really let little schoolgirls like you whore around in outfits like that on real battlefields? What a joke. You're an insult to real kunoichis. Naruto-kun is the only real shinobi among your genin team and even he didn't take me seriously enough. Naruto then drew his sword and lit it up with wind chakra as he glared angrily at Guren. Don't call her that, you crazy bitch. While she was still delirious with anger and fear, Ino couldn't help but admire the way Naruto spoke in her defense. Guren eyed Naruto amused. If the glove fits, I mean honestly, she was seething with jealousy the entire time. It was kind of pathetic. I wasn't jealous. I just knew you were a disgusting freak. Ino hissed at Guren. It's really a shame that things turned out this way, Naruto-kun. And here I thought you were going to win my heart by the time we got to Kusa. You shouldn't let your friends talk to your future wife like that, ha ha ha. Guren chuckled. I had a feeling you were putting on an act for me too, Naruto remarked with a deadly serious glare. Maybe, I guess we'll never know huh? So, about that talk we had on the road. What do you think now? How are your naive ideals going to help you here? What do you plan to do? How are you going to save everyone? The woman asked smugly. You're definitely going to find out soon enough, Naruto replied. Is that a threat? By all means prove me right and your childish ideals wrong. The only way you're getting out of this alive is if you beg me to take you with us or if you kill your way out of here. I'd be willing to forgive your duplicity if you ditched these losers and came with me. What do you say? I mean, you do like me, don't you? Guren sneered. To everyone's surprise, Hinata then got pissed off as she activated her Byakugan and spoke up, You're a vile fraud, Guren-san. Naruto-kun is not going with you and we're not going down without a fight. Spare me the theatrics, little Hyuga princess. I'm amazed you got all those words out without stuttering. Oh, I'm going to defeat you. Guren taunted and mocked Hinata as she imitated the girl's meek demeanor. This caused the surrounding imposter Kusa-nin to start snickering and laughing. The gentle Hyuga girl looked angrier than Naruto had ever seen her before as she clenched her fists tighter and sent a piercing hateful gaze into Guren's eyes. INO looked equally pissed off as her blue eyes radiated hatred for Guren. Screw you, bitch. I can't wait to kill you. INO hissed as she pulled out a kunai and got into a combat stance as well. Guren then looked around and smirked, I don't think you understand the situation you're in right now. You can't attack me or my men unless you want the whole of Kusagakure coming down on you. They are Konoha's allies, aren't they? Most are probably innocent too. To Guren's surprise, Naruto then spoke up, I'm certain they'll change their minds about us when they find out you're Otogakure-nin who infiltrated their village. In fact, they'll probably even suspect you guys of that roadblock after I tell them. All of Guren's surrounding men and the woman herself looked shocked by Naruto mentioning their actual affiliation. Asuma, INO, and Hinata were even more surprised by Naruto's knowledge of that. They're Otogakure-nin. How do you know that, Naruto? Asuma asked. The blonde boy shook his head, I'll tell you later, but she's an S-rank threat, sensei. Otogakure-nin. What's your objective here in Kusa anyways? INO demanded. It sounds like they came here to abduct some kid and have us take the fall for it. That or at least buy them time to escape, Naruto answered. Guren stared at Naruto surprised as she shook her head, you really are smart, and you keep surprising me. How long have you known, Naruto-kun? It seems odd that someone with your intelligence would willingly walk into this trap, especially if you knew I'm powerful. I can't help but wonder if you actually want to come with me. I have Guren marked with a seal, so if I let her escape, I can go fight her away from my team and find out who this kid they were talking about is. We can't actually fight and kill these guys in the middle of Kusa. They already have their target, so we stand to gain nothing by staying here and getting framed. We need to get out of here. I can double back to take Guren out myself. Naruto went over the situation in his head. He ignored Guren's question and quickly looked at Asuma, Sensei, we need to retreat. We can't win this fight, and even if we can, I'm not about to let these assholes frame us. I was about to suggest the same thing. This isn't a winnable situation, Asuma nodded as he looked around at the disguised Oto-nin. Let's move. Take point, Sensei, I'll cover the rear. Naruto shouted as the entirety of Team 10 then turned and began to run away. The surrounding enemies all charged in to attack the Konoha-nin, but Asuma cut down two of them with his trench blades to create an opening. From the flanks, Hinata used her taijutsu to strike a few, but she didn't kill them. INO wasted no time blasting two others back with a water jutsu and managed to toss a kunai through one man's throat as the team ran. As they gained some distance, Naruto swung his sword with deadly power, wind style, vacuum blade. A deadly arc of wind-infused chakra launched out of his sword and immediately killed three of the unsuspecting Oto shinobi as it bisected them. They seemed caught off guard as Naruto immediately dashed in to decapitate the fake Kusa Chunin, Kajiri, afterwards. Guren watched briefly and seemed surprised by Naruto cutting down multiple people without hesitation. It was an unexpected development that the idealistic boy was so easily willing to murder people without hesitation. Had he been lying about his ideals too? She then gave out an order, go get the Kusa-nin after them. I'm falling back to the others. Naruto didn't try stopping Guren or pursuing her as she stared at him and blew a kiss before departing. Good, she's retreating, now I gotta get out of here, the blonde thought as he swiftly made his retreat and caught up to his team. Team 10 was making quick work of Guren's goons. Naruto was actually surprised by how aggressive and serious INO and Hinata were during the battle as both girls used their arsenals to repel the enemy ninjas while moving. Neither one of them was really killing anyone, but Asuma more than made up for that as he used his own trench blades to dice up or finish off anyone the girls didn't repel or injure. Naruto quickly caught up to them and stayed at the rear. He used his wind-infused sword to actually execute several of the enemies who were still alive or trying to run away. He made sure none of them could get away to warn the real Kusagakure shinobi, but by the time Naruto cut down the last man, he could see a massive influx of shinobi coming in to investigate. Wind style, Divine Mountain Wind. Naruto flashed through a few hand signs before unleashing a massive gust of wind blowing many of the Kusa shinobi out of the air or out of their path. Try not to injure or kill these ones, they're actual Kusa-nin. Asuma ordered his team as he went through hand signs himself, wind style, gale force travel. Asuma's jutsu lit up himself, INO, and Hinata with a light cloak of wind chakra that drastically improved their speed afterwards. Naruto was still further back but he did the same thing for himself as he kept using non-lethal wind jutsus to repel the pursuers all the way out of the village. It wasn't long before Team 10 bolted out of Kusagakure as fast as they could past its walls and security checkpoint. Countless Kusa-nin were now pursuing them after word of an attack likely reached their ears. Team 10 did not stop running however and were able to outpace the pursuers thanks to Asuma's wind chakra doubling their speed and Naruto covering the rear. Upon reaching the bridge, Naruto considered destroying it after they crossed but changed his mind at the last second. He did not want Konoha paying reparations for it. Once they reached the cover of a forest, he discreetly made a wood clone to go catch up with his teammates and gave it one of his marked kunai. Afterwards, he chose to teleport to Guren's location, wherever she was at. That woman was not getting away with this. North of Kusagakure. Once Guren was safely outside of Kusagakure, she quickly met up with two Oto-nin who were carrying an unconscious red-haired girl with glasses. One of the Oto ninjas was a man with long white hair and green eyes. He had a calm and passive expression and red eyeliner. Two red dots were also on his forehead. He wore the standard Otogakure attire with a rope belt and everything. The other person was a kunoichi with long black hair. She was dressed in Kusagakure attire but was obviously from Oto as well. Two massive and folded-up Fuma shurikens were on her back. Kimimaro, Kotoheim, status report, Guren spoke without even greeting them. Hanzaki-sama said you were coming. He went on ahead of us with the rest of our return party. We told him we'd wait for you. Everything went as planned, Guren-sama, Kotoheim stated proudly as she showed the young red-haired girl to her. Kotoheim and Kimimaro both looked quite young. Easily around 14 and 15 years old each. We retrieved Karen Uzumaki with relative ease, but I am a bit confused about why you decided to change the plan or why you called for backup. I suppose it's fortunate that we were on our way back from Ishigakure, but it's not like you to ask for help, Guren-sama, Kimimaro stated with a calm respect in his tone. Well, the Konoha team I hired to take the fall for us were a lot tougher and smarter than I thought. I couldn't fight them in the village and risk exposure. My team pursued them, but most of are probably dead. One of their genin was really dangerous. Ironically enough he has the same name as that girl there, Uzumaki. The Kusa-nin showed up to chase them down as I was escaping, but they'll probably get away. At any rate, at least it covers our extraction of the girl and breaks the trust between Kusa and Konoha. When we get back to Oto, I need to have a talk with Orochimaru-sama about this Naruto Uzumaki boy. I wanted to capture him too, but I guess we'll have to wait, Guren sighed. So Konoha has an exceptional genin other than the last Uchiha boy? Kotoheim asked surprised. Guren nodded, yes, and he's smart as hell too. He found out we were Oto-nin somehow. Things could get dicey if that gets reported to Konoha, but considering that they already cancelled the Chunin exams, I imagine Orochimaru-sama will want to delay the invasion anyways. In the meantime, we really need to keep gathering people with stronger bloodlines and train up the army. Did you two have any luck in Ishigekure? We did. There's plenty of samples for Orochimaru-sama to synthesize. If he's right, he can give the whole Fuma clan steel release with them, the girl explained. Good to hear. How's your health holding up, Kimimaro? Guren asked. Better, but I only need to stay alive long enough for Orochimaru-sama to take my body. His current one won't expire for another 2 years. Given the bizarre cancellation of the Chunin exams in Konoha, he'll probably transition to me before the next one. Kabuto-san is working on remedies to enhance my health and prolong my survival until then, Kimimaro answered. Guren sighed, a shame he didn't choose me, but your Kekkei Genkai is even more amazing than mine. I'm glad to hear Four Eyes is at least working on keeping you alive longer. Didn't Orochimaru-sama want the last Uchiha boy for his next body? Kotoheim asked. He did, but Orochimaru-sama might just be able to take his Sharingan eyes instead and have my body as his base. From what I understand, that's his latest plan so that the last Uchiha boy has time to develop the Sharingan first, Kimimaro explained. Well, let's get out of here before Kusa figures out what happened. We can talk more when we're clear of this place, Guren nodded as she turned around to leave. Not even a split second later, an orange and yellow flash appeared out of nowhere and stabbed her through the back. Guren looked down in disbelief when she saw a wind-infused blade sticking out of her upper back and through her upper chest. It had just narrowly missed any vital organs. Kimimaro and Kotoheim were beyond shocked when they saw a blonde boy wearing orange armor and a horned Konoha headband there. Naruto ripped the blade out a second later before throwing 2 marked kunai in Kimimaro and Kotoheim's direction. Both of them dodged, but they were not expecting the Konoha Nin to teleport between the kunai in a split-second flash as he left massive slashes across both of their bodies and sent them to the ground. This caused the red-haired girl in Kotoheim's arms to go plummeting to the ground as well. Guren immediately crystallized her wound and jumped back in disbelief when she saw Naruto was there. Her face was racked with pure shock as the genin recalled his kunai with wind chakra and put them away. Naruto made sure to conceal the seals on the handles though so that they wouldn't identify what he just did. How did you get here? Guren gasped. Naruto took advantage of their confusion and immediately looked over at the red-haired girl with glasses who was lying on the ground now. The girl had apparently been unconscious, but she was slowly opening her eyes as her reddish brown met Naruto's blue. Blood-red hair, is she an Uzumaki? Her chakra seems similar to mine, Naruto thought surprised. The girl then went wide-eyed when she saw the Uzumaki clan symbol on Naruto's armor and looked fearfully around at Kimimaro and Kotoheim who had both abducted her from Kusa. Naruto didn't say a word as he immediately leapt over to the red-haired girl and stood between her and the 3 Oto Nin. The boy kept his composure, but he felt a bit concerned when he saw the white-haired teen starting to grow bone protrusions out of his body. Guren also manifested 2 crystal blades over her arms. The black-haired girl would also draw both of her Fuma shuriken and open them both up. Damn, these guys all look pretty tough. What is that guy's power, some kind of bone Kekkei Genkai? Naruto thought seriously. What the hell just happened, Guren-sama? Kotoheim demanded as she braced through the pain of her injuries. This must be that genin she was talking about, Kimimaro spoke up seriously as he sealed his wounds with bony armor. It was clear to all 3 Oto Nin that Naruto possibly could have killed them in his unexpected ambush. None of the 3 Oto Nin had any idea how he got there, and they had no idea he used flying Raijin. Who are you guys? What's going on? The red-haired girl demanded from behind Naruto. I'm here to rescue you. We can talk later. I'm Naruto Uzumaki from Konoha, the blonde answered without looking back. You Uzumaki? Why you're one of my clan members? She exclaimed in disbelief. She is an Uzumaki then. I have to get this girl out of here. It's going to be risky trying to teleport Guren back to the platoon, especially with this girl here. I can't have her see them, but I definitely can't go all out against these guys or Kusagakure might notice us too. Plus, this white-haired guy looks really strong too. What a disaster, Naruto thought seriously. Naruto then did something nobody was expecting. He sheathed his sword before throwing the Uzumaki girl over his shoulder and took off running. The genin used wind chakra to enhance his speed and bolted as fast as possible to get away. He dodged countless bone and crystal projectiles along the way as well as a Fuma shuriken whizzing over his head. The three Otonin pursued him as fast as possible, but they could not match his speed. Naruto gained a considerable distance from them as he ran towards the gorge Kusagakure was built over. Without hesitation, Naruto leapt down into the dense foliage below and found some cover. Once he was out of sight, he took the frightened Uzumaki girl off his shoulder and looked at her seriously. She was now screaming and making wild demands about what was going on. Naruto immediately silenced her as he covered the girl's mouth and delivered a precise chop on the back of her head, knocking the girl unconscious again. He could then hear the Otonin closing in on him. I have to teleport her out of here. Umbu Root Platoon. The entire Umbu platoon was currently trailing the Konoha Team 10 but kept a safe distance to avoid detection. Many of their members had been stealthily killing and picking off Kusa-nin that got close. Everyone seemed surprised when Naruto teleported right behind Fu holding a red-haired girl in his arms. Naruto. You're back. About time. It's been so boring following these guys around, and all they do is ignore me. Fu exclaimed. We can talk later, Fu. I'm in the middle of something dangerous at the moment. Listen up everyone. This is what Guren was after, an Uzumaki girl in Kusa. Someone hold on to her for me and get some distance from this place so I can bring Guren in, Naruto ordered. One of the Umbu members immediately took the Uzumaki girl out of Naruto's arms as the genin took a deep breath and braced himself for his return back to wherever Guren was. Wait, Itama. Hold off. Kuroke's ordered before Naruto could teleport away. He looked at the raven-masked Umbu confused as she moved in closer. Apparently all 4 strike teams were regrouped now. What is it, Captain? Naruto asked. It's too risky to attempt capture. Strike Team 4 confirmed another S-rank enemy with Guren's forces. A white-haired teenage boy and a Kagaya clan member. We should fall back, Kuroke stated seriously. Naruto shook his head. I can defeat them, Captain. I'm certain you could, Itama, but Kusagakure is on high alert right now. We can capture them another day. Strike Team 4 also spotted several IWA teams in the area. We can't risk them spotting you or us. Stealing Guren's target will have to suffice for now, Kuroke's replied. Naruto nodded. Fine, so what do you want to do about this Uzumaki girl they were after? She can't spot us either, bring her with you back to your team, the captain stated seriously. The genin then sighed as he took the red-haired girl and focused on his wood clone. Contacting it mentally, Naruto asked it to leave his kunai behind and stay with Team 10. After receiving confirmation, Naruto teleported to the kunai and picked it up. Doing a brief sensory survey of the area, he didn't detect any more pursuing Kusa-nin, but he could sense his team about half a kilometer east. I don't have much time. I'll need to get this girl to cooperate and find a way to explain how she ended up with me, Naruto thought. He then shook the red-haired girl awake and lightly pat her cheeks. Hey, Uzumaki girl. Wake up. The girl's eyes immediately snapped awake as she recoiled in fear and looked around in confusion. What the? Where are we? Did you knock me out? Yeah, sorry, I had to sneak us away from those guys that were after you. Listen, I'm going to need you to cooperate with me. My genin team was escorting some of those people here and suspected them of being undercover shinobi. They infiltrated Kusagakure and were trying to pin the fault of your abduction on us. I'll bring you back to your village later, but right now it's too hot back there for me to turn around. My team doesn't know I split off from them to rescue you, and I don't want you to tell them about anything you saw. When we catch up to them, tell them you were running away from those people, and I'll need you to pretend I didn't encounter them to save you. Please don't mention me or what you saw. I'll explain everything later, alright? Naruto explained urgently. Understood, but I don't want to go back to Kusagakure. You're a Konoha shinobi, right? can I just come with you guys? The girl asked almost desperately. Naruto sighed, yeah, fine, come on let's go. Are you well enough to move on your own? Karen nodded as she stood up, I'm fine now. Thanks for saving me I guess. The girl's eyes then went wide as she stared at Naruto and seemed to recoil a bit. It seemed a bit random and odd to him, but Naruto didn't have time to wonder about her reaction as he gestured for the girl to follow him. When we get closer to my team, please don't blow my cover. We're both Uzumakis, so you can trust me. Let's move. He commanded. So you really are an Uzumaki too? You said your name was Naruto? The red-haired girl asked amazed as she began to follow Naruto who was now running and leaping through the forest. He glanced over at her as they picked up the pace, yeah, what's your name? Why were those guys after you? I'm Karen Uzumaki, I have no idea who those people were. You probably know more about them than I do. I have an idea of what they wanted from me though. People of my clan, our clan, have super special chakra and genetics. A lot of Uzumakis were hunted down after the purge of Uzushio because of it, the girl explained. Naruto nodded, well those guys work for Orochimaru and they operate out of Otogakure. I can't even imagine what a sicko like Orochimaru would want an Uzumaki for. I guess you'd make a good test subject. Hell, I probably would too. How'd someone from the Uzumaki clan end up all the way in Kusa though? You're a genin of Kusa by the looks of it. My mom and I moved here when I was super young. They offered her refuge in exchange for healing people, Karen answered. Damn, is she going to be alright back there? Naruto asked. Karen frowned, she died a few years ago. I'm an orphan and I hate Kusagakure, so please don't take me back there. This double mission ended up with a double pickup of girls. A Jinchuriki and an Uzumaki too. Well, she's a member of my clan, so I guess I have to look after her too now, Naruto thought. Hey so, do you mind if I ask you something? Karen turned her head to look at Naruto as the duo kept running and leaping through the forest. Sure, what is it? He asked. Well you have really weird chakra. I've never seen anything like it before. What are you exactly? She wondered. Naruto cocked his head at her confused, weird chakra. What do you mean by that? You can sense it. Uzumakis usually have super advanced sensory skills. I know Kushina did. This girl can probably tell you're a Jinchuriki, Kurama explained. Can you be more specific, Karen-san? Naruto asked. The red-haired girl shook her head, it's weird, your chakra has an aura unlike any I've ever seen. You're absorbing nature energy passively. It's warm and bright on the surface, really beautiful like the corona of the sun. But there's also this crushing darker chakra beneath it all. It makes no sense. Are you even human? Huh? What do you mean by that? Absorbing nature energy passively? Naruto asked confused. Karen then looked forward again, never mind. I guess if you don't know then it's not really worth asking about right now. She means your chakra is sage-like, Naruto. The first Hokage had similar chakra as well. The crushing darker chakra is mine that she sees, Kurama elaborated. I'm amazed she can see my chakra like that. What do you mean by sage-like chakra though? What like senjutsu energy? You never mentioned I had anything like that before, Naruto replied in disbelief to the Bijou. I was going to wait to tell you this, but I might as well now. You're a natural-born sage. You passively absorb and create nature energy in your body. Why do you think you're able to use wood release? It's not really genetic. Your body passively creates nature energy and combines it with water, earth, and yang to create wood release. When you mentioned that Umbu guy with wood style had artificial wood release, it was because he didn't have the same nature energy in his chakra that you do. That was why it was weak and artificial compared to yours. Wood style on its own isn't very powerful, but with sage-like energy in your chakra, yours is like wielding nature itself, Kurama replied. So what does that mean then? Naruto asked disbelievingly. Haven't you been listening to me these past few months? I keep telling you to ditch this shinobi nonsense and go become a sage. I didn't mean that metaphorically. You literally can become one and learn how to fuse other elements too, Kurama scoffed. No way, so if I could learn how to use it, I could be a sage and unlock other elemental fusions. That's definitely the kind of upgrade I'll need at some point. I wonder why Tobirama-sensei never mentioned it. Why didn't you ever mention that before? Naruto asked. The Shodaime had chakra like yours and he used it against the bijou to imprison us and sell us off to the villages. I didn't feel the need to mention it while your ghost sensei was around, and I was going to wait to tell you about it after you realized how pointless this shinobi path is. I decided to become your friend years ago because you were a natural-born sage like the Shodaime, but you wanted to befriend me in spite of that. That's the main reason I trusted you and told you my name even though I hate humans. I see you as a real sage, unlike that villainous Shodaime Hokage. He used his power against us and saw my kind as animals and weapons he could imprison and sell off for peace. You're not like him, Naruto, you see value in my kind. We can talk about this later though. I probably shouldn't distract you in the middle of your mission, Kurama replied with a heavy tone. So, Naruto-san, are there other Uzumakis in Konoha? My mom and I were the only members in Kusa. Karen broke the following silence and changed the subject. I'm the only Uzumaki member in Konoha. I'm not a pure blood, but I do come from the main family line of Mito Uzumaki. I'm part Senju as well. I don't have the iconic red hair, but my mom did, I hear, Naruto answered. Oh, so you're an heir of the main family then? Forgive me for addressing you improperly, Naruto-sama. Talk about a lucky encounter. I guess we're both orphans too, huh? I didn't know there was anyone of our clan left anymore. My mom used to tell me stories about the clan and how it got wiped out at Uzushio a long time ago. I'm really glad to know I'm not the only one left and that a main family heir is still alive. Do you think I could join your village? It only makes sense for me to join up with our clan's heir. Karen asked hopefully. Naruto frowned. I don't see why not, but it might cause complications with Kusa. They'll think we abducted you, and that's what those Oto-nin were trying to frame us for. I can't go back there. Please, let me stay with you. I can cook and clean. I'm also a medic too. And, we're clan members. Please don't abandon me. We Uzumakis should stick together. Karen pleaded desperately. Why don't you want to go back to Kusagakure? Isn't it your home? Aren't you loyal to your village? Naruto asked. Karen looked like she couldn't really answer him but stopped running a moment later, causing Naruto to do the same. She then pulled up one of her sleeves and showed her arm to Naruto. The Uzumaki girl couldn't even look at him while doing this, but Naruto could see some serious trauma in her eyes. The girl then managed to speak finally. The Uzumaki clan has unrivaled healing powers. This is the condition that my mom and I had to endure in order to have refuge in Kusa. Looking over her arm, he went wide-eyed and felt a burning anger at the sight of it. Karen's arm was covered in scars. To him they looked like bite mark scars. Based on their layout, undeniably human as well. If Naruto felt any remorse for the Kusagakure shinobi that the root platoon had been killing off to cover their escape, he certainly didn't now. Was this how Uzumaki clan survivors were treated in other villages? What the hell? How many of these scars do you have? Naruto gawked as he grabbed her arm and looked more closely. Karen kept looking away, avoiding his gaze. After a long silence she answered slowly as she pulled her arm free and tugged her sleeve back down. They're all over my body. Are those bite scars? Naruto asked slowly. Yes, please, I can't go back there. It's what killed my mother. Let me join you, Naruto-sama. I swear I'll serve you forever. Just don't abandon me to them, Karen replied with evident pain and sadness in her voice. He then cupped her cheek and turned her head to meet his gaze as he looked deeply into her auburn red eyes. You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. Listen, you can just stay with me. I'll take care of you now. One way or another, I'll get you into Konoha, and you don't ever have to go back to that place ever again. If those Kusagakure guys have a problem with it, I'll burn their village to the ground. I can't believe they would do that to you, to a member of my clan. Karen felt her heart skip a beat at Naruto's close proximity, and she felt a strange comfort in having another clan member showing anger on her behalf. Naruto was genuinely concerned about her. He cared, and nobody had ever cared about Karen since her mother's passing. Before she even knew what was happening, Karen started crying uncontrollably as she hugged onto Naruto. He held her for a moment and let her share her pain. It was obvious that this girl had been repressing her own trauma for a long time. This might have been the first time she ever truly felt safe since her mother died. Even though he didn't know her at all, Naruto felt a kinship with this girl. They were the last two Uzumakis for all he knew. He was going to protect her no matter what. As Naruto stayed silent and let Karen cry for the next minute, he couldn't help but think about Sasuke's question about whether he wanted revenge for his clan. He had his answer now, he definitely did. If this was how other nations deigned to treat the Uzumaki clan, then he would put the fear of death into all of them. In a strange way Naruto felt like he could relate to Sasuke more now. It was one thing to hear about it, but to see the suffering inflicted on his clan with his own eyes was different. Words couldn't describe this feeling. Someone is going to pay for this one day, I don't know who yet, but someone. I had no idea it was this bad for the Uzumaki clan survivors. Naruto thought angrily as he stared into the distance. Come on Karen-san, let's get out of here. Naruto finally broke the hug and smiled at the girl. You can just call me Karen. We are clan members after all, the girl responded with hope-filled eyes. Alright, Karen, he nodded. She was looking at him like he was a divine savior and couldn't help but smile back as she wiped away her tears. Thank you, Naruto-sama. I swear I'll serve you forever. Why are you calling me, Sama? He asked, shaking his head. The girl gave him a perplexed look. Why wouldn't I? You're a main family descendant and the heir of the clan. Look, just call me Naruto, alright? He sighed. She frowned. Is that appropriate though? I'm from a branch family and you're from the main family. We can talk about it later. Let's move. He sighed before taking off again. Team 10, Great Tree Crossing, 8 hours later. It was well into the night now, but Team 10 had finally managed to get back to the Land of Fire. They had been running non-stop and weren't even considering taking a break just in case Kusagakure still had patrols and pursuers out chasing them. They would finally take a rest after getting back to Great Tree Crossing. The trip back had been much faster than the slow pace the merchant caravan had taken, and everyone was pretty exhausted as they stopped and finally made camp a bit outside of town. Naruto's clone that had been with them would wander off at this time and say it was going to stand watch on the western side of town to make sure nobody was still pursuing them. The real Naruto used this as a convenient excuse to trade places and dispel the clone as he brought Karen to his team. The girl was super exhausted and not nearly as fit as Naruto was, so he ended up carrying her closer to the end of the trip. After going over what he wanted Karen to say and ordering her to be discreet about everything that happened, the boy would finally return to Team 10's camp that was a bit outside of Great Tree Crossing's east side near the forest edge. INO and Hinata were both exhausted and eating in silence as Asuma stood sentry and waited for Naruto to return from his scouting trip. Everyone looked up relieved when they saw the blonde running towards them, but they were shocked when they spotted Naruto carrying a red-haired girl on his back. After arriving, Naruto spoke up urgently, Sensei, I found this girl collapsed outside on the western side of the town on the road. She said she was running away and asked for help. Is that a Kusagakure genin? Is it really a good idea to trust her? Asuma asked concerned as he walked over. Naruto then looked over at Ino and Hinata, who both seemed a bit annoyed that Naruto had somehow picked up a pretty girl out of seemingly nowhere. She's an Uzumaki. Her name is Karen. She said those guys who infiltrated the village tried to abduct her, but she managed to escape. Naruto fabricated a cover story. The boy then placed Karen down next to his teammates as Asuma followed him over and looked at the girl shocked. The Jonin shook his head bewildered. An Uzumaki like you? Wait, this girl is the kid that Guren and her Otogakure infiltrators were after. It seems so. She mentioned a woman of Guren's description had just arrived before escaping from some white-haired guy and a black-haired girl, Naruto explained. A living Uzumaki? That's unexpected. Asuma followed up with widened eyes. Karen then spoke up with a convincing and emotional tone, "Please don't make me go back there, it's not safe with those people after me. Plus, I don't want to stay in Kusagakure either. I want to go to Konoha with you guys." "Whoa, this girl is an Uzumaki like you, Naruto?" Ino gasped in disbelief. "Apparently so. She told me that she and her mother were the only ones in Kusa, but now she's an orphan like I am," Naruto explained. Hinata frowned, "So those people infiltrated Kusa to abduct her, and they wanted Konoha to take the blame for it? That's so horrible." It was clear that Hinata was empathetic to the girl since she had almost been abducted herself once by Kumogakure. The girl had never mentioned that before, but Naruto learned about it thanks to Tobirama. Well, this mission just keeps getting more complicated. "Bringing this girl along will make us look guilty to Kusa," Asuma sighed. "I'm not so sure we can actually keep her without causing a political incident, Naruto." Naruto then grabbed Karen's arm and pulled back one of her sleeves and showed the girl's scars to his team. "This is the crap they were doing to her in Kusa, I'm not letting her get sent back there. She's a member of my clan. I have an obligation to protect her. To hell with Kusagakure. If the Hokage decides to make any concessions to people that would do this to an Uzumaki clan member, then I might actually go berserk, sensei, and I think you know what I mean. That pathetic village should not have any grounds to make demands of us." Ino and Asuma both seemed to understand what Naruto meant since they were aware of him being a Jinchuriki. Hinata on the other hand looked concerned seeing the normally composed and laid-back Naruto looking so emotionally unstable. She could feel his anger on Karen's behalf. Asuma looked appalled by the sight of the bite marks. "What the hell, that changes things if the girl was tortured. I don't think my dad would send her back there if something like that was a factor. She can come with us, Naruto. I'll definitely make sure the Hokage understands the situation. Besides, we can do a better job protecting her in Konoha than Kusa can. Given Guren-san's interest in her, it would also be better to keep her out of that woman's reach anyways." "Thank you, sensei." Naruto calmed down and sighed heavily. Are those bite marks?" Ino shrieked in horror as Karen self-consciously pulled her sleeve back down. Hinata looked disturbed as stared at the scars. "That's so awful, what did they do to you, Karen-san?" "Uzumaki clan members have special healing abilities and chakra. This was the condition for my mother and I to have refuge in Kusa. My mother died of chakra depletion healing people." Karen explained as she did her best to hold in her emotions. This whole mission sucked, but at least we got the person that Guren bitch was after. I'll bet she's just frothing at the mouth in rage right now." Ino growled. "I'm glad that awful Guren woman didn't get to complete her objective, but I feel like we failed somehow." Hinata trailed off in disappointment. "I'll say, I'm pissed we didn't get to kill that smug, creepy hag." Ino growled. Asuma crossed his arms. "By the way, Naruto, now that we have a calm moment, I have to ask, how did you find out those were Otogakure shinobi?" "I actually didn't find out. I was told about it. I thought it would be a good idea to report it to one of the Umbu in the Hokage Tower before we left. They didn't really believe me, but some weird lady with a trench coat and fishnets came up afterwards before I went to the West Gate. I think she was a jonin. I forgot her name, Mitarashi or something like that. She told me she knew Guren was a pupil of Orochimaru and operated out of Otogakure. I guess they didn't know that Mitarashi lady was in Konoha, or they wouldn't have risked being seen by her." Naruto fabricated a convincing story. "Enko Mitarashi. That makes sense, she was a pupil of Orochimaru once herself. She's a bit of a head case, but it's good someone believed you and recognized Guren-san. This is a serious problem. How in the world did those Otogakure nin infiltrate Konoha and Kusa so easily?" Asuma sighed. "No clue, but the village will definitely need to ramp up security now. If I had to guess there was some kind of seal on them to suppress their chakra." Naruto shrugged. "Naruto-kun, when I activated my Byakugan back in Kusa, I saw seals on all of their bodies. Guren-san had 2 on her body. One was a triple tomo on her neck. Everyone else including her also had small transparent seals under their tongues," Hinata chimed in. Naruto nodded, good to know. Great catch Hinata, I guess that explains why those guys were glaring at you the whole trip to Kusa. They were scared your Byakugan could see their seals if you activated it. I've never heard of transparent seals, that's even more advanced than the stuff Umbu members would use, Asuma sighed, but I agree with Naruto's handling of this mission. Learning about that was a very important payoff. So, did we fail the mission, sensei? Ino wondered. Asuma shook his head, no, not by a long shot. We acquired the target that Guren-san's people were after, we learned about their ability to infiltrate villages, and you kids got some valuable experience in real-world combat and politics. Even though we walked into an ambush, this trip was worth the intel we acquired. Besides, we got paid up front already. Sadly, we won't get our bonuses, but that doesn't really matter. At least we all got out of there alive and uninjured. I think I killed one of those guys back in Kusa. I don't know how to feel about it. Everything just happened so fast, and my body was moving on its own. Ino trailed off distantly. It was clear that she felt a strange type of way about it. Naruto could understand because he remembered that weird feeling from when he was in Taki killing people for the first time. Hinata frowned, it was self-defense, Ino-chan. Yeah, I guess it's just weird to think about. I mean I know we're shinobi in the military, but I didn't think any of us would be killing people as genin. The only person I really wanted to kill was that awful Guren bitch. Did you get anyone, Hinata? Ino replied. I didn't have to, Naruto-kun and Asuma-sensei took care of most of them, Hinata said distantly. Ino then looked at Naruto grimly almost as if she was hoping he'd have some kind of answer for how they were supposed to feel. She saw that he was utterly composed and wondered about how easy it was for him to cut those enemies down. I don't really revel in the idea of killing, but I don't regret anything. I'd do it again to keep us all alive. It's a dangerous world out there and this is what we signed up for, to protect people and our nation by any means necessary. You and Hinata did a really good job back there, Ino. Try not to think about it too much. It was us or them, and I chose us. Naruto offered his input on the matter. His words seemed to alleviate the stress of his two teammates, and it also seemed to resonate with Karen, who had been quietly observing their interaction the entire time. The red-haired girl could tell already, they genuinely respected him and cared about what he had to say. I think you took down more of them than I did. I also noticed a few new wind jutsus back there at Kusa, Naruto. Inoichi was right, you're practically at Jonin level already. You'll definitely be strong enough to become the future Hokage at this rate, Asuma chuckled and tried to lighten the mood. Everyone collectively decided to move on from the grim topic as their moods lightened a bit. Ino then let out a heavy sigh, I can't wait to go home and sleep in my bed. This whole mission has made me stressed and paranoid. I don't have any gray hairs do I? Wait, what's that? Is that a gray hair? Naruto asked with a chuckle as he pointed to the side of Ino's ponytail. The blonde girl immediately went delirious as she reached up to her hair, where? Do I actually have one? You better be joking. That's not funny. Ahahaha, Asuma chuckled as Ino frantically messed with her hair looking for a gray strand. To everyone's surprise, Hinata would then move over and actually pluck one of Ino's strands from her ponytail. You actually do have one, Ino-chan. Ino shrieked as she saw the single strand of silver in Hinata's hand and snatched it away as a flustered look came over her. No, no. Ino shouted dramatically. That's a silver strand. It's not really gray, Naruto pointed out. I'm too young for this. Sasuke-kun will never marry me if I have old lady hair now. Ino cried out in preteen despair. Her reaction actually caused Naruto to chuckle himself and Hinata to smile lightly. Naruto then shook his head, I don't think Sasuke would care what color your hair is, Ino. Besides, it was just one hair. Not to mention, you'd look awesome with a silver streak in yours. His comment caused Hinata and Karen to look at him a bit baffled. Both were surprised by Naruto's opinion on it. Ino calmed down a moment later and gave Naruto a quizzical look, so you're into the silver hair look? I guess old ladies really are your type then, huh? Look, I'm sorry about that whole weird situation with Guren, alright? I can't stand that lunatic lady either. I'm not into old ladies, Naruto sighed. Ino scoffed, sure whatever you say, I'm surprised that freaky lady didn't try to abduct you. Asuma-sensei, what do you think is going to happen with Karen-san? Hinata changed the subject much to Naruto's utter relief. The bearded Jonin thought for a moment, good question, Hinata. I'm not really sure. She can live in my apartment complex. It's a bit run down, but the whole building is empty, and I can pay for her living expenses and whatnot until she gets settled, Naruto suggested. Ino frowned as the thought of Naruto's crummy apartment and the rundown building it was in crossed her mind. She knew why he was its only tenant now, and felt a bit sad at the thought of it. Ino hadn't given it much thought before, but Naruto being a Jinchuriki subjected him to a lot more isolation and discrimination than she had actually considered. His nonchalant acknowledgement of it made her a bit mad on his behalf. I'd be more than happy to live close to you, or even with you, Naruto-sama. I can cook and clean too, Karen nodded in approval. Naruto-sama. Is this girl joking? Ino scoffed. Karen shook her head, no, Naruto-sama is a main family descendant. He is the Uzumaki clan's heir. I would never dare to address him so casually. What, so he's like a noble or something then? Why am I just now hearing about this? Ino asked disbelievingly. He didn't tell you. That's surprising. My apologies, Naruto-sama. I didn't realize you were keeping your lineage a secret from them. I suppose it was reckless of me to assume they already knew. I just figured they would since you were so willing to tell me and I'm from another village, Karen laughed nervously. Naruto rolled his eyes and sighed, this is why I didn't want you calling me, Sama, Karen. Can we please drop that now? Call me Naruto, alright? As you say Naruto-sama, Naruto, Karen seemed to lightly blush as she said his name without the honorific. This obviously didn't go unnoticed to Ino or Hinata. Both of them could already tell that this Karen girl was going to be an annoying orbiter. I don't think Naruto should have to be burdened with this girl. Surely the Hokage could find somewhere more suitable for her to live than with him. Ino couldn't help but voice her disapproval. Karen sent Ino a confused glance and frowned, what's the problem with me living near him? We're clan members. I don't think you'd want to live in his crummy apartment complex. Besides, Naruto deals with enough stuff. He's too young to be your guardian too, Ino shook her head and stated factually. Hinata frowned, Naruto-kun's apartment is very run down. It might be better if Karen-san lives somewhere else. What the heck? What's with these girls? Neither one of them wants me living close to him. What's their problem? Karen thought annoyed. Well, we still need to see what the Hokage says before deciding on anything. I definitely want to see about getting Naruto some more money to live on, Asuma chimed in. I don't care how rundown his home is. I think I'd rather be with my fellow clan member if I'm going to join Konoha, Karen protested. Ino scoffed at her, didn't you just meet him? We barely know you, and that's quite an unreasonable burden to put on my teammate. I don't want you taking advantage of Naruto's kindness just because you're in his clan. I agree with Ino-chan. Hinata boldly nodded her head. Naruto looked around at the strange tension rising amongst the girls, what on earth is going on right now? Why do they care if I let her live next door? If they're reacting to Karen like this, then things are really going to get weird when Fu shows up. We'll figure it out later. There's no point in arguing about this right now. We're still in danger until we get back to Konoha, Naruto shut down the strange argument. Ino and Hinata both went silent, but it was obvious that it was going to take a while before they warmed up to Karen. The red-haired girl seemed a bit put off by them as well, if that's how it's going to be, then I guess I have to assert myself. These jealous girls aren't going to keep us apart. You guys should all get some sleep. I'll take first watch, Asuma chuckled. I'm going to bed. Ino huffed before walking towards her tent. Hinata bowed her head to Naruto as she stood up, good night, everyone. The Hyuga girl then went to her tent which was right next to Naruto's. Ino's tent was on its other side and Asuma's was a bit further away. You guys only have 4 tents. Is it okay if I just sleep in your tent, Naruto? Karen asked. Ino and Hinata stopped dead in their tracks and glared back at the red-haired girl who was giving them an almost sinister look. Sure thing, Karen. I'm going to stay up with Asuma-sensei for watch, Naruto nodded. Karen looked a bit deflated by his response, and pursed her lips in disapproval as the moonlight reflected off her glasses. She couldn't help but get annoyed at the look of approval on Ino and Hinata's faces as well. Great idea, Naruto. Sensei could probably use the help. We can never be too careful these days. I'll feel safer if you're on watch too. Besides, Red here might try stabbing you in your sleep, Ino nodded. Come wake us up when you're ready to sleep, Naruto-kun, Hinata added. After all three girls went to their respective tents in various emotional states, Naruto walked up to Asuma who was smoking another cigarette. The Jonin sighed heavily as he gazed into the distance. You really did good work back there at Kusa, Naruto. I'm not sure we could have escaped without injuries or casualties without you covering the rear. I'm not just blowing smoke either, you handled that situation as professionally as a 10-year veteran. Thanks sensei. Naruto nodded as he stared out into the distance with him. I'm serious kid, a normal team would have died on this mission. I certainly could have if you weren't there. How are you feeling right now, about having to kill people? Asuma replied distantly. Naruto stoically kept his gaze forward and responded slowly, we do what we have to do. I knew I wouldn't hesitate when the time came. I don't mind carrying that burden if it can keep others safe and alive. It's unavoidable in our line of work, but I find it easier to cope with if you're doing it for a good reason. I'm glad you were able to say something to the girls about it. You're the person they're looking up to, not me, Asuma nodded. Sorry to drop this trouble on you with Karen, sensei, but after I saw those scars on her arm, I couldn't justify sending her back there. Plus, we can't risk Guren getting her, Naruto sighed. Don't worry about it, Naruto. I'm certain the Hokage will be glad to know there's another Uzumaki clan member your age for you to be friends with. Besides, I doubt tensions with Kusagakure are going to blow over any time soon regardless of whether they got the girl back or not. By the way, I'm going to make sure the Hokage starts giving you more money. If it has to come out of my paycheck, then that's fine, but you definitely deserve it, Asuma responded. Naruto shook his head, you don't have to do that sensei. I can take care of myself. I know you can, but you shouldn't have to. I'm going to find a way to make up for the Hokage's mistakes. I'll also do what I can to help that Uzumaki girl too. If I can't manage that much, then what kind of a sensei would I really be? The man noted. Well, I appreciate it, Asuma-sensei, Naruto noted. He had no idea what else to say in the moment. Did Enko Mitarashi tell you anything else about Guren? Asuma changed the subject after a brief silence. Naruto nodded, yeah, she said she had a dangerous crystal release Kekii Genkai. Apparently, she's also an S-rank leader in Otogakure. We'll have to consider that village hostile to Konoha now. Crystal release. Damn, I've never heard of anything like that. I guess it's a good thing we didn't have to fight her then. She's definitely going to be a problem though. We'll have to inform Umbu about her. The Hokage will find it concerning that Orochimaru has someone like that in his inner circle, Asuma frowned. The next day, Naruto stayed up the entire night standing watch with Asuma while his teammates and Karen Uzumaki slept. Neither one felt like sleeping and the Jonin didn't even bother trying to send Naruto off to rest as they talked about various things most of the night. It was quite fortunate that no pursuing Kusa or Oto Nin had caught up to them at their camp, but Naruto knew why. Anyone who probably got remotely close was killed by the Root Umbu platoon. After some morning antics and packing up their camp, the group hit the road again. Several hours went by as they made progress back to Konoha, and unsurprisingly, the bizarre tension between Ino, Hinata, and Karen had re-emerged once again. Girls really have a tougher time getting along than guys do. Although, I suppose it's possible that Ino and Hinata are less trusting of outsiders after that Kajiri guy tricked us into tipping off Guren's people. Naruto thought, shaking his head as he saw Ino and Karen arguing about something pointless. To his surprise, even Hinata was a bit less friendly than usual to the girl. Karen's aggressive and dominant personality certainly didn't help things as the girl was not one to back down or know her place. Eventually however, the group was intercepted by the sight of a minty-haired girl dressed in all white running from the northwest. Everyone tensed up when they saw her speed as she was obviously a shinobi, but the sight of a taki band over her right shoulder caused them to ease up slightly. The girl would then cut them off and speak with urgency, "Hey, are you guys Konoha shinobi? See, can I come with you? A Takigakure shinobi? Are you a genin?" Asuma asked as the group stopped and stared at this new stranger. She wasn't a stranger to Naruto, but he understood what was going on. His platoon had undoubtedly told her to put on an act and he was going to do the same. "Why yes, I was, but I ran away from my village. Please, you have to help me." Fu pleaded. "Whoa, slow down there, what's going on?" Asuma asked calmly. The girl took a deep breath before answering, "My village was recently attacked by Iwagakure. They were there looking for people with bloodlines to abduct. The village leaders were trying to sell people off to appease them. I was one of the people chosen. After they took me from the village, I ran away from those IWA guys on the road when they weren't looking. Konoha can protect me from them, right? My village sold me out. I need sanctuary, please." Fu is a really good actor, Naruto thought approvingly as he found her story quite convincing. He might have actually believed it if he didn't know it was a huge fabrication. No way, the last time we trusted a foreign shinobi, they ended up being an imposter, right Naruto? Besides, it's bad enough that we have to bring Red along with us too. Ino chimed in, shaking her head. Iwagakure attacked Takigakure. That's crazy, and your village leaders sold you out. Naruto decided to help Fu out as he walked up and showed empathy. It was technically true, but the details of the attack and Fu's abduction needed to stay a secret at all costs. IWA was after people with bloodlines in your village. That's concerning. Why were you chosen, specifically? Asuma asked. I'll show you, I have a bloodline ability that the Kamizura clan really wanted, Fu answered before turning around and releasing a small haze of sparkling dust. A moment later it exploded in an almost blinding flash. Everyone in Team 10 as well as Karen kept their guards up and moved back a bit as the blast cleared. Fu then sprouted bug-like wings on her back as well. See, I have a bloodline. The Kamizura clan was after it. Are those bug wings? That's kind of gross, Ino winced. Fu frowned at her comment, but she turned around and looked desperately over Team 10 as she waited for them to respond. The Kamizura clan, the B users. That's insane that they would attack Takigakure. I heard that village has been unbreachable for decades. Asuma shook his head. Karen stared intensely at the girl as she adjusted her glasses and shook her head. She's lying. What? No. We didn't take Karen's sensory abilities into consideration. Naruto thought seriously. Huh? She is? Ino demanded. Hinata immediately activated her Byakugan and got into an aggressive stance as she stared Fu down. Asuma remained calm but kept his guard up as he glanced at Karen. What's she lying about, Karen? I can always tell when people are lying. Besides, that girl has bizarre chakra, that is a bloodline ability, but she has some kind of dark power tied to it inside of her. Care to explain that to us? Karen stated as she adjusted her glasses. You can see her chakra and tell when people are lying. Ino asked surprised. Not so useless now, am I, Blondie? Karen proudly remarked. Naruto quickly chimed in. Uzumaki clan members typically have super advanced sensory abilities. Karen's are probably even be better than mine. She can see people's chakra. Fu looked extremely nervous and worried as her gaze shot over everyone and finally rested on Naruto. She seemed desperate for him to intervene and salvage the situation. It's not what you think. Fu held up her hands defensively. What are you, exactly? Karen asked Fu, shaking her head. You have a similar secondary dark chakra like Naruto does. What a disaster. Karen can't be fooled, so I don't have a choice now. I did not want them finding out about her, or Hinata about me, yet, Naruto thought urgently. Are you a Jinchuriki? Naruto finally intervened. Fu looked horrified by him asking that and took a step back as if the entire plan had just fallen apart. Fu didn't know how to respond. A Jinchuriki? Ino gasped as she looked between Naruto and Fu. Asuma went wide-eyed as he looked over at Naruto. You think she's a Jinchuriki, Naruto? If her chakra is like mine, then she must be. I can't blame her for wanting to keep it a secret or lying about that. Was Iwagakure after you because you're a Jinchuriki? Naruto asked Fu. The girl seemed stricken with fear at this bizarre turn of events and being exposed already, but she trusted Naruto enough to go along with whatever his plan was. Yes, Fu finally admitted. Wait, what's a Jinchuriki? You're one too, Naruto? Karen asked confused. Ino and Asuma both looked away a bit grimly as Karen and even Hinata were staring at Naruto with confusion and concern. No way. Why, you're a Jinchuriki as well? Fu asked Naruto with pleading eyes even though she already knew that he was. Remind me to praise Fu for her acting skills later. She's really selling this, Naruto thought approvingly. Why yeah. Naruto nodded. Please, you have to help me. Those Iwagakure shinobi wanted to abduct me. My village tried to sell me out, Fu kept it up. She seems to be telling the truth now, that or she's really good at lying, Karen noted. Sensei, we should bring her with us. If IWA is after her, we can't just abandon this girl. The Hokage would have to understand. Besides, she's a refugee with nowhere else to go. I don't think she's a spy either. No village would risk sending a Jinchuriki to infiltrate or spy on another village. They're too high profile and dangerous, Naruto told Asuma. His sensei seemed concerned about the idea but ultimately nodded his head. You're right, Naruto, it would be a bad idea to leave a rogue Jinchuriki out here for IWA or someone else to abduct. The Hokage would approve of us giving her sanctuary, though I don't think it's a good idea for anyone else in the village to know about it. Glad he's on board with that at least, Naruto thought relieved. Okay, can we all slow down for a moment? What is a Jinchuriki? Some of us here have no idea what you guys are talking about. Karen demanded. Asuma then looked at Naruto and was apparently waiting for him to answer. The blonde finally did after a brief pause. A Jinchuriki is a human vessel with a tailed beast sealed inside of them. They're typically seen as demons and weapons for villages that have one. I have the nine tails inside of me, and I'm Konoha's only Jinchuriki. Wait, so that's what the dark chakra inside of you is? You have the legendary nine tails inside of you? Karen asked shocked. You knew about the nine tails even in Kusa? Naruto asked Karen. The girl nodded her head. Of course I do. The super powerful fox demon that nearly leveled your village 13 or 14 years ago. Pretty sure everyone knows about that thing. I never heard about what happened to it though. You should also know that the Uzumaki clan is responsible for containing it. Mito Uzumaki and my mother Kushina Uzumaki were both the previous hosts of the Kyubi. Only someone from our clan has a strong enough body and chakra to contain the nine tails. I'm surprised you didn't know about that considering your mother told you stories about Uchiha, Naruto explained. That makes a lot more sense. I've heard of Kushina Uzumaki before. My mother said she was one of the royals in the main family of the clan. She was your mom? No way. My mom said she was a super powerful kunoichi who mastered all of our clan's hidden techniques. Karen remarked as if she was impressed. For some odd reason, Karen didn't seem disturbed about Naruto being a Jinchuriki and seemed more focused on Naruto's relation to Kushina. You're not horrified? Naruto asked Karen surprised. She shook her head, not really. I mean it's kind of weird, but at least now I have answer for why your chakra is so strange. I still don't get the other part though, but I guess if you're one of the main family's descendants, you're probably just special. Does that mean you can wield the Nine Tails power? You must be insanely strong then. Ino looked gravely concerned as her gaze was mostly focused on the shocked Hinata. The Hyuga girl was keen enough to notice that Ino wasn't as shocked as she was and turned to look at her a moment later. And Naruto-kun has the Kyubi eye inside of him? Hinata asked for confirmation. Well, there goes all the progress I made with her, at least Karen took it well, Naruto thought disappointed. He does, the Hokage passed a law where nobody was allowed to talk about it. The older generations in the village know about Naruto's situation, but none of you kids do. It's a big deal to the village higher-ups. It was supposed to be kept a secret from the general public, but one of the elders leaked the truth so most of the adults know about Naruto. Asuma sighed. One of the elders leaked it. I didn't know that. Naruto thought concerned. It's why nobody's parents wanted their kids around me growing up, Hinata, Naruto added. Hinata then looked at INO and spoke to her a bit hostilely. Did you already know, INO-chan? Why you don't look as surprised as I do? Yeah, Naruto told me about it after I confronted him a month ago. Remember that missed mind transfer I did during the bell test? Well, I saw some weird stuff in his head and asked him about it. He told me then. I told him I wouldn't tell anyone even though he thought I would, INO explained. Why didn't either one of you tell me? Hinata asked a bit grief-stricken. It was as clear as day that her feelings were hurt about this, and she was clearly unhappy that Naruto would share a secret like that with INO but not her. Is INO-chan really that much closer to Naruto-kun than I am? What has she done to deserve his trust? Hinata thought angrily. I'm sorry, Hinata, it was really tough for Naruto to tell me, and I didn't want to put that kind of burden on you after we finally got some chemistry in the team. He said was going to tell you after your confidence went up, INO said softly as she placed a hand on Hinata's shoulder. The Hyuga girl immediately slapped her arm off and had a dangerous glare on her face. To everyone's disbelief, she proceeded to push INO to the ground afterwards. Everyone went silent in disbelief at the sight of Hinata showing aggression, and it was clear that she was pissed about this. The odd part about it though, was her anger was mostly directed at INO. Naruto-kun trusted you more than me. Why? Hinata asked slowly. All of her meekness had evaporated in a flash as she stood there in cold anger. She then looked at Naruto and shook her head. Why would you tell her and not me? Hinata, it's not something I wanted to burden you with yet. You were making really great progress, and I wasn't sure if you'd be as understanding. Jinchurikis are hated by normal people. Pretty much everyone who knows in Konoha thinks I'm a monster. I only told INO because she saw inside my head and because I assumed her dad was going to tell her himself. It's not that I didn't trust you, I just didn't want to create a rift in our team after we finally started liking each other. I'm sorry. Naruto answered her as sincerely and honestly as he could. Hinata seemed to believe his sincerity and his logic as she shook her head. I would never see you as a monster. I look up to you a lot more than anyone else does. INO-chan doesn't admire you like I do. INO then jumped up and glared at Hinata. What's that supposed to mean, Hyuga? I do admire him. I was just trying to look out for him and how he felt. Geez, you really want to pick a fight over this now in front of everyone? You know exactly what I mean, INO-chan. Or am I wrong? Hinata replied seriously. The blonde girl gritted her teeth and stared into Hinata's pale white eyes as the message sunk into her mind. Against her better judgment though, INO shook her head and decided to retort, well maybe you should have been more assertive then. I'm not the villain here for looking out for my friend or keeping his secret. It's not my fault he trusts me more than you. That is not helping, INO. Why are they mad at each other? If anything, Hinata should be mad at me and not her. I don't understand girls at all, Naruto thought as he stayed quiet. You're right, INO-chan, I should be more assertive. Naruto-kun said the same thing. From now on I'll do that, Hinata replied. A moment later she did something nobody was expecting and walked over to Naruto and hugged him shamelessly. Naruto couldn't even process how things escalated to this point or understand where Hinata's newfound boldness came from. He even felt a bit embarrassed about the situation as he saw Fu, INO, and Karen all gawking at the sight. Hinata squeezed him tightly and spoke with confidence, I forgive you, Naruto-kun. I'm sorry you have to carry such an awful burden, but I'll never judge you for being a Jinchuriki. You're a wonderful person and I would never see you as a monster. INO felt her heart flutter as a knot formed in her stomach watching this unfold. She didn't know why, but something about Hinata's bold action stirred something in her. The girl didn't want to give thoughts to these feelings, but she knew she just triggered a change in Hinata. The Yamanaka girl also couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed that she no longer shared Naruto's dark secret exclusively. Was she jealous? No, she couldn't be. After breaking the hug, Hinata then looked away a bit shyly. You can always trust me from now on, Naruto-kun. Thanks, Hinata. He nodded. Hinata then glanced at Ino and bowed her head. I'm sorry for pushing you, Ino-chan. Yeah, it's fine, I guess. I'm sorry too, the blonde girl replied as she looked between her and Naruto. Even though both girls apologized to each other, there was clearly going to be some awkwardness between them for a while now. This love triangle is starting to get serious. This must be why they usually only assign one kunoichi per genin team. It amazes me that someone as smart as Naruto seems so clueless about this. I guess all those years of isolation in his childhood made him aloof to people's feelings, Asuma noted mentally. So can I come with you guys then? Fu broke the strange mood as she spoke up awkwardly. The quirky girl looked to be blushing a bit with embarrassment after watching the scene unfold. It seemed obvious to all of the girls there what was going on, but Naruto was mostly clueless about why Hinata was more angry at Ino than him. Naruto was incredibly relieved by Fu's intervention though since he had no idea how to react in this situation. Asuma, who had just recovered from watching his team's drama, looked at the girl and nodded. Of course, we'll bring you with us. Thank goodness. Fu exclaimed as she ran in closer. The minty-haired girl immediately moved closer to Naruto and introduced herself as she extended her hand. I'm Fu, no family name that I know of. Naruto Uzumaki. The boy shook her hand. Fu seemed to be in a much better mood now that she had successfully integrated into the team and would be going to Konoha. It's so awesome running into another Jinchuriki. Talk about a 1 in a million chance. It must be destiny. So, you have the 9 tails inside of you. I have the 7 tails. It's so reassuring that there's another one of my kind in Konoha. I hope we can be great friends. Fu stated with full approval. Are we sure it's a good idea to let this rogue Nin come with us? She seems sketchy to me, Karen asked skeptically. Ino shot Karen a hostile look. That's funny coming from you, a Kusa runaway. Well, we should probably get going soon before Naruto picks up another stray girl, Asuma spoke up before an argument could erupt. At least they're not old and creepy. Ino noted. Hinata shook her head. I'm just relieved this awful mission is almost over. Both Ino and Hinata seemed to be avoiding the weird tension that was between them moments ago as they both started acting like their normal selves now. So, your name is Fu then? I have an uncle with that name, Ino remarked as she walked up to Naruto's side. Fu Yamanaka is her uncle. That's good to know. I knew they were related but not how closely, Naruto thought interested. I guess it is kind of a boy's name. Everyone always calls me a tomboy, Fu replied. Well, I'm still a bit on the fence about you, but I guess if you're a Jinchuriki like Naruto, then you're better off with us. Talk about a crazy coincidence though, Ino noted. What's your name? Are you part of Naruto Uzumaki's team? Fu asked. The blonde girl nodded. We are indeed. We're Team 10, the greatest genin team in Konoha. I'm the beautiful and talented Ino Yamanaka. Nice to meet you I guess. Fu looked surprised when Ino extended her hand to her. It was clear that she wasn't expecting anyone besides Naruto to be friendly to her. Fu found it baffling since she wasn't used to people trusting her after finding out she was a Jinchuriki. The minty-haired girl slowly extended her hand and shook Ino's. Nice to meet you, Ino-san. I'm surprised you'd shake hands with a Jinchuriki. Pfft, I'm not lame like all the stupid adults in our village are. If I had a problem with Jinchurikis, I wouldn't put up with this meathead. Besides, at least you seem nicer than Red, Ino replied before pointing back at Karen with her thumb. What? I've been nothing but nice to you people. Karen piped up. Thanks, I appreciate it, Fu seemed to be in shock that a normal person was so understanding. Hinata walked up as well and bowed her head politely. I'm Hinata Hyuga, Naruto-kun's other teammate. I don't judge Naruto-kun for being a Jinchuriki, and I certainly wouldn't judge you for it either. It's nice to meet you. Wow, your teammates are really awesome, Naruto, thanks for being understanding. Fu remarked in disbelief as she shook Hinata's hand now. This girl just met us and she's already calling you by name without any honorifics or shame. I mean, she has a thick country accent, so I guess that explains her lack of manners. Karen spoke to Naruto as she shook her head. Fu nervously rubbed the back of her head. Oh sorry, I was just so excited being able to talk to another Jinchuriki. Is it okay if I call you by name, Naruto-san? Of course it's fine, the blonde boy nodded. I'm Asuma Sarutobi, the Jonin in charge of Team 10. My position is practically a formality at this point though. Naruto is their real leader from what I can tell, Asuma added with a chuckle. Fu beamed enthusiastically as she looked over INO, Hinata, and Naruto. You have so many good friends, Naruto. You're really lucky. What's that girl's name? Oh her, don't worry about her. She's just some weirdo we picked up yesterday. You can just call her Red, INO shrugged. Hey. I'm not a weirdo. Also, I'm Karen Uzumaki. Naruto and I are from the same clan, Karen announced. Well, it's not much of a clan anymore. The Uzumaki clan got mostly wiped out a long time ago. Karen and I are the last members as far as I know. I picked her up on the road after she was running away from some people that were trying to abduct her. It's kind of crazy that we found you too. Maybe it is fate or something, Naruto interjected. It must be, haha. Fu laughed. Naruto, I have a question for you. I'm still a bit confused about everything. So Jinchurikis are hated and seen as monsters. Why, that's dumb. It sounds like they're just humans who can wield the power of an imprisoned tailed beast. If anything, I think that's awesome, Karen commented. I don't like this red-haired brat. She seems like a more obnoxious version of Kushina, Kurama complained. Fu then spoke up, well, I can't speak for other Jinchurikis since Naruto is the only other one I've ever met, but everyone in my village thought I was a demon. I got the same treatment growing up. Ino's dad nearly ruptured a blood vessel stressing over her being on a team with me. He came around though after I talked to him. Most people are afraid of our kind, but not everyone is ignorant or unsympathetic about it. I am really lucky that my teammates understand. I honestly didn't think they would. I half expected to go end up in Umbu after they found out, Naruto sighed. Ino shook her head, that is not happening. Will you cut it out with that, going to Umbu, crap, Naruto? You're staying right here with us and we're going to be the envy of Konoha as Team 10 blows everyone else out of the water. I would be very sad if you weren't on our team, Naruto-kun. I owe all of my progress to you, Hinata added. Karen shook her head, well, I'd never judge my own clan member for upholding a sacred duty of the Uzumaki clan. Besides, I'm going to be living with Naruto when we get back, so I could care less if you are a Jinchuriki too, Taki girl. You are not living with him. Ino shot a glare Karen's way. Naruto-kun doesn't need that burden, Karen-san, Hinata added. Wait, she's going to live with you. Can I live with you too? Fu asked Naruto with hopeful eyes. Naruto nodded, you'll probably have to once the Hokage finds out you're a Jinchuriki. Besides, it'd be better if we just stuck together. Hold up. So, you're letting two girls move into your apartment now? Ino protested. Just the same building. It's empty and there are vacant apartments in it. We would just be neighbors, Naruto explained. Fu nodded in approval, I'm fine with anything as long as it's close to you. Forget what I said earlier about her being nice. Now this girl wants to move in on Naruto too. Since when have so many girls been interested in him? Plus, now Hinata is acting strange and being all territorial. I'm not even a third wheel anymore. I'm a fifth wheel. Ino fumed mentally. Asuma was walking behind all the girls and Naruto and couldn't help but shake his head, enjoy the adulation kid, you probably deserve it after the tough life you've had. I'm glad everyone's so empathetic towards him. I can't even imagine how dangerous Naruto would be if he didn't have connections like this to temper his resentment against the village. Another Jinchuriki and a clan member. This is good for him, but I'm concerned about all the political drama bringing these girls into the village is going to cause. Too late to object now though. I'm sure Dad will understand. After journeying back to Konoha over the next few days, Team 10 and their 2 additional companions would eventually get back home. The trip had been mostly uneventful and laid back, but everyone felt a wave of relief the further away they got from the border. Karen had been mostly the same as she bantered with INO and shamelessly talked non-stop about various topics. The Uzumaki girl clearly loved to talk, as everyone had soon come to learn, and she definitely had an alpha-type personality, as she often tried to be the center of attention. Despite her bantering with INO though, Karen seemed to like her the most other than Naruto himself. INO would call her Red, and Karen would call the other girl Blondie. Their interactions sort of reminded Naruto of INO's rivalry with Sakura. Granted, it was a bit less hostile, and it didn't involve them fighting over Sasuke. In fact, they almost seemed to fight over his attention, which he found strange. Based on all of Naruto's interactions with her previously, INO indirectly made it clear to him a while back that she only saw him as a friend and still liked Sasuke. Her blatant denial of having any interest in him was taken quite literally by the boy, and he didn't give any hopeful or delusional thoughts to the possibility of it being anything else. He wouldn't make the mistake he did with Sakura and breathe life into some childish delusion that a girl who was nice to him had romantic interest. Plus, he didn't want to make things awkward for his team and figured it was better to act aloof and dense. Naruto obviously wasn't as dense or blind to the girls' competition for his attention as they thought he was, but that was how he perceived INO's actions specifically. As for Karen, she was his fellow clan member, and it only made sense that she would want to ingratiate herself to him since they were the only 2 Uzumakis left. She was likely worried about Naruto abandoning her and had no intentions of letting the other girls push her to the sideline. Karen seemed to see him as more of a savior and master than in a romantic way from his perspective. Fu was a fellow Jinchuriki, and it was no secret to Naruto that she felt connected to him as a result. Realistically, she was probably the only girl there that had any possibility of actually liking him like that. Granted, it could have just been the girl having a strong attachment to Naruto since he rescued her and was the only other Jinchuriki she had ever met. They had just met only a few days ago, and like Karen, Fu likely saw Naruto as a savior and her only potential real friend. He was literally her only lifeline in the world now, and he wasn't going to put the girl in any weird situations to ruin their newly established friendship just because he thought that they would make a suitable couple. If she made her interest known to him though, he actually did see a possibility there. With that said, Naruto didn't want to project his childish delusions onto her about them being a potential couple just because she was another Jinchuriki. They would always be close no matter what, and he would just have to let go of his fantasies and be the friend she needed. Hinata was the girl that Naruto was the most uncertain about. Kurama had speculated that the Hyuga girl might have been interested in him a while back, but Naruto just didn't see it. No girl even looked his way prior to his glow-up in the academy and his reveal of competency on Team 10. Hinata was no exception to this, since she had never even spoken to him at the academy and barely spoke to him until after he started training her. It was difficult for him to understand her perceptions of him, and it seemed far more likely that she was just extremely grateful that he had taken her under his wing to train and help. He chalked up her bizarre anger towards INO as a feeling of being left out by her team. It was clear to him that Hinata felt a bit jealous about INO being confident, popular, and outspoken everywhere she went. The Hyuga girl was most likely upset because she wanted to be like INO. The blonde girl knowing Naruto's secret before her seemed like a blatant indication that Naruto respected INO more than her. In her mind, Hinata likely believed that Naruto saw her as an inferior teammate. It definitely wasn't true, but given how insecure the girl was, it was Naruto's assessment on the matter. On the highly unlikely chance that there was some real attraction there on Hinata's part, Naruto figured it wasn't any kind of real affection, but just a feeling of graciousness. Like Karen and even Fu, Hinata felt indebted to him and saw Naruto as a lifeline and a pillar to her own success and future development. Even if she did somehow like him in a less platonic way, Naruto also knew that she would never act on it. He certainly couldn't either. The Hyuga girl was a clan heir who was obviously off-limits to a filthy Jinchuriki like him. He had grown to like Hinata a bit more, but Naruto just didn't humor the idea that she could actually like him romantically. She just wanted to be important, and like everyone else, she believed the only way to achieve that was to be the closest person to him. Since learning Naruto was a Jinchuriki, Hinata had been acting quite differently. Not in a bad way though, but the opposite. For whatever reason, Naruto noticed that Hinata had been a lot more outgoing and talkative than she normally was, as the Hyuga girl would also banter with the others and talk to him about various things. Her weird interaction with INO after finding out about Naruto's situation had created a noticeable and immediate change in her personality. While Hinata was already growing more confident and sociable prior to this event, she had become exponentially more assertive and seemed far less embarrassed or meek when talking now. The Hyuga girl seemed to like Fu a lot, which Naruto was glad to see, though it was hard not like to Fu since she was happy-go-lucky and friendly. His fellow Jinchuriki had been on cloud 9 the entire journey back to the village, as this was her first real experience having normal interactions with other people her age. Even despite their occasional bickering and one-upmanship against each other, Fu would also get along with INO as well. The only person Fu didn't seem to get along with was Karen, who still didn't trust her. Hinata's interactions with Karen had mostly been about the Uzumaki clan and, oddly enough, Naruto's mother Kushina, whom Hinata was greatly interested in learning about. For whatever reason, Hinata bonded with Karen over talking about Naruto's status as a main family heir and an actual noble. The redhead told Hinata and the others again that her mother idolized Kushina Uzumaki, who was the last known Uzumaki heir of the main family. This eventually led to the Hinata asking if Asuma knew Naruto's mother. To everyone's surprise, Asuma would inform them that he knew Kushina Uzumaki fairly well and that she was without a doubt Konoha's strongest kunoichi back in the day. INO and Hinata were particularly confused about why nobody had ever heard of her before, but their sensei would explain that records of Kushina were kept confidential and pulled from the public after the Kyuubi attack. Although it wasn't news to Naruto, all of the others there would learn that Kushina's status as a Jinchuriki wasn't really known by most of the village. He didn't go into detail, but Asuma mentioned that someone attacked Kushina in an attempt to take the Nine Tails, and that was why the Kyuubi was unleashed 13.5 years ago on the village. Naruto had some vague knowledge about this, but he wasn't aware of the specifics and was fascinated about the entire thing. To his frustration though, Kurama did not want to talk about it as usual. The fox seemed to really hate Kushina, and Naruto could hear him groaning in contempt during this entire conversation. After learning a bit about her, everyone would collectively want to know about who Naruto's father was. This would lead to Karen asking about it. Asuma refused to talk about it, much to Naruto's relief, but it didn't stop all 4 of the girls from asking him why he didn't want to talk about it. Once again Asuma would save the day and change the topic by mentioning something that Naruto had never heard about before. Apparently, Kyumogakure attempted to kidnap Kushina when she was a kid since they wanted an Uzumaki. This greatly upset Karen after hearing about it, as well as Naruto himself. He now had 3 personal reasons to dislike the Cloud Village. The first was their involvement in Uzushio's destruction, the second was their attempted kidnapping of Hinata, and now he knew they tried to abduct his mother too. The greater part of the return trip had been mostly spent in conversation about these things, but Naruto was relieved when he finally saw the walls of Konoha in the distance. He needed a break from everyone. The thought of meditating alone in the Senju Grove seemed extremely appealing after this tiresome double mission. After getting into the village, Team 10 was elated to see home and to finally be safe once again. Asuma told them that they were welcome to go home if they wanted, but he had to report to the Hokage and bring their new companions along as well. Naruto volunteered to go with him since he wanted to make sure things went smoothly with the Hokage. To his surprise though, INO and Hinata both volunteered to come along as well. Most likely so they didn't miss out on what was going to happen. Fu and Karen were both amazed by the size and population of Konoha. Being from smaller villages, they had never seen the massive and legendary Leaf Village, which was practically an urban metropolis compared to their former villages. Fu in particular could completely understand why Iwagakure was afraid of this place now. Their population and military were massive for a ninja village. The group was receiving a lot of extra attention from civilians and shinobi patrols, most notably the 2 foreign nin, but especially because of Naruto. He always got weird looks from people because he was the Demon Fox Kid, but they were especially blatant and piercing today since he was wearing armor with Senju clan symbols on it. It likely came across as audacious and disrespectful to a lot of them. Being a Jinchuriki herself, Fu was not blind to the negative attention the civilians directed at Naruto. Hinata, now aware of Naruto's Jinchuriki status, was also hyper-aware of this negative attention her teammate was getting, and it made her angry and sad. Karen sent a nasty scowl to a group of people who pointed at their group before looking at Naruto. I see what you were talking about now, these people are glaring at you like you're a criminal. Don't they know you're the Uzumaki heir? Nobody in this village knows anything about our clan other than a few shinobi and probably the elders. They wouldn't even care if they did know. They think I'm a demon or something, Naruto shrugged. Doubly so, I guess. Uzumaki clan members usually get called demon-blooded. I sure did, but it didn't compare to this. Karen shook her head in disapproval. Geez, this might even be worse than the way they looked at me in Taki. I hope they don't find out about me too, Fu muttered. You're not allowed to talk about it, girls. It's a law in Konoha, so please keep it to yourself, Asuma chimed in quietly. Everyone went silent after hearing Asuma say that, but all four of the girls couldn't help but feel the fear and hatred a lot of the civilians had for Naruto. It was one thing to hear about it, but to see this level of resentful gawking in person was truly eye-opening. Fu was used to the feeling and understood what it must have been like for Naruto better than anyone else there. INO was also somewhat aware of this since she had noticed it a lot more after learning the truth about Naruto 6 or so weeks back. Hinata and Karen seemed to take it the worst though. It was like a stinging epiphany to them seeing Naruto receive this kind of silent animosity. What bothered them both the most about it was how nonchalant and aloof Naruto was in the face of it. He was used to it, and it didn't even seem to bother him. Karen felt offended on his behalf since Naruto was her clan's heir and was obviously worthy of adulation in her eyes. Hinata felt her heart ache for her teammate though and found it quite telling about the kind of person he truly was. In spite of all this rejection and resentment, Naruto held his head high and continued to be a dutiful and good person who cared about his teammates and the village. It was heartbreaking, but doubly inspiring that the boy was so brave and noble. This was what she liked about him so much. Naruto didn't let other people define who he was. He truly was an inspiration to her. The Hyuga couldn't help but feel angry on his behalf and even at herself for being upset that he kept his Jinchuriki status a secret. How could she have been upset about him keeping this a secret? Hinata briefly exchanged a look with INO, who was frowning at the sight as the group walked in silence down the street. INO looked over at her and shook her head. No words were spoken, but Hinata understood what INO was thinking. She was feeling the same way. These people were ignorant. If they only knew how altruistic their teammate was, they wouldn't be looking at him like this. Fortunately, Fu broke the tension as she enthusiastically spoke up, "What are those statues of faces on that cliff over there?" Karen glanced up at the sight and went wide-eyed as well. "What are those, Naruto?" Both Karen and Fu were impressed by the Hokage face statues on the cliffside overlooking the village and stared with wonder at them. "They're statues of the Hokage's faces," Naruto answered casually. Fu nodded with excitement. "So those are the Hokage's. That's really neat that they get monuments built of them. I guess it's a good way to be immortalized by the village. How come other villages don't do something like that? Beats me, but the Hokage's were way better than any of the other Kages. Plus, Konoha is way better than other villages," Naruto shrugged. Everyone gave Naruto a strange look for saying that, especially because the villagers were looking at him like he was a pariah. Who were the Hokages? What are their names? Fu asked enthusiastically as she walked extremely close to Naruto's side now. It was obvious that Fu was used to behaving this way to repel animosity, but it was fortunately able to lighten everyone's grim moods a bit. The blonde boy answered her slowly. The Shodame Hokage was Hashirama Senju. The Nidame Hokage was his younger brother, Tobirama Senju. The Sandame Hokage is Hiruzen Sarutobi, who is our sensei's father. The Yondame Hokage was Minato Namikaze, or the Yellow Flash. Yellow Flash? Why'd they call him that? Fu asked curiously. Because he was blonde and extremely fast, Naruto shrugged. Fu stared at the Hokage face statue in the distance before glancing at Naruto. Huh? What? Naruto tilted his head at her, confused by the girl looking between Naruto and the statue in the distance. Is he the current Hokage? Fu wondered. Naruto shook his head. No, the Yondaime died in the Kyuubi attack. The Sandaime took back over again afterwards. Fu then glanced at Asuma surprised. So you're the son of the third Hokage, Asuma-san? Asuma nodded. Yeah, I'm his mediocre, underachieving son. The minty-haired girl frowned as Asuma's words seemed to remind her of how Shibuki felt in comparison to his father Hizen. The thought of them crossing her mind caused the Jinchuriki girl to go quiet. You're not mediocre, sensei, Ino chimed in shaking her head. Compared to him I am. All of the Hokages were extremely powerful. I'm just an above-average jonin. I might be good compared to my peers, but only special people can become Kages. All of the Hokages were renowned prodigies who were stronger than me when they were half my age. The best comparison I can think of is to look at the difference between me and Naruto right now. He's half my age and already catching up to me. By the time he's an adult, there's no telling how strong he'll be. Though my dad was trained by the Nidaime, it's probably why he had such a great foundation as a kid. A part of me wonders if being mentored by a former Kage makes a difference in one's potential. My dad certainly didn't mentor or train me to that extent, but he was already middle-aged when he had me. Asuma noted. Tobirama-sensei's training really does make a difference. Who knows how weak or incompetent I'd be if I didn't luck into summoning him from the dead by accident. Old man Hokage didn't even want to teach everything he knew to his own son. Tobirama-sensei would be disgusted by that. He explicitly told me to pass on his teachings to others, so I know he told the Sandaime the same thing. Naruto thought to himself. Why didn't the Sandaime train you as much, sensei? Naruto asked Asuma. The man shrugged. I couldn't say. He used to, but after Orochimaru went bad, he never wanted to train anyone again. The Sannin were his pride and joy, and considering all three of them left the village, he probably feels ashamed about training anyone anymore. I wasn't a genius like any of them, so I guess I kind of got sidelined. It really wasn't just me the Hokage neglected. That explains why Asuma-sensei was so receptive to my rant. I never considered the factor the Sannin played in this though. I guess the old man would be wary about training people since he taught Orochimaru so much, and Orochimaru went evil, Naruto thought insightfully. Ino sighed, don't sell yourself short, sensei. You're awesome. Asuma then chuckled, I'm not selling myself my short. Other than Kakashi Hatake or Might Guy, I'm probably one of the top jonin in the village. I'm just saying the Hokages were all legendary people who were great from a young age. Given how advanced Naruto already is, I truly believe he'll be the Hokage one day. Thanks sensei, I appreciate your vote of confidence, Naruto smiled back at the bearded man. So, which of the Hokages was the most powerful? Karen asked curiously. Asuma thought for a moment, well it's hard to say, but many people believe the Yondaime Hawk. Hashirama Senju was unquestionably the most powerful Hokage and it's not even close. He could probably defeat the other three at the same time by himself. Naruto interrupted Asuma. Everyone looked at him surprised by his comment. Asuma was especially surprised that Naruto would think the first Hokage was more powerful than his own father, Minato. Naruto found his sensei's confusion strange, but he quickly had to remember that the things Tobirama told him about Hashirama were not common knowledge in the following generations. What makes you say that, Naruto? Asuma asked. The first Hokage defeated and captured all of the tailed beasts and sold them off to other villages for peace. He also had the legendary wood release and was a sage I heard. How do you think the Uzumaki clan ended up with the nine tails? He was married to Mito Uzumaki and gave it to her, Naruto answered quietly. Ino and Hinata looked shocked by this information as they blinked in disbelief. Karen was quick to speak up, wait, so when you said you were part Senju, you're a descendant of this first Hokage? I had no idea the main families of the Uzumaki and Senju clans intermarried. You think I'm brazen enough to wear Senju clan armor without being a Senju clan descendant? Naruto replied. Whoa, slow down. You're a descendant of the first Hokage. Ino gawked. Asuma then spoke up quietly, he's a Senju heir, I just recently found out about it myself. Don't go talking about it though. It might cause an uproar in the village and abroad if people found out. Then again, people are going to start asking questions after seeing you in that armor, Naruto. If they have a problem with it, then they can come fight me. I'd like to see them try and take this armor off, Naruto responded seriously. Although the girls couldn't quite catch the darkness in his tone of voice, Asuma did. His eyes widened slightly in concern. Naruto wasn't afraid of anyone, it seemed, and he had proven he was willing to kill people too on the last mission. While he did think the boy was a nice person and quite loyal to the village, Asuma could tell that there was a strange darkness to him. It was almost as if Naruto was daring someone to challenge him. Like he was hoping he could make an example out of somebody. Only a person of immense strength would have that kind of subtle ego. Given how calm Naruto was in the face of battle, Asuma couldn't help but wonder if Naruto was even more powerful than he thought the boy was. It seemed likely considering the fact that Naruto kept his competency on the down low until becoming a genin. Plus, the kid was obsessed with becoming stronger and making Konoha stronger. No wonder Naruto is so powerful, he's a descendant of the legendary Senju clan. INO seemed to be in awe about this. Naruto-kun has greater noble pedigree than even I do then, Hinata said almost approvingly. It wasn't lost to INO or the others why Hinata found this appealing. It meant she could potentially marry him since they were both noble-blooded in the eyes of the clan aristocrats. Hayashi Hyuga would likely allow Hinata to marry outside of her clan if it was to a Senju clan heir. He really is a prince. Fu thought quietly as she stared at the blonde boy awestruck. So, this first Hokage had would release. That doesn't sound very powerful to me. Fire alone could counter it easily. Do all Senju clan members have that Kekkei Genkai? Karen wondered. No, only the Shodaime Hokage had would release. It would be a big deal if there was someone capable of using it in the same way he did. Would release is extremely powerful and it terrified other villages and clans. They didn't call the Shodaime the god of shinobi for nothing. Even the Uchiha clan couldn't defeat it, and they had Sharingans and specialized in fire release. The first Hokage was so powerful that he forced peace at the end of the Warring States era. He was truly a legend, Naruto answered. Bah, the only things he was good at were enslaving my kind and bowing to pathetic humans that were astronomically weaker than him. At least your ghost sensei wasn't a hypocrite or a naive fool. All of the Shodaime's peace concessions came at our expense, and what good really came out of them in the shinobi world? Nothing. He was a legendary fool who wasted his power placating to weak men with fragile egos. God of shinobi, my tales, as if you humans could even comprehend what a real god looks like. Kurama growled in Naruto's head. I still don't see what makes it so powerful. So, it can do what, control trees or something? How is that any use against a tailed beast? Karen shook her head. Let me put it this way, Karen. If there was a living Senju who could use would release, the elders would be calling for them to be crowned Hokage tomorrow. I don't know much about it, but according to the Sandaime, it's not only one of the world's strongest Kekkei Genkais but it's symbolic and feared by all other nations. Some say the Shodaime even created the forest Konoha was built in. Asuma answered. The elders wouldn't be calling for that person to be crowned Hokage tomorrow if they knew he was me. Naruto thought doubtfully. Create a whole forest? That sounds absurd, Karen scoffed. INO shook her head. I agree with Red. That sounds like an exaggerated folk tale that got blown out of proportion. You'd have to be a god of nature to be able to do something like that. I mean seriously, who would actually believe that? Naruto shrugged. Well, sometimes legends are enough to deter enemies. I'm certain there were exaggerations. Fu frowned at this information as she remembered seeing Naruto use would release to obliterate a massive number of IWA nin. Seeing it in action and how much it terrified the Iwagakure shinobi was all the girl needed to know about why this Kekkei Genkai was legendary and terrifying. Even her tailed beast, Chomei, was worried about it prior to her befriending Naruto. She remembered Naruto creating a mini forest in the battle with trees the size of buildings sprawling around and slaughtering people like a literal force of nature. The thought of Naruto using full and unrestrained power with such an ability made it obvious to her that the legends of the Shodaime were probably true. It also affirmed what she already knew: Naruto was super special not only as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, but as a Senju clan heir. He was an unsung and uncrowned prince of this village, her prince. So why did you think the Yondaime was more powerful if you know about how strong the Shodaime was, Asuma-sensei? Hinata wondered. The man shook his head. The Yondaime was unbelievably gifted. He was the best wind-style ninjutsu user I've ever seen. Half the wind jutsus I know, he taught me personally, as well as Kakashi Hatake. He also had the legendary flying Raijin ability. He could teleport with it. That power was so terrifying that other villages had a flee-on-sight order when he showed up on a battlefield. Maybe I just have recency bias because I saw the Yondaime in action when I was your ages, but he was incredible, and everyone was scared of Konoha when he was alive. He could teleport? Fu asked surprised. Yeah, nobody really understands how. It was some kind of super advanced space-time fuinjutsu. It's so complex that not even my father could learn it, and he's a genius among geniuses. I can't even imagine the level of chakra and chakra control it requires. Supposedly the Yondaime taught it to some of his bodyguards, but it took 3 or 4 of them to cast it and they couldn't do it instantly like him. Minato Namikaze was the definition of genius. To this day he still has the top scores in the Shinobi Academy, Asuma replied. My dad was definitely a better shinobi than me. He wasn't born with special powers like I was, he was just great on his own. I would be a failure if I couldn't measure up to him with all the powers I have. I don't have any excuses to not surpass him, Naruto thought distantly. Fu had to force herself not to look at Naruto after hearing this, but the realization dawned on her immediately, so that's how Naruto was teleporting, and how he killed those Iwa Nin in a flash. He can do that flying Raijin thing and he has wood release. He's probably the strongest person in this village then. Plus, he has Kurama too. We really are lucky to have someone like that on our side. This boy might be the one, Chome spoke in her head. Advanced space-time fuinjutsu sounds like some absurdly forbidden ability the Uzumaki clan would know at the height of its power, Karen noted. I believe the Nidaime Hokage, Tobirama Senju created that ability. He was also a genius considering how many forbidden jutsus he created, Naruto noted. The Nidaime could do it too. I didn't know that. Asuma remarked with amazement. Naruto shrugged, that's just what I heard, but he didn't perfect it like the Yondaime did. You're a repository of lost history it seems. Whoever that former sensei of yours was, he makes me look like an amateur, Asuma laughed. Compared to him, everyone in this village is an amateur, even old man Hokage. All of Tobirama sensei's students are failures. I won't be though. I'll make him proud of me and show the stupid elders how wrong they are. I'll surpass all of the Hokages one day, Naruto thought as he stared at the monuments in the distance. The Yondaime Hokage had a flee-on-sight order from other villages. That's crazy. All of a sudden, I'm interested in learning more about the Hokages. They didn't teach stuff like that in our history course at the Shinobi Academy. INO remarked with amazement. Fu looked back up at the Hokage statue again before glancing at Naruto. The Yondaime was blonde like Naruto and their hair looks almost identical. Also, according to Karen, Uzumakis traditionally have red hair. Naruto can use that same teleporting ability too. Is the Yondaime his father? Is that why Asuma-san and Naruto don't want to tell us? Realizing how badly things could go if he let the girls ponder on the Yondaime and his similar appearance to Naruto, the boy quickly changed the subject. How do you want to deal with the old man, Asuma-sensei? Asuma seemed aware of Naruto getting nervous about the topic and quickly helped him out as he responded, well, as far as immigration goes, there will be a year-long waiting period before they can become Konoha genin. We'll see about trying to find a jonin to look after them until then. It would also make it easier to watch them if they were close to you since Umbu usually watch you as well. They won't really get to become an official team unless they get third genin though. It's going to take some time before they're properly assimilated. If Danzo has his way, he might put one of our people in their squad. That Sai guy is around our age and could pose as a genin. Naruto speculated. Man, that sucks, so I gotta go through a waiting period to even become a genin here? Fu groaned. Karen sighed, that is annoying, but I suppose it could be worse. It's not like it really matters right now anyways. They cancelled the Chunin exams in Konoha in 6 months, so there's no reason to rush into it, Asuma replied. They cancelled the Chunin exams here. That's so dumb. Why? Fu complained. Asuma would proceed to explain the situation to the girls in the following minutes as they made their way to the Hokage Tower to see Hiruzen. Konoha, Hokage Tower. After a long and very ominous report to Hiruzen Sarutobi, Asuma would conclude his explanation to the Hokage about their mission and everything that happened. He neglected to mention that Fu was a Jinchuriki much to everyone's relief, but he did say that Naruto found Karen, who was another Uzumaki clan member. To Naruto's surprise, the old man Hokage seemed super understanding and receptive to giving the girls sanctuary and letting them become Leaf Shinobi. The odd tension in the room and especially among everyone there tipped Hiruzen off to the fact that there was more to it than he was told, but the man chose to postpone those questions for later. This is indeed a peculiar turn of events, Asuma, but I am glad to see everyone made it back safely and that these 2 young kunoichis are receptive to joining Konoha. I have some additional questions if you don't mind me asking, Hiruzen spoke up after a long pause. Of course, Sandim-sama, Asuma nodded. The old man then looked at Fu curiously. You said Iwagakure attacked Takigakure, and you fled after your village sold you out. Yes sir, Fu nodded. What made you want to come to Konoha? I can understand Karen Uzumaki's interest given the fact that Naruto Uzumaki is here, but what is your interest in being a Konoha shinobi? He asked. The girl frowned. Well, I just figured Konoha was the arch nemesis of IWA, and they could protect me from them. My own village is practically under the vassalage of IWA right now. I can't go back. Plus, Konoha is the biggest and strongest village. It seemed like a good place to come, and I'm glad I did because Asuma-san and Team 10 have been really friendly to me. There's no way she came up with that on her own. Someone in the platoon must have told her to tell the Hokage that IWA vassalized Taki. We actually did instead. Good move telling him that, Fu. It will justify why there's no communication with Takigakure once Division 2 starts intercepting all messages, and it will keep the old man from wanting to contact them. Plus, the cancellation of the Chunin exams will keep Taki from sending Genin here as well. This will cover up our involvement nicely, Naruto thought approvingly. Karen was staring at Fu as she spoke and could tell she was lying. Not just about her Jinchuriki status, that much was obvious to everyone else. No, Fu was lying about something else too. Something about this girl's highly unlikely run-in with them seemed sketchy to her. Nevertheless, she kept her mouth shut in order to keep Naruto happy and get through this screening with the Hokage. Hiruzen sighed heavily. So Takigakure is under the vassalage of Iwagakure? I suppose it was only inevitable that they would try to gain a closer front to us through them after we allied with Kyuzugakure. This is a political disaster. Even so, I am sorry to hear that you went through that, Fu-san. You are of course welcome to stay here as well. Fu let out a sigh of relief and bowed her head. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Political disaster is an understatement. It's doubly concerning since Kyuzugakure is going to be upset at us over the incident that occurred there with Guren. We took down a number of her henchmen in Kusa, and I'm certain Kusa will realize they were imposters eventually if they haven't already. The real issue is that they're going to be mad when they find out we took Karen Uzumaki, which is what Guren Ishihana was trying to frame us for. Naruto figured out that they were Otogakure Nin. It seems apparent that Orochimaru is trying to politically isolate Konoha and break the trust of our alliances with neighboring allies. Given the pattern, we should assume they'll be making moves in Tani or Suna next. We should inform the Kazekage about Oto's hostility. Asuma added. The Hokage frowned. Yes, that is a good call, Asuma. It's a good thing you and your team were able to identify Guren and her followers as shinobi and figure out how they infiltrated the village. I'll have the Hyuga clan, and our best censors do thorough screenings of all future arrivals to the village. We will definitely have to blacklist Otogakure and Rice Country as hostile territory too. As for Kusa, I will write a statement to them later. Given the fact that Karen Uzumaki was tortured there, we have the rights to keep her here with a fellow Uzumaki. They can consider it reparations for their attack against Team 10. Kusa is unlikely to break their alliance with us. The IWA occupation during the last Great War still has lingering fear there. They like us more than they like them. I will do my best to repair relations, however. We will need their help if IWA does declare war again. Alright, well, where can we live? I personally would like to live with Naruto if that's alright, Hokage-sama, Karen spoke up. Ino and Hinata sent her sharp glares but stayed quiet. Hiruzen looked at Karen briefly before turning his gaze to Naruto. Was this your idea, Naruto? It was, Grandpa Hokage. My apartment building doesn't have any other tenants, and it would make Karen and Fu more comfortable to live around someone they know. Karen is a member of my clan, so I have an obligation to take care of her. As for Fu, she can also stay there until she finds something better, Naruto answered. Hiruzen clasped his hands as he nodded. I suppose it would be good for you to have neighbors, though you would be their guardian and liaison. Are you certain you want that responsibility? I do, Gramps. Naruto nodded. Also, there was a matter I wanted to bring up in addition to that, Sandem-sama. Given Naruto's extremely impoverished living conditions, is there any way you can improve his monthly welfare allowance? The kid is a full-fledged shinobi now and I think he can be trusted with more money. I mean hell, he practically did half the work on our mission and volunteered to take care of these foreign girls, Asuma chimed in. The Hokage nodded. Yes, I agree, Asuma. Given his recent maturity and the fact that he'll be taking care of 2 other people, I see no reason why not to increase his welfare allowance. Honestly, I meant to do it 2 years ago but received a lot of pushbacks from the village council. I put the paperwork in recently though and it finally got approval. I'm also giving you back pay, Naruto. Why you are? Wait, what do you mean you got pushback from the council? Naruto asked confused. You mean Danzo-sama? Asuma asked. What? Danzo stopped him from upping my welfare allowance? Naruto thought annoyed. Hiruzen looked at his son seriously. That is not a matter to be discussed in the presence of the children. All that matters is I already approved it. I will also be modifying the amount further due to these 2 girls that Naruto has graciously agreed to look after. Sorry father, Asuma nodded. Why would Danzo block my welfare allowance? Naruto thought angrily. Most likely so you'd be easier to isolate and indoctrinate into his little root organization. If I had to guess, he stopped pushing back on it because you're finally working for him, Kurama answered. All this time I thought it was the Hokage, but Danzo is responsible for me being so poor. Asuma-sensei also mentioned that one of the elders leaked that I was a Jinchuriki to the public. Danzo probably did that too. Naruto thought angrily. Even so, Danzo is more useful as an ally than the Hokage. I mean we saved Chomei with his help. I don't really like him or his methods either, but things might not have turned out better if you didn't grow up the way you did and experience the true harshness of life from a young age. It made you stronger, didn't it? He wanted to make you a weapon, but it's drastically backfired on him now that you have leverage over Root. Like I said before, use them as they would seek to use you and be prepared to kill Danzo once he's become a liability. Kurama sighed. There are many other matters we will discuss later, but all of you are free to leave now. Naruto, would you mind staying behind? There is something I've been meaning to tell you, Hiruzen followed up. Come on girls, let's go wait downstairs. Asuma dragged everyone out of the room. You stay as well, Asuma. Hiruzen ordered. Everyone looked a bit worried as Asuma closed the door on the 4 girls and stayed behind in the Hokage's office with Naruto. They didn't even get the chance to eavesdrop as nearby Umbu stationed at the door escorted them downstairs. Once the room was clear, a long silence passed as Asuma walked up to Naruto's side and looked at his father calmly. Naruto shared in Asuma's calmness, but he couldn't help but feel that Hiruzen was about to call them out on something. I've had my suspicions for the past year, but after seeing you in that armor it's obvious to me that you know a lot more about your situation than anyone thinks you do. Am I right to assume as much, Naruto? Hiruzen asked. My former sensei gave me this armor. I wear it with pride because I'm proud to represent my clan, Naruto responded. Your clan, that is Senju clan armor, Hiruzen stated. Naruto shrugged at him, "Don't act coy, old man. You know I'm related to Tsunade Senju, and you know my mom Kushina Uzumaki was a descendant of Mito Uzumaki who was the Shodame's wife. You know damn well I'm a Senju and an Uzumaki." The old man frowned. "It seems my suspicions were correct. Whoever this former sensei of yours was, they told you everything, didn't they?" "Yes." Naruto nodded. The Hokage then sighed, "How long have you known?" 3 years or so now," the boy answered. Hiruzen went wide-eyed. 3 years, and you never spoke about it to anyone? Why would I? Who would have believed me or cared? You clearly didn't care. I couldn't help but wonder if you were ever going to talk to me about it. I wonder how my parents would feel if they knew about the state you left me in. A kid hated by the entire village, being called demon and never knowing why until a few years ago. No guardian, no friends, no money. The only thing that kept me loyal to this village was my heritage. My father died for this village. The Shodame and Nidame both died for this village. One day I'll probably die for this village too. I think you lost sight of what the will of fire truly means, but I haven't. I know who my parents were. I know about the Kyuubi. I know everything, and from where I'm standing it doesn't make you look trustworthy to me. What's the point of talking about it now? We could have had this talk years ago." Naruto responded coldly. Hiruzen's jaw dropped as he stared in disbelief and sadness at the cold and stoic blonde boy. He was nothing like his younger self. The energetic and hyper kid seemed like a distant memory compared to this stone-cold person standing across from him. The Hokage then glanced at Asuma, who looked grim and was staring at the ground. Based on his son's reaction, Hiruzen could tell that Asuma was aware of this. He had no idea what to say and simply stared in disbelief for a long moment. Naruto followed up a moment later, "I don't hate you, Gramps, but there's nothing to really say anymore. I don't want justification or vindication. Clearly you had your reasons to let me grow up the way I did, and I can't even blame you wholly for them. I get that you were probably trying to protect me, but I don't need protection anymore. What's important is I know now and I'm still here. I'm going to become the Hokage one day whether you and those incompetent elders help me or not." Finally, Hiruzen spoke up, "Naruto, I'm sorry." The man's voice was racked with grief as he looked more emotional than Naruto had ever seen him before. It actually made the boy feel bad as he stared in confusion at the sight of Hiruzen getting out of his desk and placing his hat down. As Hiruzen walked over to Asuma and Naruto, the man held his head down shamefully. A long silence followed before Asuma spoke up. "It wasn't his fault that the village found out about the Kyuubi, Naruto. Danzo-sama leaked that information. It also sounds like he was blocking the village council from increasing your welfare allowance. Don't blame Danzo Shimura for everything. All of the elders on the village council and the Hokage himself share accountability. They've been running this village into the ground since Minato Namikaze died. Where the hell were you guys during the Uchiha massacre? Why didn't you kill Orochimaru? Why allow the Cloud Village to kill a Hyuga clan member after they tried to abduct the Hyuga heir? What do you think your sensei, Tobirama Senju, would say about the current state of the village, Gramps? Is this honoring his sacrifice? Is this honoring my father's sacrifice?" Naruto shook his head aggressively. "You're right, Naruto, the village leaders have not lived up to the teachings of our predecessors. I failed you, just like I failed my father, my senseis, your parents, my students, the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, and even my own family. I have a lot of regrets, and I've made a lot of mistakes. Perhaps I'm getting too old. Perhaps my own wounds have never really healed. I'm sorry for the pain I've put you through, both of you. At least you're still here. I am grateful for that." Hiruzen spoke with distant sadness. "Dad." Asuma looked shocked by Hiruzen's face as he had likely never seen him like that before. "I know I do not deserve it, but please forgive this old man if you can." Hiruzen bowed his head. Naruto had to fight back his own emotions from seeing this as it affected him a lot more than he thought possible. Despite all the years of neglect and perceived negligence he felt towards Hiruzen, Naruto still cared about him. This old man was like family to him. It's okay, Gramps, it made me stronger. I wouldn't be who I am today if I didn't face adversity, Naruto replied, trying to keep his voice from cracking. He squinted his eyes and did his best not to cry. Despite all his newfound toughness, power, and stoicism, Naruto almost felt like the young boy he used to be once again. The warm feeling he remembered from every time Hiruzen came to visit him at his apartment. Them sharing a meal and the Hokage telling dad jokes. Before he even knew what he was doing, Naruto almost reflexively hugged the old man tightly. He couldn't explain his own emotions about this, but in his heart, he knew it was the right thing to do. Asuma and Hiruzen both looked surprised by the boy doing this, but Hiruzen hugged him back briefly before placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder and looking him in the eyes. I can't make up for the past, but I'll be here for you in the future, Naruto. I owe it to Kushina and Minato, and especially to you. Thanks, Gramps. Naruto nodded as he tried to regain his composure. Asuma then spoke up with a warm smile, thanks for making me his sensei, Dad. Naruto is the most talented shinobi I've seen since his father. The kid's practically Jonin level at this point. I honestly think he can become Hokage one day. Plus, he trains his teammates himself, and they idolize him too. We might have had casualties if he didn't step up at Kusa. Hiruzen then looked over at his son as the mood lightened a bit. I'm glad to know Naruto is like his father. He definitely will become the Hokage one day. I've been meaning to ask you, Gramps, but why don't you have a successor? Naruto asked as he returned to a better mood himself. The Sandaime sighed, well, I did originally with both Orochimaru and Minato. The council has been asking me about that for a long time, and I haven't had a proper answer for them. Naruto and I spoke about it at great length, and I think it might be a good idea if we tried contacting the Sannin. Jiraiya-sama or Tsunadeheim could be your successor until Naruto is old enough. Plus, they could also mentor him too, Asuma suggested. Hiruzen frowned. Jiraiya would never agree to it. He cares too much about his freedom and hasn't been the same since Amigakure. Tsunade would be the best available option. It's what all of the elders and the daimyo want other than Danzo. All the more reason to bring her back then if Danzo-sama is wary of her, Asuma replied. She wouldn't come back for anything now. Ever since Nawaki and Dan died, Tsunade has been a broken woman. I don't think she's a realistic option, Asuma. A traumatized pacifist cannot lead a ninja village, Hiruzen shook his head. Asuma then pointed at Naruto, she would come back if she knew about him. They're related, and Naruto is an heir of the Senju clan. He might be able to convince her. Believe me, Dad, the kid is really good at sweet-talking women. Hiruzen then glanced at Naruto doubtfully. Jiraiya might feel a kinship to him since he was Minato's sensei, but I don't believe Tsunade has ever met Naruto or even knows about him. She knew Kushina and Minato, but she didn't come back for their funerals. Do you have any idea where Tsunadeheim could be? Even if it is a long shot, I think it would do her and Naruto a lot of good to reunite with a living blood relative. We could get the kid a proper guardian and she might even be willing to mentor him even if she does turn down the Hokage gig, Asuma asked. His father folded his arms behind his back as he looked away. I send out feelers from time to time to see if she's still alive. My latest intel from a month ago said a woman of her description was in the land of hot water in Yugikure. It would make sense for her to go there. That land believes in pacifism and peace, and Tsunade always did like hot springs. From what the report said, she was journeying north to Shimagakure in the land of frost. I'm surprised she would travel that close to the land of lightning. Asuma remarked. Hiruzen scoffed, I highly doubt they would attack her, especially since she's retired. Other than the Reikage, I don't think anyone in Kumo is much of a match for Tsunade. You're very unlikely to convince her unless you had Jiraiya's help too, however. Where is he at? Asuma asked. The Hokage shrugged, I couldn't say, but until we find out where he is, it would be fruitless to try confronting Tsunade. Well, keep an eye out for him, Gramps. Let us know when you do find him, and we can go and get him to come back to the village. It's nothing that needs to happen immediately, but we should work on it, Naruto suggested. Hiruzen nodded, very well Naruto, I'll see about trying to contact Jiraiya to come back to the village. I'll let him know about you and your situation. That would surely get his attention. When he gets here, you can try convincing him to help you recruit Tsunade. Sounds good, Naruto nodded with approval. He was relieved that the tension had now passed and to see the Hokage actually doing something big for the village for once. Also, Dad, there's one more thing we really need to talk about. That full girl we picked up from Takigakure, she's a Jinchuriki too. Nobody in the village can find out about it, Asuma stated seriously. The Hokage nodded, yes, I already knew that when I heard her name. Danzo told me that Takigakure had a Jinchuriki named Fu. He predicted IWA would attempt to capture her if they ever found out as well. Wow, Danzo-sama was actually useful for once, did he say anything else? Asuma asked. Hiruzen frowned, he has been expressing concerns about IWA for the past year or two. He predicted they might attack Taki. I may not always agree with him, but he was right about that. With Iwa's expansion, Oto Nin being able to sneak into the village, and their sabotaging our relations with Kusa, we will need to exponentially improve security. It might be dangerous sending single teams on distant missions as well for our genin. We'll have to compensate by sending teams out in pairs. Pairs? Like 2 teams on one mission? Naruto asked. The Hokage nodded, for missions with high risk or on the border of IWA and Oto, we can't be too careful. We should also prepare for war just in case. For the time being, the Uzumaki girl and the Jinchuriki Fu should remain within Konoha. They're your responsibility, Naruto. I'll make sure they're good, the genin nodded. We can figure out how to assimilate them later. For now, I think you two should get some rest. I have a lot of paperwork to do, and a letter to write to Kusagakure, Hiruzen responded. Asuma nodded as he and Naruto headed for the door. Right before they could open it, Naruto glanced back at Hiruzen who was sitting down at his desk again. Hey, Gramps, do you know if Team 7 is back yet? Naruto asked. Hiruzen shook his head, no, they are not. Really? It's been 2.5 weeks and they're still in the land of waves. Asuma asked surprised. I hope they're alright, do you think they ran into any trouble? Naruto wondered. Asuma sighed, probably, but they should be fine. Kakashi is the top jonin in the village. Yeah, I guess. They have Sasuke there too. Oh crap, I forgot to get him a souvenir. Naruto's eyes shot wide. If Team 7 isn't back within a few days, we'll send out a search party. You should get some rest, Naruto, Hiruzen spoke up one last time. Yeah, thanks Gramps. Good luck with your paperwork and finding Jiraiya, Naruto waved as he walked out of the room and down the stairs. I'll go investigate the land of waves myself, Naruto thought seriously. After Naruto left, Asuma sighed, that went better than I expected. He's grown up so fast. Hiruzen trailed off as he looked up from his paperwork. Asuma was silent for a long moment before speaking, do you have any idea who this former sensei of his could be? He wouldn't tell me anything about it. Whoever that guy was, he knew a lot and was definitely better than me. He also turned the kid into a zealot obsessed with saving the village. Nothing Naruto said was wrong. I need to address a lot of lingering problems. His former sensei was probably a Senju or Uzumaki clan member if he knows as much as he does. I find it concerning that someone like that was able to train Naruto in secret for 3 years, but there's nothing we can really do about it now. I am just relieved it wasn't Danzo trying to indoctrinate him, Hiruzen replied. Naruto told me his former sensei was dead, so I don't think it's a security issue, Asuma added. The Sandaime shook his head, there's no point in trying to pry secrets out of him. I don't have the right to demand answers from him when I couldn't even be the one to tell him about his parents or the Kyuubi. I'm glad the boy doesn't wholly resent me though, and I'm glad to see that you and his teammates all like him. It was his parents' dying wish that he would be seen as a hero. I will have to work harder to make up for my mistakes to the boy. I appreciate you looking out for him, Asuma. His parents would definitely be proud of him. I sure as hell am. I'm not joking either, he's almost Jonin level and he's only 13 and a half. It's a good thing Danzo-sama never got a hold of that boy. Naruto would be lethal in his hands. The kid killed 9 enemy shinobi at Kusagakure, Jonin and Chunin. He didn't even hesitate. It was like he had seen combat before. He's fearless, and eager to prove himself. Asuma followed up. He reminds me of his father in many ways, but he seems more like my sensei now than anyone else. It would be a problem if Danzo were able to get his hands on the boy. I'll keep an eye on Danzo and make sure the village council stops harassing Naruto as well. I'm not going to tolerate them disrespecting him anymore, Hiruzen followed up. Asuma nodded. Well, I'll see you later, Dad. Keep up the good work, son, Hiruzen said distantly as the Jonin departed finally. Afterwards, Hiruzen stared at his desk as he reflected on everything. I won't fail you again, Naruto. Naruto's apartment. After joining back up with the others, Naruto would finally take Fu and Karen to his rundown apartment building. He said his goodbyes to Ino and Hinata, but for whatever reason, they decided to come along as well. How am I going to get out of here and go to the land of waves with everyone around? The boy thought frustrated as he walked up the steps and opened up the door to his apartment. Karen almost seemed to deadpan at the sight of it as she followed Naruto inside. Fu looked more receptive and smiled happily. It looks cozy. So, this will be my new home sweet home. Hold up. I thought they were getting their own apartments next to you. Ino protested as she and Hinata followed Fu and Karen inside. It's just for a short while until we can get the paperwork done for the apartments next door. Sorry for the mess, I haven't fully cleaned this place in about a month. Well, other than kitchen and the bathroom, Naruto rubbed the back of his head. Ino looked around at Naruto's apartment almost grossed out. It was clear a boy lived here by himself. There were basically no amenities or decorations, cluttered scrolls and kunai were everywhere, and a giant pile of laundry was just sitting in a corner. True to Naruto's claim though, the kitchen was clean and there wasn't any food left out or trash lying around. Naruto's bed was also made. Hinata examined it with great interest as she went to look at the notes on the table. They seemed like another language to her as they were covered in sketches of seals and mathematical formulas. Next to it was a map of the continent with colored indicators. A giant stack of papers with colored sticky notes was organized next to it. Karen also found this interesting as she went over and looked at it. The redhead's eyes widened. Whoa, this is super advanced fuinjutsu. I can barely understand any of this. Also, what's with all the notes next to this map? This looks like something you'd see in a war room. Naruto quickly took everything out of Karen and Hinata's hands before putting everything on the table into a sealed scroll and putting it in his pack immediately. Just something I've been working on. Nothing important. Really, why hide it? Karen asked confused. Naruto sighed as he shook his head. I've been trying to experiment with fuinjutsu lately. I'd rather not get into it right now. Oh, so it's Uzumaki clan stuff, huh? I suppose it makes sense that you wouldn't want any of them seeing it. I wouldn't mind going over it with you later though, Karen exclaimed. Hinata frowned at her. What makes you think you're more entitled to Naruto-kun's trust than us? We're his teammates and we grew up in the same village, went to the same academy. You've only known him for a few days. Oh well, then maybe you'd like to tell us about all the Hyuga clan's secrets then. Karen countered. This immediately shut Hinata's point down. I need to be more careful about leaving stuff out. Naruto let out a sigh of relief. Anyways, I'm still trying to wrap my head around the fact that they make you live in this dump. You're a clan heir and deserve a large house at the very least. Honestly though, this place isn't as dirty as I thought it would be, Karen sighed. While the others were all talking to Naruto, Ino walked over to his desk and saw something strange on it. A kunai. The girl picked it up and looked at it curiously as she found it unique compared to regular ones. This kunai had triple prongs, which seemed to be something Naruto favored. What was most fascinating about it was the seal on the handle. Why does his kunai have a seal on it? I can't even read this seal. Come to think of it, didn't Naruto show a kunai like this to my dad? Ino wondered. Against her better judgment, Ino decided to hide it and to keep for later examination. Luckily nobody saw her do this as Karen was arguing with Fu about which next-door apartment they would be staying in. Both girls wanted the one across from Naruto's. Their argument was cut short when Hinata spoke up with notable concern, "Naruto-kun, where are Fusan and Karen-san going to sleep in this place? There's only one couch and one bed." This caused everyone to go silent for a moment as flushed faces began to emerge. "I can just spoon with Naruto. Karen can go sleep on the couch," Fu announced shamelessly. "Excuse me? Listen here, bug girl, you can go sleep on the couch. It's too weird for you to sleep next to Naruto. I am his fellow clan member, so it's hardly strange if I do it." Karen shot back. "Don't call me, bug girl." Fu responded seriously. Karen then crossed her arms, "Or what? Or you'll be sleeping outside tonight," Fu shot back. "Karen, she's a Jinchuriki and could probably wipe the floor with you." "I wouldn't talk to her like that," Naruto chimed in. Karen groaned, "Fine, but I still think I should be able to sleep on the bed next to you." "Look, I don't care if you sleep in the bed too, Karen. I'd prefer the window side though," Fu suggested. "You can go sleep on the floor, Red, and Fu can take the couch. Neither one of you weirdos is sleeping in the same bed as Naruto. Don't you feel any shame? You're girls and he's a boy." INO shouted with a flushed face. "Neither one of you is sleeping next to him. That is extremely burdensome to Naruto-kun. This is his home, and it is rude to impose that upon him. I believe renting an inn down the street would be a better solution. I can even lend you money for it," Hinata added calmly. Excuse me, but what business is it of yours? Why did you two even insist on coming over here?" Karen demanded. "I just wanted to make sure that you two didn't try anything funny." INO tried to sound convincing. Karen smirked at her, "Why's that? Do you not like the idea of Naruto-sama and I being close? Quit calling him Sama, Red. Jeez. Aren't you embarrassed?" INO masked her embarrassment with aggression. "I don't have time for this. I have to go see if Sasuke and Team 7 are alright," Naruto thought seriously as he watched the girls bicker for another minute. "I have a better idea. Both of you can share the bed and I'll sleep on the couch," Naruto announced. "What? I'm not sleeping next to her," Karen complained. Fu glared at her. "I'll just sleep on a mat next to the couch then." "That's fine, we'll figure out a better situation later. INO and Hinata, you two should get going home now. Your families are probably missing you," Naruto spoke to his teammates. "Why yeah, see you tomorrow," INO said distantly. "Good night Naruto-kun," Hinata added before the two of them left his apartment finally. Once they were gone, Naruto turned around and looked at Karen. "If you really want to help me, Karen, then stop fighting with Fu. I wasn't trying to. Don't you think it's a bit strange how she ended up crossing our paths? She was lying to the Hokage. Not just about the Jinchuriki thing, but something else too. This girl is sketchy," Karen sighed. Fu frowned at her as she walked up to Naruto's side and stayed quiet. Naruto stared at Karen seriously before responding, "I'll tell you why on the condition that you never mention it again. Don't break my trust, Karen." "Oh of course, Naruto-sama," Karen gulped. She was not used to seeing this super serious side of Naruto. The blonde took a deep breath before speaking. "I rescued Fu from Iwagakure Shinobi myself before I met you. When I found out she was a Jinchuriki I wanted her to come to Konoha. I didn't want my team finding out about me fighting Iwa Nin and being AWOL. I told her to cross our paths on the road after we finished the mission in Kyusugakure. So, stop asking questions and stop poking holes in my cover story. She's here because I wanted her here." Fu couldn't help but feel a warm sensation in her chest at hearing Naruto say he wanted her here. She was also relieved that Naruto put a quick end to Karen's bashful and inquisitorial attitude as well. "Why you rescued her yourself? That would explain why she was so loyal and friendly to you back when we first met her," Karen replied. "Nobody else can know about it. The two of you are my responsibility to take care of now, and I'd rather you got along with each other. You're more than likely going to end up on the same team, so start bonding now," Naruto sighed. Karen nodded. "I won't mention it again, Naruto-sama. That goes for you as well, Fu. Karen is my only living clan member. Please try to get along with her," Naruto added. I will, Naruto. My bad, Karen, I guess we can share the bed, Fu smiled. Karen looked away awkwardly. Well, at least I know you're trustworthy now that I know the truth. I need both of you girls, there is nobody in this village I can trust more than the two of you. My fellow clan member and my fellow Jinchuriki. It's likely that we'll all be together forever, so I'd rather you two accept each other now. With your help, I want to one day restore the Uzumaki clan to greatness, Naruto stated firmly. Both of them seemed super receptive and a bit flustered by his claim of needing them and being together forever. They were also caught off guard by him wanting their help to restore his clan. Although it wasn't how he intended for it to sound, both girls indirectly took a different meaning. So, you need both of us then? I suppose I can tolerate that for the good of the clan. It is only logical that we bolster our numbers, Karen nodded as a massive blush lit up her face. Fu looked at Karen a bit surprised. Well, I'll admit it seems weird to me, but I guess it wouldn't be too bad if it's for the good of your clan. If she's okay with it, and it means I can be with Naruto, then I'll accept too. Well, I suppose that makes you an honorary Uzumaki then, Fu, Karen replied. The minty-haired girl looked down skittishly. So, how would it work? We'll figure that out later. I guess you and I will have to vet any future candidates too, Karen replied. Naruto had no idea that his words were interpreted differently than he meant them. To Fu and Karen, it sounded like he wanted them to be his consorts in order to repopulate the Uzumaki clan. In his mind though, he was saying he needed allies and wanted them to trust each other. What's with this weird tension all of a sudden? Naruto thought confused as Karen and Fu were looking at each other almost embarrassed by what they just agreed to. I don't plan on giving up my number one spot though, Fu. Karen stated confidently. The minty-haired girl then smirked at her. We'll see won't we, Karen? The redhead then adjusted her glasses again before changing the subject. Well, I suppose I can get started on cleaning up in here. I'll go cook. I'm a good cook believe it or not. Fu exclaimed. Yes, well I'm going to decorate afterwards, Karen countered. Fu gave her a sharp look. I'll help you with that. Didn't they just agree to be friends? Why are they still competing with each other? Naruto thought confused. Brushing his curiosity aside, he then got back to business. Sounds good. I'll be back in a few minutes. I wanted to go drop something off. Both girls could only stare in confusion as Naruto swiftly exited the apartment. He immediately took cover behind an alley and made a wood clone before teleporting outside of eastern Konoha in one of his training spots. After getting there, the boy gave his wood clone instructions to go back to his apartment in a few minutes before shifting his focus to his new objective. Alright, on foot it would take me days to get to the land of waves, but I can't really risk being gone for too long. I sure hope Sasuke has one of those scrolls I gave him and didn't leave it at home. I left a seal on it just in case, but maybe I should have just marked him instead. It would be better if I was anonymous, so I'll put my Umbu gear back on, Naruto thought as he changed out of his armor and equipped his Umbu attire as quickly as he could. After putting the outer fox mask on last, the genin took a deep breath. I've never attempted a teleportation this far before. Here goes nothing. Iwagakure, Tsuchiki's tower. An old and short man with a big red nose and a triangular beard sat across from the 5 leaders of the attack on Takigakure. All of them looked deeply ashamed and fearful as the old man and a village council were silent and speechlessly staring at them. Can you run that by me again, Commander Kitsuchi? I must be going senile or mishearing things at my old age. It sounded like you said he used would release. The old man spoke grimly. The bearded man and the other surrounding leaders of his assault were all kneeling in front of the old man and the surrounding council. You did not mishear, Tsuchikage-sama, he was a force of nature, and he could move faster than anything I've ever seen. It seemed like a body flicker. He must have killed dozens by himself and wounded countless more, Kitsuchi replied shamefully. Preposterous. The elite 1st Battalion was defeated by 24 Umbu from Konoha and one of them was a child who could use wood release. Do not fabricate lies to make up for your incompetence, Commander Kitsuchi. One of the council elders spat. Kuratsuchi would then stand up and glare at the counselor. Are you calling my father a liar, counselor? I was there too and everything he said was true. That boy was evenly matched with me, but after his allies showed up, I got overwhelmed and he took me hostage. My father had no choice but to retreat or they were going to kill me. They also threatened to declare war on Iwagakure if we didn't leave. The raid's failure is my fault and not Commander Kitsuchi's. The elder recoiled a bit fearfully at the hot-headed Kunoichi as she clenched her fists in anger and looked over the whole council. Many people in the room also seemed surprised that the teenage girl had taken responsibility for the raid's failure. Many more were surprised that the super arrogant but insanely talented prodigy would actually admit to a foreign ninja getting the better of her. Konoha threatened us with war, you say? That sounds like a bluff if I've ever heard one. They're the weakest they've ever been since the Uchiha clan massacre, and the Hokage is getting old and soft with no successor. They don't have the likes of the Yellow Flash or the Sannin this time around. Anoki-sama, surely you agree that Konoha is simply peacocking, one of the other counselors scoffed. It was undeniably a bluff, but they used this opportunity to show off their new prodigal shinobi who can use would release. That is concerning, especially if he's already on par with Kuratsuchi, Anoki, that Tsuchikage noted. What I want to know is if this enemy Nin was so powerful, then why didn't he kill any of you? Konoha would not have hesitated to wipe out Kamizuru clan members if they were committed to war, the first counselor spoke again. Most likely because they were trying to intimidate us instead of starting a war. Konoha wants us to believe that it's still as powerful as it used to be. They now have two fronts to invade us from, Kusagakure and Takigakure. Even as weak as they've become in recent years, they're still making political moves to box us in. Taking control of Kusa and Taki, revealing a super powerful shinobi, it's almost as if they're trying to provoke us into another war with them. To use it as an excuse to invade. Make no mistake, this is a tactical provocation, Anoki deduced. If they want a war, I say we give it to those smug Konoha oppressors. Someone else shouted. Tsuchikage-sama, we can't go to war with Konoha until we find out what their real capabilities are. That Umbu boy could just be the tip of the iceberg. We need to fortify our army and gather a surplus of resources first. There's no point in starting another war unless we can actually defeat them once and for all and gain territory out of it, Kuratsuchi spoke up again. Anoki nodded, yes, we definitely need to make preparations. Can you describe this Umbu boy to me in more detail, Kuratsuchi? He couldn't have been older than me. Maybe a year or two younger. He had a head covering so I couldn't see his hair, but he wore a fox mask over it. There were 3 stripes on each cheek and a vertical stripe on the forehead. I couldn't see his eyes. He also carried a really old-looking sword. One of the other Konoha Nin called him Itama. Kuratsuchi explained. Itama, huh? Sounds like a senju name, and it seems likely he is a senju if he can use would release. Anoki nodded deep in thought. Tsuchikage-sama, that boy was a demon. We have to do something about him before he gets older and more powerful. He could have wiped out our entire army by himself. Kurobachi spoke up urgently. Silence. One of the counselors shouted at the man. None of them were brave enough to do it to Kuratsuchi, but they would to the other 4 raid leaders apparently. Kuratsuchi shook her head. Itama fought all 5 of us by himself. He could summon trees the size of buildings and he reaped through our ranks like a scythe through wheat. He mocked me, he thought I was weak, Aji-sama. He thought we were weak. I've heard tales of the smugness of Konoha ninjas, but they don't do justice to their delusional arrogance. Anoki's expression grew serious. This doesn't seem like something Hiruzen Sarutobi would attempt to do. Someone else must be behind this. We need intel on Konoha. What about the Chunin exams in 6 months? Konoha is the next to host it. We could send a team or 2 and some scouts with them, one of the elders suggested. Let me go. I can identify that Itama boy better than anyone. Kuratsuchi practically demanded. That won't be possible. Konoha cancelled their Chunin exams. Anoki responded grimly. Everyone's eyes shot open in disbelief as a collective confusion swept across the room. What? Why, how? Kuratsuchi gawked. Anoki shook his head, hard to say, but one thing is abundantly clear. Konoha is preparing for war. You may all leave, the council will discuss this matter further. Kuratsuchi, meet me in the courtyard later. There is a personal matter I wish to discuss with you. Yes, Aji-sama. Kuratsuchi bowed her head. Afterwards, the IWA Nin cleared out of the room for the elders and the Tsuchikage to discuss the political incident behind closed doors. As she walked out of the council room, Kuratsuchi looked down at the ground with her fists clenched tightly. For generations of Konoha's oppression, my great-great-grandfather Ishikawa-sama could not defeat them. Mu-sama could not defeat them. Aji-sama is getting old, and he couldn't defeat them either. How am I going to defeat them if they couldn't? Kuratsuchi thought grimly as she walked outside and stared out over the balcony at the village below. Her mind was racing as she replayed the events at Takigakure over and over again in her head. They weren't just winning, they were dominating the lesser village. Even the Jinchuriki girl couldn't stand up to her. Then 24 umbu from Konoha just showed up out of nowhere, and a single shinobi who was even younger than she was humiliated her in front of the entire 1st Battalion. Words could not describe the wound it left on her pride and on the morale of the army. The girl couldn't even look her men in the eyes after the battle, and despite her father's best attempts to console her, she couldn't even speak to him either. What justification was there for her weakness? There were many who already doubted her as Inoki's successor just because she was a kunoichi born with a silver spoon in her mouth, and she gave those people ammunition by getting taken hostage like some helpless damsel. Kuratsuchi was as proud of herself and her abilities as anyone could be. She was practically a warrior princess beloved by her village. A genius they called her. A prodigy, the great hope for the next generation. She was chosen to be Inoki's successor and was trained for years by the best shinobi IWA had to offer, including the Tsuchikage himself. Her grandfather believed she could surpass him. Nobody could hold a candle to her. No Chunin, no Jonin, no Jinchuriki, not even the great war heroes of the village. She was even stronger than her renowned father Katsuchi and was his pride and joy. She reveled in the adulation and domination. She really believed she was some kind of chosen one who would lead Iwagakure into a golden age. The hero who would finally defeat the wicked and evil Leaf Village. Those delusions of grandeur and childish fantasies were now shattered. Had she been overestimating herself this entire time? She might have been able to defeat the fox-masked boy if his allies didn't show up to help, but if there was someone in Konoha who could already rival her at such a young age, then how could she possibly be a match for the leaders of Konoha? Am I not special or great? Everyone always said that I was. Were they just coddling me because I'm Inoki's granddaughter? I've never fought anyone in the last 2 years who was a match for me other than Deidara Nii or Aji-sama himself. I thought I was approaching Kage level already. Then this damn Itama boy shows up and has wood release. He's already equal to me. How? I worked so hard, it's not fair. I hate Konoha. They have everything. Fertile land, legendary clans, a chokehold on the shinobi world, and it's still not enough for them. I thought we finally had an edge after that detestable Uchiha clan died out, but now some Senju heir apparent has arisen from the shadows. You're my nemesis, Itama. I will kill you. I will be the strongest Tsuchikage to ever live, and I'll make your village no humiliation for the generations it has wronged us. Kuratsuchi brooded bitterly. Commander Katsuchi did the right thing, Kuro-chan. A voice caught the girl's attention and drew her out of her thoughts. The dark-haired girl turned around and saw Inoki levitating towards her. She gave him a quizzical look. Aji-sama. Is your meeting already over? I dismissed those old geezers so that they could cool their heads. They are calling for war immediately. I am glad to know that you were sensible enough to see the dangers of falling for Konoha's goading. I also believed speaking to you was a higher priority than dealing with them right now, Inoki replied as he came up to her side. Kuratsuchi frowned. I'm sorry I failed you, Aji-sama. I'm just glad that you're still alive, my dear girl. If Konoha did kill you, we'd be invading them right now. Whoever was the brains behind Konoha in that raid certainly understood that, Inoki sighed. The girl shook her head. I'm not strong enough. Has everyone been lying to me about how great I am? That boy couldn't have been older than 14. If I can't even defeat some Konoha Umbu, how in the world can I measure up to their next Hokage or all of their legendary clans? Come with me, Kuratsuchi, there is something I want to show you, Inoki instructed. The girl nodded as she followed the levitating old man for a bit until they reached a courtyard. She had been there countless times before, as it had a pillar on an island in the middle of a small fountain-like pond. Inoki led her to the pillar and Kuratsuchi visibly rolled her eyes. If this is about the will of stone speech again, Aji-sama, I've heard it 1,000 times. No, that is not what I wanted to tell you, though such a lesson would be good to remember in a time like this. We're going to the shrine, Inoki explained as he levitated over the small pond towards the small building next to it. Kuratsuchi skipped over some stone steps to catch up to him and eyed her grandfather confused. What for, Aji-sama? Inoki didn't answer her as he opened the sliding wooden door to the shrine and guided Kuratsuchi to a set of stairs. She was deeply curious about where they were going and was surprised that the shrine had an entire hidden staircase beneath it. The duo went down a considerable way into the deep and dark passageway. Inoki almost seemed to know the way without any light, but Kuratsuchi was quick to light a torch and carry it behind him as they progressed down for a few minutes. Eventually, they reached an open area beneath the shrine where Kuratsuchi was surprised to see countless tombs. This was a catacomb. Inoki took her to the heart of it where the most prestigious-looking sarcophagus in the tomb was rested. The old man brought his hands together and bowed his head in prayer. Kuratsuchi placed the torch down and did the same, but she wasn't really sure who it was Inoki was venerating for a moment. The Tsuchikage finally spoke. This is the resting place of my grandfather, Ishikawa Kamizuru. These catacombs are the secret resting place of Iwagakure's greatest heroes. Kuratsuchi frowned. I thought the memorial in the upper plaza of the village was where everyone was entombed. That is for the public, but the bodies and treasured belongings of our greatest ancestors rest here in secret and safety, Kuro-chan, Inoki responded calmly. Is that stone coffin over there Musamas? Kuratsuchi gasped as she saw another prominent tomb next to Ishikawa's. Only the Tsuchikage and his successor are allowed in here, Kuro-chan. All of their classified writings, scrolls, teachings, and artifacts are here. It was the wish of my predecessors that these be made available to the future Tsuchikages. Mu-sensei and my grandfather amassed a hoard of knowledge. I believe you are now old enough and experienced enough to appreciate what they left behind. You have my blessing to study them. The greatest secrets of the Kamizuru clan would be a good place to start. I would also suggest looking over Mu-sensei's work. Prior to his death, he was close to finishing an ability to create temporary physical intangibility. After our defeat to Madara Uchiha many decades ago, he became obsessed with finding a way to counter the Sharingan, Inoki stated. Kuratsuchi looked shocked as Inoki picked up several scrolls next to Ishikawa and Mu's coffins before floating over and handing them to the girl. She looked at Mu's scroll first and stared at it confused. I understand that Mu-sama could make himself invisible and split his body. Is this intangibility power related to those? Yes, it is Kuro-chan. I studied it at great length back when the Yellow Flash was the Hokage of Konoha. This power would have been a way to combat his flying Raijin. Were I 50 years younger, I might have been able to finish Mu-sensei's work, but the necessity of finishing this particular jutsu became unnecessary after the death of the Yondaime Hokage. Even so, its applications could prove beneficial in most scenarios if it were to be completed, Inoki explained. Kuratsuchi frowned. This looks insanely complex. I don't even know particle style, how could I possibly do anything with this? I will teach you particle style as Mu-sensei taught me, but I want you to be aware that it's only the surface level of what you're capable of learning in here. You are far more talented than I ever was at your age, and certainly a prodigy like Mu-sensei. Even as powerful as Mu-sensei was, he and I were powerless against Madara Uchiha when he attacked Iwa many decades ago and broke the treaty. Do not grow complacent and think particle style alone will be enough to tip the balance of power against Konoha. If it was, we would have defeated them already, Inoki explained. Kuratsuchi nodded before looking at Ishikawa's scroll next. Inoki sighed as she looked into it. It may also be in your best interest to learn the true specialty of the Kamizuru clan and its bees. Despite your Kekii Genkai of lava release that you share with me and your mother, you are also missing out on additional tools in your kit. My grandfather's greatest works are in that scroll. He poured his heart and soul into finding a way to combat the Aburame clan in particular. Study those teachings thoroughly. They may very well come in handy the next time you face Konoha. We need to find out more about Itama, Ajisama, Kuratsuchi side. The man frowned. If you can master Mu-sensei's invisibility, then it's possible you could easily do it yourself. I believe the best course of action we can take right now is to consolidate power, gather resources, and wait for you to become stronger. If Konoha is coming after Jinchurikis, should we detain Rashi and Han? They're still in the village, right? The girl wondered. For the time being, I am going to entrust you and your father to watch over them and ensure Konoha or Tsunade does not make an attempt to capture them. After learning about Konoha's actions to steal the 7 tails from Taki, it is likely the other great villages will start targeting foreign Jinchurikis and safeguarding their own as well, Anoki explained. Kuratsuchi huffed, I don't want to be around those demon freaks. Surely someone else could watch them. They may be Jinchurikis, Kuratsuchi, but they are still Iwagakure shinobi. Rashi and Han are loyal warriors of IWA and they are valuable assets to our military, Anoki responded shaking his head. The black-haired girl looked down for a moment, they're possessed by monsters. But I suppose that's why you need me to do it since nobody else could possibly be trusted to keep them in line. I'll make sure they don't get stolen by Konoha or any other village. Good, Anoki nodded. Kuratsuchi then noticed a pair of swords near Mu's tomb and walked over as she stared at them in awe. Her grandfather floated behind her as she stared at the blades and spoke to her again after a long silence, Mu-sensei's swords are yours now if you wish, Kuro-chan. He would have wanted a future Tsuchikage to wield them for the glory of Iwagakure. The girl then handed the scrolls she was carrying over to her grandfather before eagerly walking over and picking up Mu's dual swords. She stared at them with eagerness, the knowledge and artifacts of the former Tsuchikages will be mine to wield. Ishikawa-sama, Mu-sama, and Aji-sama, I'll ensure your glories were not in vain. I will become the hero of Iwagakure. The girl then looked at Anoki with deadly serious eyes, when can we start learning particle style? First of all, it requires 3 elemental natures to use. You are gifted in earth and fire, but your wind ninjutsu is lacking. Fortunately, you at least have an aptitude to use it. You will have to refine your wind ninjutsu before we can get started on that. I will spend 6 hours each day training and tutoring you, Anoki stated seriously. 6 hours each day. You have the time to do that? I thought your Kage duties prevented you from training me that much, Kuratsuchi gawked at him. The old man shook his head, ideally we can do 8 hours on some days. You are the future of this village and my successor. You are the only person in Iwagakure capable of surpassing me and Mu-sensei. I consider preparing you for the mantle to be far more important than doing paperwork and micromanaging the village council. I will have others fill in to lessen that burden on me so that I can prioritize what is truly important, you and our family's legacy. Kuratsuchi stared at her grandfather with anxious excitement before responding, so when can we get started? Right now, Anoki stated. Land of Waves. Naruto had no way of knowing what was going to happen with this teleportation. It was the furthest he had ever attempted before, and he wasn't even sure if Sasuke would still be carrying one of the scrolls Naruto gave him when they trained many weeks back. The jump had been a very strange sensation and wasn't completely instantaneous like he was used to. It sapped a lot of his chakra and almost left him feeling sick for a moment as he silently warped into an unfamiliar area. Looking around in confusion, Naruto quickly realized that he was in a house of some kind. It didn't look like Sasuke's house. The sight of a nearby pack leaning against the wall right next to him was all he needed to know about whether Sasuke was carrying the marked scroll or not. He definitely was. His new location appeared to be a small home that was currently absent of any tenants. Not wanting to be caught there, he swiftly exited the house and stealthily gained some distance so he could take cover and assess the area. Naruto then realized that he was in a fishing village by the looks of it and could see the ocean. This was definitely the land of waves, and he was no longer on the mainland. The weird queasy sensation of teleporting so far had left him feeling a bit disoriented, but fortunately he was beginning to recover now. He then touched the ground and tried to sense nearby shinobi. To his surprise, he sensed a group of 6 about a kilometer east. The familiar signature of Sasuke was not among them, but he figured it was worth investigating, nonetheless. Without wasting any time, Naruto swiftly made his way in the direction of the 6 shinobi. Their chakra signatures were very faint, almost like Umbu. He didn't recognize any of them, but at least 2 were fairly powerful. After a short run later, he found his way close and noticed a small and well-concealed camp near the beach. The sight of the 6 shinobi was surprising to him. All of them were wearing masks with the symbol of Kirigakure on the front. These were Hunter Nin, the infamous Umbu equivalent employed by the Mist Village to track down and kill missing Nin traditionally. What are Hunter Nin doing here? Naruto thought seriously as he stealthily moved in a bit closer. To his disbelief, one of them actually sensed his arrival and ordered the others to take a defensive formation. The Hunter Nin that sensed him was one of the 2 powerful members of the group. He had bluish-gray hair that was slicked up into a point and had red and blue markings on his mask. From what he had learned from Tobirama, Mist Nin marked their sensors with blue on their masks. The other powerful Hunter Nin that Naruto sensed was a man wielding 2 swords. They were double-edged blades with prong-like hooks extending out of their sides and an opposite-facing prong forking out near the end of each blade. The man wielding them had long green-colored hair and his mask only had 2 red stripes on the right side. He seemed to be the strongest member of the group. You sensed someone? The green-haired Hunter Nin asked the senor. I did. We know you're there. Show yourself. The censor Hunter Nin announced as he looked in the direction of Naruto's hiding spot. Not really fearing them at all, Naruto revealed himself as he leapt out of cover and landed close. The 6 Hunter Nin seemed wary of him when they saw he was an Umbu. They could all tell he was a Konoha Umbu member and tensed up as Naruto walked closer. Are there any others? The green-haired Hunter Nin asked the censor. The censor shook his head. I don't sense any others. He must be a scout looking for that genin team that was in the area. Those 2 are definitely the leaders. They are stronger than the others, the green-haired guy especially, Naruto noted mentally. He seems young. Does Konoha really train kids to be Umbu? I didn't think they had the stomach for it, another Hunter Nin commented. I doubt he's powerful if he's just a kid. Probably a scout. Where there's one leaf ninja, there's always more around. He wouldn't have risked approaching by himself unless he had backup. What are your orders, sir? Another one of them asked the green-haired hunter. The Hunter Nin leader then stared at Naruto seriously and spoke to him. State your intentions, Leaf Ninja, or we'll have to assume you're hostile. I just came looking for a missing genin squad. It sounds like you've seen them. Do you know where they are or why they're still here? Naruto tried to be diplomatic at first. None of the Hunter Nin answered him, much to his annoyance, as they stared him down and fanned out around the boy. Couldn't say, but I hear one of them is the copy Nin Kakashi. He and his team are currently after a pair of missing Nin that we've been tracking down, the blue-haired censor spoke up. I see, and is there a reason you know all of that but haven't apprehended these missing Nin yet? Naruto asked. The green-haired man scoffed at him. Why would we get in the way of Zabuza and copy Nin Kakashi trying to kill each other? We planned on showing up once one of them killed the other. We need the bodies. Wouldn't mind bringing the copy Nin's Sharingan back to Kiri either. Plus, one of the genin is an Uchiha too. So that's how it's going to be then. Fine, I'll have to kill you all, Naruto responded darkly. This caused a few of the Hunter Nin to break their icy bearing and chuckle at him as if they found the idea of a child Umbu from Konoha defeating them in a 1 versus 6 death battle amusing and delusional. The green-haired Hunter Nin leader stared at Naruto through his mask blankly before looking at his censor ally. Notice anything odd about this kid other than the fact that he has a death wish? The censor nodded. Give me a moment. The Jinchuriki could sense a strange surge of chakra from the right eye of the blue-haired Hunter Nin. It seemed almost identical to a Byakugan's activation. That greatly troubled Naruto as he knew the Byakugan could probably see his 8-trigram seal if focused on long enough. Realizing it was a stolen Byakugan, Naruto wasted no time attacking. He threw a smoke bomb from his pack at them before tossing a marked kunai in the direction of the blue-haired man. In a flash, he teleported to the blue-haired man and stabbed him in his right eye through his mask, causing him to shout in pain. It happened so fast that none of the others could even react in time. Naruto proceeded to rip his kunai free and tear off the Hunternin's mask a split second later. True to his senses, Naruto saw a veiny outline around the man's right eye which he had just gouged with a wind-infused kunai. With the smoke still around, the others all leapt back as they threw senbon needles, kunais, and shurikens all in Naruto's direction. Wind style, vacuum wave. Naruto shouted after flashing through a few one-handed signs. A gust of powerful and destructive wind then launched all of the Hunter Nin apart and cut them up considerably. It also blew away the smoke and left the sight of Naruto standing there menacingly. The blue-haired Sensor Nin was clutching his eye in pain further away and looked on with terror as Naruto walked towards him and drew his sword. Naruto spoke ominously to him as he approached, threatening to take Sharingans, and using a stolen Byakugan in my presence is just asking for me to kill you. After recovering from his insanely fast and nearly instantaneous opening attack, all of the Hunter Nin immediately moved in to attack Naruto with ferocity. Naruto swung his sword at the nearest one without mercy, wind style, vacuum blade. This enemy Hunter Nin was bisected in a mere second, but before the two halves of his body could even hit the ground, Naruto spun around in a flurry to start battling against the green-haired Hunter Nin who was wielding the two unique swords. His dual blades were coated in lightning and were especially devastating as the two shinobi engaged in a battle of blades. This guy was definitely better than Naruto was at Kenjutsu, and his sword seemed extremely powerful, sharp, and unique. He quickly put Naruto on the defensive as tempests of lightning surged around them. To make matters worse, it was also raining now, which seemed to give this enemy Nin an even greater edge. In addition to that, one of the other Hunter Nin conjured up mist to shroud the area, which made it even harder to see through the gloomy wet darkness. The illuminating light of the green-haired Hunter Nin's lightning blades was the only visible sign that Naruto could track with his eyes. Fortunately, Naruto was a sensor, and he could detect where the other hunters were incensed when they came in to flank him. After battling them all off for a good 30 or so seconds, Naruto then threw his sword at the green-haired hunter. What kind of a swordsman throws his own weapon away? The green-haired hunter shouted as he deflected Naruto's sword and sent it flying up into the air. Naruto barely managed to draw two kunai in time to block the overpowering double swings from the hunter as he brought them down. They pushed hard against Naruto's kunai and pinned him beneath the enemy Nin's superior strength. Lightning crackled all around as Naruto struggled with all of his strength to hold the man's attack back. Meanwhile the other Hunter Nin were all charging in to cheap shot him while he was pinned. Looking up briefly, Naruto saw his sword coming back down behind the enemy swordsman. He would have to time it perfectly. Now. Naruto thought urgently as his moment of opportunity emerged. Letting go of both of his kunai now, he caused the Kiri Nin's blades to come crashing down. He avoided being slashed by them by moving low and close. The Hunter Nin seemed caught off guard by this as Naruto then grabbed one of his arms and threw his body weight onto it, nearly pulling the swordsman to the ground. This contorted the man into an unnatural position, however. Just for good measure, Naruto would also tag him with a seal while doing this. The Hunter Nin didn't let that stop him from spinning around and bringing his other blade towards Naruto's neck. Right before it could get there, Naruto teleported to his falling sword and caught it before spinning into a slash. This nearly beheaded the enemy swordsman and would have if one of the other Hunter Nin didn't jump in the way to stop Naruto. This unfortunate Hunter Nin would die in the swordsman's place. Holding up one of his hands, Naruto used one-handed seals to lift up his kunai with wind chakra. He then had them launch towards the other two uninjured Hunter Nin. As this was happening, the swordsman came charging towards Naruto again as he growled angrily and lit his blades up with even more lightning. Right before he could reach Naruto, the boy teleported between his two launched kunai and beheaded the other two battle-capable Hunter Nin through the cover of the mist. This only left the swordsman and the injured censor alive now. The swordsman then spoke after taking a brief pause and saw Naruto recalling his kunai with wind chakra. "How are you moving so fast, boy?" Naruto then caught his breath as he held two kunai in his left hand and his blade in his right. The fox-masked Umbu stared the enemy swordsman down, this guy is absurdly strong. Maybe not as strong as Kuratsuchi, but he's definitely a big shot among hunter-nin. Those swords are stupidly sharp. One wrong move and I'm dead. Raiga. We need to get out of here. He's too strong. The censor Nin grimaced in pain as he finally managed to stand up and apply more pressure to his gouged right eye. Raiga, who was apparently the green-haired hunter Nin, then looked at the censor. Shut up, AO. This cocky leaf kid just killed everyone on our team. I'm not running from a boy. As if I was going to let you live, anyways. You guys signed your death warrants the moment you threatened Team 7 and had the audacity to use a stolen Byakugan in my presence, Naruto replied coldly. Raiga hissed at him with hateful fury, who the hell are you, kid? I'm the person that's going to kill you. Naruto answered blankly. AO then repeated his concerns, we gotta get out of here, Raiga. This kid is a monster. His chakra level is astronomically higher than yours. I'm not running away from some boy. Time for you to die. Raiga hissed at Naruto. The Umbu then threw both of his kunai in Raiga's direction with an infusion of wind chakra. They both launched on either side of his body. Raiga blasted both of the kunai away with his swords and brought the blades down to meet Naruto's charge. As he charged in, Naruto tossed another smoke bomb. His wind-infused blade struggled against the man's lightning twin blades once again, but only for a brief second. Not even a moment later, Naruto teleported to the man's arm and slashed as hard as he could, slicing both of them clean off. Raiga gasped in disbelief as blood spewed from his severed arms. He didn't even have time to realize what was happening as he saw his vision spinning a second later and could see his body slumping down. Everything went dark afterwards as the decapitated hunter Nin was soon dead. Naruto then looked at the censor hunter Nin, who was the only survivor, and walked towards him through the clearing smoke and dissipating mist. He spoke to the man darkly, your name is AO, right? Mind telling me more about the situation here and the targets you were after? The man was still clutching his eye socket and backed away fearfully as Naruto approached. To his disbelief, the boy then sheathed his sword and walked even closer unarmed. The man tried running immediately afterwards, but before he could get far, roots emerged from the ground as Naruto silently used wood style to immobilize his ankles. AO could only gawk in terror as more roots began to emerge out of the ground and constrict his entire body. He grimaced in pain as their thorns tightened and could only stare with one eye in terror as the fox-masked Umbu walked behind him and touched his back. Naruto tagged him with a seal before walking around to the man's front side. Wood style. AO gasped in pain. I would have used it sooner, but I didn't want to risk drawing more attention to this place. Not to mention, your friend over there was pretty fast. I didn't really plan on wiping out a group of hunter Nin when I came here, but you guys were clearly going to get in my way. Now, I should kill you, but I'm willing to let you live on the condition that you answer some of my questions and leave afterwards, Naruto spoke calmly. You're a damn monster. AO hissed. Naruto sighed before holding up his hands towards the restrained man's bleeding right eye socket. AO could only silently grimace in pain and bewilderment as Naruto stopped the bleeding and healed what was left of his gouged Byakugan. There, now you won't bleed out on me. Answer my questions and I'll let you live, Naruto repeated his ultimatum. I'll never betray Kirigakure. You're just going to kill me anyways. AO hissed. Naruto then released the wood restraints on the man, causing him to slump down to his hands and knees. The boy sighed at him and shook his head, never mind, I'm wasting my time with you. Just leave. AO could only watch with fearful confusion as Naruto walked over to the mutilated corpse of Raiga and picked up his swords. Pulling a scroll out of his pack, Naruto stored them for later. He then glanced at AO again, I'm keeping these swords though. Why are you still standing there? Start running. Without waiting a moment longer, AO turned and began to run away as fast as he could. He had never seen anyone as terrifying as the fox-masked Umbu boy before. He killed one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist and our whole hunter Nin squad. He has wood release and some kind of body flicker ability too. That kid is a monster. How did he sense my Byakugan activating? He found us pretty easily too. He must be a censor as well and a medical ninja. How does Konoha have a kid like that? Ao thought desperately as he ran. A moment later he felt a sword pierce his back followed by a powerful kick tripping him from behind. Ao slumped forward and gasped as he saw the Umbu boy had somehow caught up to him instantly. Naruto then pulled his sword out before kicking the man over onto his back and looking down at him. The Jinchuriki then just stared at him with pure silence. Almost 20 seconds passed as Ao wheezed and looked around desperately in the rain-filled skies and at the fox-masked boy. Finally, he spoke. I thought you were letting me go. I did let you go, I didn't say I was going to spare you though. You only get to live if you answer my questions. Naruto responded coldly. Go to hell you freak. Ao grimaced. A moment later, Naruto sensed two people arriving to the scene of the massacre further away. He then looked at Ao and shook his head. You sense them too, don't you? I guess it's your lucky day since I consider them a higher priority than you. For your sake, you better hope you never see me again. Go, and make sure Kiri knows that Konoha is done playing nice with your belligerent, weak village. Oh, and if you're even thinking about allying with Kyumo to take us on like you did to the Uzumaki clan, then I'll burn Kiri to the ground and spit on the ashes. You'd deserve nothing less for what you did to Uzushiyogakure. Naruto then left Ao there as he headed back to the massacre where he left the other 5 dead Hunter-nin. Ao got up as quickly as he could and didn't even think about waiting to see what would happen. He had to get as far away as possible or the Umbu boy would kill him. As he ran, the man's thoughts were racing. Zabuza and his accomplice are close. Damn it. If I'm lucky, the Umbu kid will kill them too, but I have to get out of here and warn Kiri about him. Since when has Konoha been this aggressive? That kid has with style, and he managed to defeat Raiga too. He moves so fast, I can't look back. Have to, keep running. Meanwhile, over at the site of the massacre, a man with black hair, bandaged arms, and a bandaged face looked over the fresh corpses of the dead Hunter-nin. A colossal sword was in his hands. His eyes were wide with shock as he saw blade wounds on all of the dead Hunter-nin bodies. Is that Raiga? The man spoke with disbelief as he looked at the severed head lying next to a corpse that was also missing its arms. I guess we know where all of the lightning was coming from now, Zabuza-sama. Another individual spoke to the man known as Zabuza. This other shinobi was also wearing a Hunter-nin mask. It was hard to tell whether they were a boy or a girl due to their male clothing and mask, but feminine frame and hair. The other individual also had a soft and effeminate voice. Serves these bastards right. Even so, I had no idea Raiga was still a Hunter-nin. I don't know who killed him, but we should consider ourselves lucky. Kopinin Kakashi was enough trouble. We'd have been dead if this group found us, Zabuza sighed. Haku looked over and saw a triple-pronged kunai further away and walked over to pick it up. As the fake Hunter-nin's hand reached for it, wind chakra enveloped it and recalled it away. Zabuza and Haku both went alert as they saw 2 kunai flying back over to a fox-masked Umbu walking towards them. Naruto immediately put his kunai away and sheathed his sword as he approached the 2 individuals. Who the hell are you? Zabuza demanded menacingly as he held up his massive sword. Looks like a Konoha Umbu, Zabuza-sama. He must be part of a platoon that wiped out the hunter squad, Haku deduced. Naruto calmly walked closer paying no heed to Zabuza's posturing and sighed. There is no platoon, I killed them myself. I have some questions for you guys. Cooperate and I'll let you go. It's obvious that these Hunter-nin were here for you too. Zabuza stared at the fox-masked Umbu seriously. You killed them all. That's preposterous. You look like a kid. Naruto then flashed through some hand signs and spoke casually, with style, smothering binding jutsu. Zabuza and Haku were both caught off guard as tree roots and branches emerged from the ground and wrapped the 2 of them up. Zabuza struggled to move his arms as the wood restraints grew tighter. If you had trouble fighting Team 7 and Kakashi Hatake, then you guys are hopelessly outmatched against me, spare me the posturing. Your Hunter-nin friends also didn't take me seriously and they died for it, Naruto threatened them. Would release? Impossible. Zabuza grunted. Haku wasn't struggling and remained passive and calm as Naruto walked closer. He then looked over the two missing nin briefly before sighing, "I don't want to kill you guys, so please just stop struggling and answer my questions." Zabuza finally stopped struggling and stared at the fox-masked boy with uncertainty as he calmed down. It was clear to him now that this kid could in fact kill him. "I've never seen or heard of Wood style before, Zabuza-sama. He has a bloodline like I do," Haku noted. "Not just any bloodline, Wood style is probably the rarest of all elemental Kekkei Genkai. I had no idea it even still existed in Konoha." Zabuza noted. "My name is Itama, I'm part of a special branch of Umbu." "What are your names?" Naruto asked. Zabuza didn't answer, but his eyes shot open wide when Haku did. "Haku Yuki, I'm a survivor of the Yuki clan. This is my master Zabuza Momochi. He is a former member of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist." Haku. Zabuza spoke his companion's name as a disapproving look filled his eyes. "This boy could probably kill us, Zabuza-sama. It makes no sense to provoke him when all he wants is answers," Haku replied. Zabuza sighed heavily before looking at Naruto again. "We didn't kill your Konoha team. We had to retreat after a skirmish with them though. Kopinin Kakashi and that Uchiha kid were stronger than we thought they were. Why were they trying to fight you guys?" Naruto asked. "You don't know?" Zabuza asked surprised, "Aren't you their reinforcements?" "Look, I just came back from a double mission not too long ago. They left the same time that I did. I came out here when I realized they weren't back yet. Konoha is going to send out a search party in a few days if they don't report back, so even if you could miraculously kill them or me, you'd be getting hunted by Umbu from my village and Hunternin from yours. Just answer my questions, I can and will kill you if you don't," Naruto scoffed. Zabuza looked at the fox-masked boy for a moment in silence before responding, "You're cold-blooded for a Konoha kid. You're probably the same age as those kids that were with Kopinin Kakashi. You're not like them though, that much is obvious to me. So, you really did kill Raiga and these Hunternin by yourself?" Naruto then pulled out a scroll and summoned Raiga's dual swords. "Yes, and I kept his swords too. The Kiba Thunder Swords, that's definitely them. I guess you really are a stone-cold murderer like me. Killing a swordsman of the mist as a boy, you even mutilated him too. What a shame he'll never get that grand funeral he always wanted." Zabuza chuckled as Naruto put the weapons back in the scroll a moment later. "I don't revel in killing people, which is why you're still alive," Naruto responded. Zabuza shook his head and groaned, "Fine, I'll answer your questions then, Itama. Kopinin Kakashi's team came here with that bridge builder Tsunade and offered to guard him so he could complete the bridge between the Land of Waves and the mainland. We were hired mercenaries for the local kingpin crime lord in this land. His name is Gato, and he runs a shipping company. He has a monopoly around here and stands to lose massive profits if the bridge is completed. I don't have any loyalty to him. We're just mercenaries and your Konoha allies just happen to be our enemies on this job," Zabuza answered. Naruto crossed his arms. "So you're working for a civilian crime lord? Why? That seems a bit beneath shinobi. In fact, why are you guys even missing Nin to begin with? I was part of a coup to take down the corrupt Mizuki Yagura, but a traitor in our ranks foiled the plan and I was forced to flee the village afterwards. I picked up Haku along the way. He often poses as a hunter Nin to fake my death in case we run into trouble we can't handle. The kid's been my servant and tool for years now," the man answered. "He?" Naruto asked doubtfully as he looked at Haku, "Are you lying about Haku Yuki's gender to protect her?" Zabuza's eyes widened seriously. "Haku is a he." Naruto then walked over and removed Haku's Hunternin mask and revealed one of the most feminine and naturally beautiful faces he had ever seen. The boy then ran the edge of his knuckle down the side of Haku's torso and could feel something underneath the normal clothes, likely bandages. "Don't touch him!" Zabuza shouted angrily. She bandaged her chest. This girl must be halfway through puberty. Age would be 15 I'm guessing, Naruto stated obliviously. Haku seemed embarrassed by the Umbu boy doing this. Zabuza on the other hand looked pissed by Naruto's actions but was powerless to break out of the wood restraints. "It's alright, Zabuza-sama, there's no point lying about it now, Haku stated calmly before pausing briefly, I am a girl. Why lie about that? Naruto asked as he looked back at Zabuza. The man looked down with distant bitterness after calming down, to protect her from the creeps I deal with on a daily basis. Haku is my weapon, and I don't want thugs ogling her like some girl they can sweet talk. It's just easier and makes more sense to have her pose as a man. Besides, it helps when I need Haku to spy for me. Nobody ever suspects an innocent-looking girl to be dangerous. Your weapon? Are you kidding me? This girl clearly cares about you. I've been called a weapon before, and I certainly don't appreciate it. Why would you say that about your friend when clearly you care about her too? Naruto asked. Haku then turned her gaze towards Zabuza surprised. It was clear that Naruto's words had struck a chord with her, and she seemed desperate for them to be true. Zabuza-sama. Haku spoke his name as she seemed to be struggling with what to say. The dark-haired man looked away from her and scoffed, it's not like that, kid. I only keep her around because she's useful. Her bloodline makes her more powerful than me and I'll need her power to defeat the despot, Yagura. Naruto then looked at Haku, you seem like a nice person Yuki-san, why do you follow this guy around? Do you feel indebted to him? My only purpose in life is to serve Zabuza-sama. He saved me and I owe everything to him. He's a precious person to me and I'd do anything for him, Haku answered with distant sadness. Zabuza seemed like he couldn't even look at Haku and was fighting against his urge to reciprocate the girl's devotional feelings to him. The man grunted, your heart has always been too soft, Haku. You're not cut out for this shinobi life. Saying something pathetic like that to me is not only weak, but it's insulting. Do you think not feeling anything makes you tough or strong, Zabuza Momochi? It doesn't, it makes you weak. Most people will never admit, but strength, real strength is not about muscles or power or status. It's about how much pain you can carry and still move forward. You think being strong means you don't feel anything? No, being strong means you feel everything, and you don't let it consume or define you. I'm still coming to terms with it myself. I am a killer like you, and I have my own reasons for not liking my village or trusting other people. I'm not afraid of loss or rejection, because it's the story of my life. If I was about to kill you, would you really want those to be your last words to Haku Yuki? Naruto asked seriously. Zabuza looked stunned by Naruto's words, and it was obvious that they stirred a deeply repressed emotion within him. He couldn't even find words to respond with as he stared at the uncannily wise fox boy. This world is ruthless, and it doesn't owe us kindness or mercy. I'm not telling you to be a bleeding heart, I'm certainly not, but don't let your pride or fear ruin the one good relationship you probably have left. You have no idea how lucky you are to have someone else that cares about you in this wicked world. Growing up it was the only thing I ever wanted. The feelings I have for my comrades is probably one of the only things that keeps me from being the monster that people think I am. Even so, I know that I'm not guaranteed love or happiness. I don't expect them, but I have the power to make other people's lives better. I'd gladly suffer through any pain for the few people who actually give a damn about me. If you really are as strong as you think you are, then you do that for Haku Yuki, Naruto spoke with sadness in his voice. Zabuza looked almost moved by Naruto's words as his saddened eyes turned to look at the Umbu boy in disbelief and astonishment. Zabuza could tell that this kid was extremely sincere from his tone and that the Konoha nin clearly had his own trauma. Normally he wouldn't take a speech like that seriously, but this kid was powerful, and he was in Umbu. Clearly the boy could understand how Zabuza himself felt about war, death, the shinobi code, and everything else. He then looked over at Haku slowly and almost shamefully, I suppose you have a point, Itama. Haku is the only person I have left in the world. She's like a daughter to me. It's hard to imagine where I'd be if she hadn't been with me all these years. Zabuza-sama, why you really think that? Haku looked shocked by the man's words as tears welled up in her eyes. He then looked away at the sight of Haku's tears and fought against his own emotions as he went deathly silent. To both Zabuza and Haku's surprise, Naruto then released his wood restraints on them. Both of the former Kiri seemed shocked by this but decided to remain passive as they were now free. "Itama-san, why did you release us?" Haku asked curiously after a brief silence as she wiped away her tears. Naruto shrugged. "You guys are being cooperative, so I figured I'd compensate you by letting you out of your restraints. I don't really want to kill you." Zabuza looked at him doubtfully. "I suppose you're right, kid. I didn't expect someone who could butcher a squad of hunter nin to be so thoughtful to an enemy. What's her Kekii Genkai?" Naruto changed the subject as he looked between Zabuza and Haku. "Ice release. It's a rare elemental fusion that the Yuki clan had. From what I understand, there's members in the land of snow and frost who can do it too, but Haku's branch of the clan lived in the land of water and got purged," Zabuza answered as he rested his sword over his shoulder. "Itama-san, we appreciate your mercy, but I have to ask. Why haven't you killed us? Kopinin Kakashi's team wanted us dead. If you're here with them, then that does make us enemies," Haku wondered. "Maybe you two should reconsider working for that sleazy crime lord. If you need money and a job, you could just work for my branch of Umbu. I'm certain my leader would be willing to employ you too. You're both clearly suited for Umbu work. Besides, if you're an enemy of Kirigakure, then you might be willing to divulge information for us about it," Naruto suggested. Zabuza's eyes went wide. What? You want us to work for Konoha? Look kid, I might be a missing nin and a merc, but I'm not a traitor to Kiri. I tried to depose of Yagura in order to save Kiri. That bastard is evil. He ordered a purge to everyone with bloodlines, and he made academy students kill each other to graduate. He's the reason we're known as the Bloody Mist. That's fine then, it wasn't an ultimatum. I just thought I'd try asking. At any rate, we need to figure out what to do now. Obviously, I will have to kill you guys if you're going to pose a threat to Team 7. I'm willing to let you go if you leave this place, however. Setting up shop in the land of waves was a pretty reckless idea. You're right in the middle of fire and water country here. Doesn't seem like a good place for a missing nin from Kiri to be. Hunter nin are less likely to come after you in a more remote area further inland. Considering Haku Yuki has ice release, maybe you should take her to the land of frost or the land of snow and see if you can find a way to train her in it," Naruto shrugged. "So, you'll let us go if we stop working for Gato then?" Zabuza asked surprised. Naruto nodded. "Yes, though to expedite Team 7's departure, it might be a good idea to kill that guy before you leave. I can do it if you'd rather just leave now, but I'd rather not be seen by Team 7. Fair enough, I'll take you to him. He should be blockading the bridge with his goons still. We'll kill him and be on our way," Zabuza nodded. "Let's go then," Naruto replied as he followed Zabuza and Haku towards the bridge far away in the distance. As they ran there, Haku looked over at Naruto and spoke to him. "Is Itama your real name?" "No, it's my Umbu name," Naruto answered honestly. "Thank you for sparing us, Itama-san, and thank you for encouraging Zabuza-sama to leave this place. I had my concerns about this job for Gato as well, but it wasn't my place to question him," Haku replied. Zabuza then looked at her surprised. "You were opposed to this, Haku? I like Itama-san's idea about us moving further away from Kiri's range. Being able to learn more about my Kekii Genkai would also make me more useful to you in the future, Zabuza-sama. Besides, this type of work is beneath you," Haku responded honestly. The dark-haired man chuckled. You got away with words, Itama. Haku has never been this brazen before. My apologies, Zabuza-sama, I meant no offense," Haku responded sincerely. The swordsman shook his head. "No, it's all right Haku. The kid had a point. You're the only person I give a damn about in this shitty world, so if that's what you want to do, then we'll make it work. Mastering ice release does seem like a good idea. We can worry about making money and recruiting later. Getting you trained in your Kekii Genkai seems like a better investment than slumming it up with these low-life thugs out here. I can sense Sasuke's chakra nearby, 3, 4 others. Kiba, Sakura, Akamaru, and Kakashi. They're a kilometer away and moving in fast. We need to make this quick," Naruto thought seriously. It was still raining pretty heavily as the trio reached the bridge. Upon getting halfway over it, they saw a large gathering of thugs holding all manner of weapons as well as a short stumpy man in front of them. "Zabuza, about damn time you showed up. Those leaf shinobi are on their way. Go intercept them before they get here," the short man ordered. "That's Gato," Zabuza told Naruto. What is the meaning of this, Zabuza? Who is that?" the short man demanded angrily. Gato and his nearby goons all looked spooked by the third individual with Zabuza. The crime lord stepped back a bit fearfully as Zabuza and Naruto both drew their swords. "Do you mind if I do the honors, Itama?" Zabuza asked. "Go ahead, but make it quick, Team 7 is about a kilometer away," Naruto replied. Zabuza wasted no time charging in to slaughter Gato and his goons. Haku stayed back with Naruto and looked at him curiously. "Are you a sensor Nin, Itama? You can detect your Konoha allies?" "Yeah, they're pretty close, 600 meters now. I'm going to take cover before they arrive. You guys should start running as soon as they get here," Naruto replied. 400 meters, they're really booking it, Naruto thought concerned as he took cover over the side of the bridge and stealthily watched as Zabuza slaughtered the rest of Gato's men. By the time he was done, Kakashi and Team 7 had finally arrived at the scene. Kakashi looked shocked by the sight of Zabuza walking back towards Haku with blood covering him and his massive sword. What happened here?" Sakura's voice shrieked in horror at the sight of the massacre. Kakashi and his team all got into battle stances as they stared down Zabuza and Haku anxiously. The swordsman then spoke to the Konoha Nin. "I've had a change of heart, Nin Kakashi. Gato and his men tried to sell me out to Kirigakure, so I killed them all. Tell your bridge builder we're leaving, he can finish his bridge now." Wait, what? They're giving up? Kiba's voice sounded bewildered by this unlikely turn of events. Sakura covered her mouth and gasped as she saw the carnage behind Zabuza. He killed them all. Kakashi stared down Zabuza without breaking his composure before lifting up his headband and revealing his Sharingan. The Nin then spoke seriously. "We're not going to fall for your tricks again after your fake Nin friend saved you the last time. You're a threat to these people and to us if we let you go." Akamaru then started barking as he ran over to the side of the bridge where Naruto was. This caused everyone to look over in confusion as the Nin hound leapt onto the side of the bridge and tried to spot the source of what he was smelling. "What is it, Akamaru? You smell something weird over here?" Kiba asked as he ran over to his dog. "We need to get out of here now, Zabuza-sama," Haku stated seriously. The swordman nodded. "Yeah, let's go." They're running away?" Sakura asked shocked as Zabuza and Haku headed for the edge of the bridge. Sasuke then recklessly charged in towards Haku. Before he could even get close, Haku and Zabuza both started running and dove off the side of the bridge, landing on the water below. "Sensei, they're running, what do we do?" Sakura asked. "Get back here, cowards!" Sasuke shouted with uncharacteristic anger as he tried to follow. "Wait, Sasuke!" Kakashi called out as he charged after the furious Uchiha. Naruto was keeping his distance, but he followed Zabuza and Haku whilst trying to keep himself hidden from sight by the pursuing Team 7. To Naruto's surprise and approval, Zabuza and Haku led the Konoha Nin to the site of the Hunter Nin massacre. It would certainly catch their attention and slow them down. It would also validate their story about why they killed Gato and wanted to flee. Upon getting there, Zabuza and Haku kept on running. This didn't stop Sasuke from chasing them, but Kakashi and the others stopped briefly when he saw the 5 dead Hunter Nin. The white-haired Jonin stopped as he looked around at the scene in disbelief. They really were attacked by Hunter Nin. The bodies look fresh and like they were killed with a blade. "Sensei, Sasuke-kun is still chasing them." Sakura panted. "Damn it, he really doesn't listen to me," Kakashi groaned in annoyance before chasing after the Uchiha boy again. Meanwhile, from further away, Naruto was watching Sasuke as he tried to catch up to Zabuza and Haku. They ran for a good 30 minutes and eventually came over a hill and through some dense foliage before reaching an opening. This led into a bay where Naruto was shocked to see colossal ruins all around the area. There were buildings half sunken into the sea, and it looked like a great calamity had hit this place many decades ago. Nature was in the process of reclaiming it. Zabuza and Haku managed to get the slip from Sasuke and his teammates further back as they winded and weaved through the ruins almost as if they knew them. Naruto pursued the two Kiri missing Nin and watched as they eventually passed through the ruins and reached a small ship on the other side. Upon stopping, Zabuza noticed Naruto had caught up to them and looked back at him. "We're leaving now, like we agreed, Itama. So, you guys had a boat out here?" "I was wondering why you ran this way," Naruto asked. "It's one of Gado's ships. He and his men have been trying to loot these ruins for a while. Supposedly they're haunted though. A lot of people end up mysteriously dead if they spend too long in this accursed place," Zabuza explained. "What is this place?" Naruto asked. "It's Uzushiogakure, Naruto, or what's left of it." Kurama answered in his head. "I had no idea Uzushio was this close." Naruto thought shocked. "I think this place used to be the Whirlpool Village, but these ruins are cursed. I've actually done a few jobs guarding people while they looted here, and some of them just disappeared or went missing. Most of this place was looted decades ago, so I wouldn't bother sticking around here for long," Zabuza answered. Naruto nodded before handing Haku's mask back to Zabuza. "I picked this up for you after we doubled back over the bodies. I thought you might want it back. With a tagged seal of course, in case I ever need to find you guys again," Naruto added mentally. Zabuza nodded in approval as he took Haku's mask before handing it to her. "I don't say this often, but thanks kid. Let's get out of here Haku," the swordsman replied before turning around and getting on the ship. Haku quickly followed him but looked back and bowed her head at Naruto. "Thank you for your help, Itama-san. I hope we meet again one day. I'm glad to know not all Konoha ninjas are bad people. Is that really the impression other villages have of us? That we're bad people?" Naruto thought concerned. "Hopefully we'll meet again under better circumstances. Good luck you guys and try not to end up on any wanted lists," Naruto replied as he watched their boat take off. "No promises there, but we're definitely going to Shimabukuro to get Haku trained in ice release," Zabuza replied. "Good to know." Naruto thought as he silently watched the boat leave. About a minute after it left and departed north into the sea, Naruto sensed Sasuke catching up finally. He immediately took cover and got out of sight as the Uchiha boy got there too late. He also made sure to keep a healthy distance so Akamaru wouldn't sniff him out again. Sasuke cracked his fists angrily as he saw the boat speeding away on the horizon and hissed aloud, "Damn it. Looks like my work here is done." Naruto let out a sigh of relief. "While we're here, we should go investigate these ruins Naruto. I know of a secret location in this place that has hidden Uzumaki techniques you can learn," Kurama chimed in. Naruto frowned beneath his mask. "I guess I can take a look, but I need to wait for Team 7 to leave first. I'll watch them until then. By the way, are these ruins actually haunted?" "Yes, they are, but you're an Uzumaki so the dark spirits here won't target you," Kurama answered. "Great, so there's ghosts here. I hope Team 7 doesn't linger too long," Naruto thought as he focused his attention on Sasuke. Sasuke's appearance surprised Naruto as he saw the Uchiha boy had his Sharingan activated and awakened now. Even more surprising, each eye had 2 tomo in it. This implied that Sasuke had likely experienced some kind of hardship or trauma with Zabuza and Haku. Sasuke then turned around angrily as he put his hands in his pockets and looked down at the ground. He was brooding with contempt at his inability to stop Zabuza and Haku from escaping and began to walk back the other way towards the ruins. It wasn't long before Kakashi and the others caught up to him. Everyone seemed out of breath except for Kakashi as they spotted the last Uchiha boy walking towards them seething with rage. "Sasuke, what were you thinking going after them by yourself?" Kakashi asked as Sasuke bitterly walked past them without even looking at his team. "Sasuke-kun, are you alright?" Sakura asked as she tried to touch the boy's shoulder. Sasuke immediately slapped her hand away and stopped as he turned around and looked at Kiba, Sakura, and Kakashi angrily. "They got away, on a boat." Kakashi let out a heavy sigh. "Well, there's nothing we can do about it now. At least we completed the mission and nobody died. What's the big idea charging ahead by yourself, Uchiha? We're a team, but you've been trying to be a solo act this whole mission." Kiba protested. Sasuke looked at Kiba almost disgusted. I'm the only reason that boy with the ice powers didn't kill you and Sakura. You guys were next to useless this entire mission, even your dog was more useful than you were. Sakura looked mortified by Sasuke's words as she looked down shamefully. Kiba on the other hand looked pissed as he got in Sasuke's face and grabbed his collar. What did you just say, you smug bastard? Akamaru began to bark aggressively as he reflected his owner's mood towards Sasuke. The Uchiha boy then glared at him coldly, you two don't get it. This is life and death stuff we're dealing with. You don't take this seriously like I do. Now that those missing Nin got away, they're just going to kill more people. Well, what the hell were we supposed to do? We're just genin. That guy was a swordsman of the mist, and his girly boyfriend was a freaking ice release user. Sorry we're not elite shinobi yet, Uchiha, but we shouldn't have even been on this mission to begin with. Even Kakashi-sensei struggled against those guys. Kiba shouted before letting go of Sasuke's collar and pushing him back. Sasuke frowned at Kiba and shook his head, I'd trade you and Sakura to have Naruto on this team. He wouldn't have been a bystander while those guys were trying to kill me and Kakashi-sensei. Sakura looked shocked by Sasuke actually vocalizing his frustrations about them. She obviously felt insecure about being the weak link on her team, but it stung extra hard to hear her crush actually say it aloud. Ever since that run-in with Team 10, she couldn't stop wondering about how differently Sasuke looked at Naruto compared to anyone else in their graduating class. Kiba then looked at the barking Akamaru and sighed, calm down boy, he's not worth it. The Nin hound obeyed his owner and went silent as Kiba looked away. The unkempt brunette then looked down, look man, I didn't ask to be on the same team as you. Just because we're not hardcore prodigies like you doesn't mean that we're useless. In case you've forgotten, Akamaru and I are the only reason we've been able to track those guys to begin with. Sakura was also the one who got the villagers to trust us too, so don't talk bad about her like that. Kakashi had been silently observing his team's interaction and remained quiet as he wondered how they would work their frustrations out. He found it quite interesting how much Sasuke seemed to admire Naruto, but it made some sense considering the fact that Naruto apparently taught the Uchiha boy some ninjutsu. I'm sorry, Sasuke-kun, I'll work harder so I can be more useful on the next mission, Sakura apologized. Kiba rolled his eyes, don't apologize to him Sakura. He's the one who should be apologizing to us. I can't believe I'm saying this, but maybe it would have been better if we got Naruto on our team instead of him. At least Hinata and INO seem to like Naruto. I mean if the former Deadlast can make that shallow banshee stand on a soapbox to defend him, then he's definitely a good teammate at least. Nothing like this jerk who thinks we're not worthy of breathing his air. Sasuke-kun, maybe now isn't a good time to ask, but if we're not living up to your expectations, then is it possible you could help us out? Naruto apparently helped Ino Pig and Hinata train. If you admire him, then maybe you could help us out with our shortcomings. Sakura trailed off. The Uchiha sighed, yeah, I guess this is my fault. Naruto would have trained you guys instead of blaming you for his own failures. I'm sorry. Kiba turned to look at him disbelievingly, did you just say you're sorry to us? Am I dreaming? This must be a dream. Sasuke-kun, it's alright. We're all just frustrated and tired. That mission was scary, and I guess it was kind of a wake-up call for me and Kiba. We definitely need to get stronger, Sakura replied. I'm the one who needs to get stronger. He replied before looking away. If I can't even defeat Jonin-level missing Nin from Kiri, how the hell am I ever going to measure up to Itachi? Sasuke thought to himself. Kakashi finally intervened as he spoke up, this is nobody's fault here except for mine. I should have cancelled this mission the moment I realized how dangerous it was. You guys are kids and shouldn't be fighting Jonin-level enemies as genin. I guess we all need to grow a bit, and I should try to train you kids some more. So, you really think Naruto could have made a difference here, Uchiha? Kiba asked. Sasuke nodded, he's stronger than me, so I know he could have. He's stronger than you? Kakashi asked curiously. Sakura shook her head, you were way better than him at the academy though, Sasuke-kun. You beat him all the time. You sound surprised, sensei, aren't you friends with his sensei? Surely you must know by now that he's a sensor nin, a medical nin, and he can use multiple elemental releases like wind, water, and earth. He even taught me lightning and fire. He said he wasn't good at them, but he can use all 5 nature releases. He has the most accurate kunai throwing I've ever seen, and he's good at taijutsu now too. He takes this stuff as seriously as I do, Sasuke replied to Kakashi. Kakashi frowned beneath his mask. Asuma said he was a prodigy, though I'm surprised you think so too, Sasuke. Especially considering how little respect you have for most people. I'm curious about something, Kakashi-sensei, what do you know about the Uzumaki clan? Sasuke changed the subject. Uzumaki clan? Naruto has a clan? Sakura gasped. Kiba went wide-eyed as well. I've never heard of an Uzumaki clan. Kakashi gave the Uchiha boy a quizzical look. Did Naruto mention it to you? Yeah, he said his clan was wiped out by Kirigakure and Kumogakure and that they were from Uzushiogakure originally. Do you know anything about them? Sasuke wondered. Kakashi then pointed at the ruins. We're standing in Uzushiogakure right now. The land of waves used to be known as the land of whirlpools. Sasuke gawked in disbelief as he stared out over the desolation of the ruins. A long silence passed as he looked over the destruction. He then clenched his fist. So this was Uzushiogakure. The Uzumaki clan ruled this village about 2 or so generations ago. They were the closest allies of Konoha before they got wiped out. There weren't many survivors, but Naruto's mother was from this clan. I believe she was a member of their main family. The only other person I know of related to this clan is the Sannin Tsunade Senju. Kakashi answered. Kiba blinked repeatedly as he walked up to Sasuke's side and stared out into the ruins as well. So Naruto had a clan too, and this was their village. This caused Sakura to frown as she felt her insecurity creeping back in once again. She really was the outlier in her graduating class now. Kakashi-sensei, who was Naruto's father? INO Pig said her dad knew Naruto's dad and that he was some kind of renowned shinobi, Sakura asked. Kakashi turned his attention towards the pink-haired Kunoichi surprised. Inoichi knows who Naruto's father is? Yeah, I guess Naruto told him. INO Pig said her dad didn't like Naruto until he found out who his father was. It seems apparent that Naruto knows if he told him, but none of his teammates seem to know anything about it. Do you have any idea, sensei? Sakura wondered. This caught both Sasuke and Kiba's attention as both boys turned around and stared at their sensei intensely. Kakashi frowned. The Hokage wouldn't want me talking about it. I did know Naruto's father, quite well in fact. Why is it some big secret? I thought he was an orphan, but come to find out he was from a clan, and he had some badass father that none of the adults want to talk about. What gives? Kiba growled. Maybe you should ask him yourselves. It's not my place to tell you if he didn't want to. Besides, it's confidential for a reason. Kakashi shook his head. Kiba groaned. Oh come on, really? I guess Naruto really is special then. Sakura trailed off almost sadly. Sasuke then looked at Kakashi. Sensei, do you mind if we explore these ruins for a bit before we go back? I promised Naruto a souvenir, and if this was the site of his clan's former village, I'd like to bring him a keepsake. Geez, you're lucky Naruto isn't a girl, or you and Ino wouldn't stand a chance, Sakura. Then again, Sasuke might not like girls, Kiba whispered to the pink-haired Kunoichi. This caused Sakura to raise a fist at the dog boy as a vein bulged on her forehead. She then whispered back, that's not funny, Kiba. Sure, we can explore the ruins for a bit. Though I don't want to linger here for too long. This place creeps me out. Kakashi nodded. From further away, Naruto let out a sigh of relief. He was grateful that Kakashi didn't tell Team 7 who his father was, but he was concerned and a bit annoyed that they weren't going to leave yet. For the next half hour or so, Naruto kept his distance and waited for Team 7 to leave. He made sure not to get too close again this time as apparently Akamaru was able to detect him if he was too close. He assumed that the dog probably heard him or smelled the blood on his attire from earlier at the bridge. Eventually though, Kurama got bored and spoke up, do we really need to wait for them to leave? The place I wanted to show you is on the other side of the ruins away from them, so let's just go there already and get out of here. Yeah, they're really taking their sweet time, aren't they? Let's go see this place you wanted to show me, Naruto agreed. Naruto then departed and followed Kurama's instructions as they made their way through a prominent-looking ruined building that led into a secret cave along the cliffside. It winded down to an underground area, and after a few minutes of travel, Naruto finally arrived at some kind of shrine. It was extremely eerie and creepy looking as countless Oni masks decorated the shrine. Naruto found it unsettling to look at and mentally voiced his concern. What is this place, Kurama? What's with these masks? The Uzumaki clan was greatly feared for its fuinjutsu, but their ability to commune with spirits, gods, and demons was the most feared power they possessed. It is a very ancient and very forbidden practice. These masks each represent a god or demon in their ancient religion. Unlike the Senjus who venerated nature and the Buddhas, the Uzumaki clan was a cult obsessed with darker powers. In that regard they were more like Uchihas than Senjus. The Uzumaki clan's history was wiped out, but I still remember a lot of it. I remember Tobirama Senju and Madara Uchiha seeking knowledge from this clan. They also taught your ghost sensei a lot of his forbidden abilities that he later refined. Did you know Tobirama sensei was Ashina Uzumaki? That was the name of Mito's father. Kurama answered. Naruto walked up and looked at one of them as he read an inscription under several of the masks. That's crazy. Some of these masks have names on their shrine inscriptions. Look at this one, Jashin. Don't touch those masks. The seals on them are likely still in effect, and most of the beings represented by this shrine should not be communed with by mortals. If you want an example of what I'm talking about, think about the Reaper death seal that your father used to seal me. It's unbeatable. You can kill or defeat anyone or anything by giving your soul to the Shinigami. That's merely one of the forbidden and unknown taboos practiced by this clan. The necromancy of Edo Tensei that Tobirama Senju developed originated from this dark practice. The Uzumaki clan were necromancers and shamans long before they were shinobis. They're essentially a death cult that split off from the Senju clan a long time ago. Many saw them as demon-blooded and believed their blood-red hair, unnatural lifespans, and superhuman bodies were a result of it. One of the main reasons the Uzumaki clan diverged from the Senju clan initially was because of a disagreement over the use of this power and their interpretation of the outer path. The Shodai married their clan leader Ashina's daughter, Mito, in order to unite the two once again, but he might have reconsidered if he knew what this clan was trying to do. The Uzumaki clan was obsessed with trying to create a powerful dojutsu called the Rinnegan. Kurama explained grimly. The Rinnegan? What is that? I've never heard of it. Naruto shook his head. It was a power possessed by the Sage of Six Paths. The Uzumaki clan desired to create it and had an extensively substantial breeding program to try and create a child of prophetic power, who could manifest it. Even before the Warring States era, the Uzumaki clan had been breeding with Uchihas and Senjus to create such a child. Uchihas jealously guard their bloodlines though, and it was difficult to find one strong enough to marry outside of their clan. The last time I saw this place with Mito, her clan had integrated an Uchiha named Kagami into their breeding program. He was a loyal underling of Tobirama Senju and already had a family, but he grew close to Mito after Tobirama died and was her bodyguard. She convinced him to move to Uzushio where he had a child with Mito's niece named Kid Uzumaki. They had a daughter named Fuso, who they believed could unlock the Rinnegan. They planned on this Fuso girl to marry one of Hashirama's descendants, but Uzushio-gakure was destroyed before then and the girl was presumably killed. Kurama elaborated further. So, this Fuso girl was an Uchiha and an Uzumaki? Did she have a Sharingan at least? Does the Rinnegan have some connection to the Sharingan? Naruto wondered. I don't really know for certain, she was quite young when I saw her, but this Fuso girl was the closest the Uzumaki clan ever got to making a Rinnegan. She had absurdly large chakra reserves even for an Uzumaki, but she never got any training. I never told Kushina about any of this because I couldn't trust her, but she could have potentially continued this practice if she married Fugaku Uchiha instead of your father. That child, you, might have had a Rinnegan considering how strong Kushina's bloodline was. If you had a Rinnegan, I would actually think you were the Sage of Six Paths reborn. Kurama answered. You knew the Sage of Six Paths? Naruto sounded surprised. Kurama scoffed, I did, but I don't care to discuss him right now. Maybe one day. Fair enough then. So, who is Fugaku Uchiha? Naruto asked. He was the father of your Uchiha friend, Sasuke, and his brother Itachi. I believe he was the head of the Uchiha clan and had a Mangekyo Sharingan. Kushina and the Yondaime were friends with him. Kurama sighed. My parents were friends with Sasuke's parents? That's surprising. Naruto thought amazed. Further details are better left unsaid. However, the darkest powers and secrets known by the Uzumaki clan are sealed in this place. Do you feel a drain on your body right now? It's a curse, designed to kill anyone who isn't an Uzumaki that comes near this shrine. Only someone with a powerful enough body and Uzumaki blood can approach this shrine without decaying into a corpse. Mito set it up after Hashirama Senju died so that only one of her heirs could access this shrine and its secrets. Nobody dared to attack this place until Mito's father Ashina and Mito herself died. The corpses and skeletons littering this room are likely from many decades of unfortunate humans stumbling in here and dying to its curse, Kurama explained. True to Kurama's words, Naruto saw countless skeletons and even a few freshly decaying corpses decorating this area. Countless people over countless years had stumbled upon this shrine and died here. It was heavily cursed, and he could sense a terrible darkness in this place that caused the hairs on his neck to stand up. I thought you said the Uzumaki clan was afraid of Mito and that she hid herself away after becoming your Jinchuriki. Why would they do that if they worshipped these demons and deities? I mean, aren't you a demon? Naruto asked. Kurama sighed, it was partially true. The majority of the Uzumaki clan was afraid of me because I knew about their benefactors. They knew that we Bijou detested their unnatural practices. They were also afraid of Mito because she knew all of these forbidden powers and could commune with eldritch beings. Mito wouldn't be considered evil by human standards, but she was far more ruthless and darker than legends or stories would have you believe. She was also insane near the end of her life. I was sealed into Kushina before she died, but I remember Mito coming to this place a lot near the end. That's some pretty heavy stuff. It's crazy to think my clan used to be evil. I mean, it actually seems believable though. This shrine feels evil, like an affront to nature, Naruto noted. That's because it is. Mortals weren't meant to wield this kind of power. It's an affront to nature, the divine, and the dead. I never wanted you to know about this place, but it is the secret inspiration to a lot of your ghost sensei's forbidden jutsus. He learned from these Uzumaki teachings in order to combat the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. He did not possess nature chakra like his brother and sought alternatives to compensate. Most of the jutsus in the Forbidden Scroll you transcribed in Konoha are Tobirama Senju's writings about what he learned here. He didn't delve into some of the darker powers, however. He was afraid of them. The Forbidden Scroll's teachings don't truly compare to what's in this shrine, Kurama stated seriously. Naruto shook his head, if you find this place so horrible, why show it to me? I never would have discovered this shrine, or learned any of this myself. There is a particular seal here that I want you to learn. It will allow us to bypass the 8 trigram seal that keeps me locked inside of your body. You can't become a perfect Jinchuriki unless you find a way to unlock the seal. The Yondaime designed yours in a particularly annoying way. It causes you to sap my chakra and slowly take over me. I can't give you my full chakra with this seal locked. It also has a failsafe that prevents you from being able to transform into me that your father left behind. I want you to fix it so that we can pool our chakra together and be able to achieve transformation. I won't lie to you, it benefits me a lot more than you. I would gain your nature chakra, and you would gain my full powers. I would never suggest this if I didn't think you were worthy, but it's apparent to me that we both stand to become more powerful if we do this. It wouldn't release me, and I wouldn't be able to take over your body, but we could both become immune to genjutsu as a result. Also, when you die one day, I'll keep your chakra to carry with me in my next rebirth, Kurama answered. The Jinchuriki stared at the shrine for a moment as he thought about Kurama's motives. Finally, he responded, so you would gain my powers, and I would gain yours? What else would happen? Why do you need that power if you're already so powerful? Genjutsu is one of my greatest weaknesses. A Mangekyo Sharingan is actually capable of controlling me. By becoming a perfect Jinchuriki and by gaining access to your Sage Chakra, I could use would release, and I would also become immune to Genjutsu. You in turn would gain the ability to transform into me or possibly even summon me outside of your own body. It's also a failsafe for the future. Nobody will be able to imprison me in a vessel ever again. Like I said, it benefits me more in the long run, but I plan on helping you until the day you die in exchange, the fox elaborated. Naruto sighed, so this whole time, this is what you've really wanted. You became friends with me because I had some kind of sage-like nature chakra, and you wanted to become more powerful. I can see why you've tolerated me all this time if that was your goal from the start. It was initially, but I actually do consider you my friend. It's why I trusted you with this lost knowledge as well. I have no intentions of lying to you, trying to break free, or taking over your body. I'm just telling you the truth. I need you more than you need me, as much as it pains me to admit. I'm not strong enough to save the others on my own. I need your help. Not to mention, if you go through with it, then I'll always carry a part of you with me even after you die, Kurama responded a bit distantly with evident sadness in his voice. Kurama. Naruto couldn't think of anything else to say other than the fox's name. He was shocked by how sincere the usually irritable Bijou was acting. The Kyuubi's brutal honesty about everything was truly overwhelming. You're an Uzumaki, so you'll probably live 150 years at the bare minimum. People in your clan live twice as long as normal humans. It's a long way away, but like your ghost sensei, I also believe in having fail-safe plans for the future, Kurama added. Naruto finally nodded in acceptance. I'll accept your deal, Kurama. Besides, I do like the idea of being able to look out for you and the other Bijou even after I die one day. Thanks for telling me the truth, my friend. Naruto, Kurama almost seemed to sound choked up as if this was truly emotional for him. It only seems fair considering how much people have abused you and your power. I'll gladly do that for you, Kurama. Don't worry about it, just tell me what seal we're looking for and I'll get started on trying to figure it out right away, Naruto replied. Thanks. Kurama's voice actually cracked as he went silent for a long moment. After the silence passed, Kurama coughed and regained his composure. I would suggest you put a seal for your flying Raijin in this place and don't remove anything from it. The content in the scrolls here is too dangerous for you to bring to Konoha or carry around in person. Good idea, Naruto nodded as he placed a seal down at the floor. I might also be able to teleport someone into here to kill them if I had to. I wouldn't attempt that. This place should remain a secret even if it could be used in such a way. Besides, it's not instantaneous, the fox responded. Naruto nodded. Alright, well, tell me where to start looking. I think that large scroll over there has the seal we're looking for. It also has information about the Uzumaki chakra chains, Kurama answered. As Naruto went about looking over the insanely complex scroll, his mind wandered briefly. So, I've been wondering about something. How did Hashirama Senju die exactly? I always thought he died in the First Shinobi World War, but who the hell could have been strong enough to kill him? I don't really know, I wasn't there. But based on how the voices in Mito's head spoke to her, I suspect some darker force connected to the ancient Uzumaki clan was responsible. The ones in the modern era that got wiped out here weren't malevolent. Barbarians maybe, but they were not fiendish like their ancestors. I believe Hashirama, Tobirama, and Mito delved into something they shouldn't have. For both of our sakes, don't spend too long in this place, Kurama instructed. Right, well, let's find this seal you're looking for and those chakra chains you were talking about. What's it called? Naruto asked. I believe it's called the Seven Spirals Seal of the Outer World, should be near the bottom. As far as I know, only Mito's father Ashina could use this seal. It was initially designed to channel a god's avatar in one's body. If we alter a few variables and combine it with yours, it can work for you and me and unlock your 8 trigrams without removing it. You'd be a perfect Jinchuriki, the fox answered. I can see why people were scared out of their minds if the Uzumaki clan could do stuff like this. I mean, look at this one, Kurama. This spiraling ring ability looks insane. The scroll says it's only theoretical though, but you can apparently spin chakra into a ball. How would you spin a ring over it too? I can't even imagine how much chakra or chakra control this would take. Naruto thought, horrified as he looked down over the scroll. That spiraling ring ability looks similar to the Rasengan. It was an ability your father created. He never learned about this place and neither did Kushina. I suppose he came up with a similar idea on his own. It's not theoretical. He could make a sphere of spinning chakra. It might be worth learning that one too. Your father Sensei Jiraiya could probably teach you how the Rasengan works when the Sandaime calls him back to the village, and you could learn this ability with that information, Kurama noted. This is nuts. I guess I could try practicing this on my own if it's actually possible, but that's a lower priority right now. Naruto noted. The boy studied the scroll for a bit as he took mental notes about how to start applying abilities practically. The 7 spiral seal seemed particularly complex, but Naruto wasted no time pulling out his own scrolls and trying to rewrite variations to align it with his 8 trigram seal. He also studied a 5-element seal and variations of it on the scroll, which could apparently be used to suppress a Jinchuriki seal. About an hour passed as Naruto got lost in his head writing formulas, drawing out experimental variants, and committing things to memory. The chakra chains seemed like the easiest thing to learn on the scroll, and Naruto noted that he could probably teach Karen how to use them after he got it down himself. He was eventually drawn from his thoughts when he got a message from his wood clone. Hey me, you need to come back soon. Danzo sent some rude guys to the apartment asking for us to meet him in an hour before the sun comes up. His wood clone told him mentally. I'll be there shortly, Naruto told it as he looked up from his work. As he gathered his stuff and prepared to teleport back to Konoha, Naruto noticed something very strange out of the corner of his eye. Next to the shrine, he saw a seal on the wall. Although he didn't really want to mess with anything in the shrine too much, Naruto's curiosity got the better of him as he walked over and looked at it. He touched the wall and a moment later, the seal activated, revealing a hidden room. The boy was amazed by this, but also extremely wary when he saw a map and a scroll sitting on a table in this empty hidden room. Walking over it, the boy saw that the scroll was open and looked at it cautiously. The map next to it had a location circled that was on the western border of the Land of Fire near Amigakure. Naruto examined it briefly before reading the writing on the scroll. I've scoured every Uchiha hideout except for one. Tonika village near the border of Amigakure is the only location left. It must be where Madara's real body is located. I've spent decades searching for it, and based on the fake body he left in his coffin and my inability to summon his ghost, I know he is still alive at the time of me writing this. His eternal Mangekyo Sharingan must be recovered before they find him. There might also be a clue about where he took Fuso. I wish Tobirama were still alive. He is the only person I could possibly trust to do this. The curse is starting to kill me, and I have already passed the Kyubi to Kushina. If you're reading this, then I am most likely dead, and you are one of my descendants. Please, recover Madara's body before they can. What the hell? Naruto thought, horrified as he read the message over again. Mito always suspected that Madara Uchiha was alive. She was paranoid though and didn't trust anyone enough to mention it. She didn't even want me to know or see any of this. There were many times I was wholly suppressed and couldn't see what she was doing. I never knew that she was trying to find Madara Uchiha's body. From what this note implies, that Fuso girl I told you about must have been taken from Uzushiogakure by Madara before it was destroyed. That is bad news. It means Madara was trying to make a Rinnegan himself. We should go investigate this Tonika village, Kurama stated grimly. There's something else here, look. Naruto pointed next to the scroll and map where he saw a box. Opening it slowly, Naruto saw a tied-up lock of long black hair coiled inside. He stared at it bewildered. What is this? Hair. It must be Madara Uchiha's hair. It looks preserved. This must be how Mito attempted to summon his ghost. It's similar to the way you summoned your ghost sensei with that incomplete Edo Tensei. I would strongly advise you do not attempt it yourself. Madara Uchiha is far too dangerous to commune with. We need to find his body and destroy it. We should also find out more about what happened to Fuso Uzumaki. The idea of someone having a Rinnegan actually concerns me. I don't think you and I combined could fight someone with a Rinnegan, it's too powerful. Kurama exclaimed fearfully. Damn, well we can worry about it later, I guess. Right now, we need to get back so I can go talk to Danzo, Naruto sighed. He picked up the contents on the table though and sealed them into a scroll. A part of him felt a bit anxious about all of this new information. The world just got a whole lot bigger, and his power seemed a whole lot smaller all of a sudden. The idea of being able to summon a ghost of Madara Uchiha seemed intriguing though, but Naruto knew it was a bad idea. He would have to find the man's body, however. A strange thought crossed his mind as he pondered it. What do you think Madara Uchiha would say or think about me, Kurama? Naruto wondered. The fox scoffed, don't even think about it. I don't know what he'd say, and I don't really want to either. We need to find and destroy his body. Sharingan and everything. Yeah, you're right. Let's get back to Konoha. Naruto nodded before bracing himself and teleporting to the Senju Grove. Once again, the long teleportation drained his chakra considerably and Naruto felt a nauseous feeling as he slumped to a knee and took a few deep breaths. Afterwards he took a few minutes to regain his bearings as he changed out of his Umbu gear and back into his normal attire. My wood clone seems to be sleeping on the couch still, good. Let's go see Danzo and hear what he has to say, Naruto thought as he teleported out of the Senju Grove to a closer location to the root bunker.